I'm not very keen on the whole abduction shtick. I think that one of the symptoms of cultural disintegration is simply that people lose the ability to distinguish between dream and memory. And that somehow one's past, one's real past and one's dream past, simply become one's past. And then under certain circumstances, what was basically dream material is presented as reality. Just because you have a nut theory, it doesn't mean that you agree with other nut theories. In fact, it often makes you very hostile to them. After all, there's a limited pool there that we're all... My idea with psychedelics throughout my whole career with them was that the purpose was to go out into mind space and hunt ideas and bring something back to show the folks around the campfire, something that would astonish and amaze us all. Well, it's a narrow keyhole, the mind. You can't bring back a flower like the time traveler does in Wells' story. So I found the only thing I could bring back, not being graphically endowed, was ideas. It's a very mysterious business, the revelation of to mind of the world. Since the last time I talked to any audience, I finally understood an argument of my enemies that I had never understood before. Enemies in the friendly, collegial, ideological sense. In other words, enemies. The countervailing theory to the evolution of consciousness, how it came to be so rapidly, as opposed to the idea that it was stimulated by psychedelic compounds in the early human diet, was, and I've ridiculed this idea to you before, the idea that human beings throw things. And because we were small and weak and we hunted very large animals, we learned to hurl rocks with great accuracy. And that this is a behavior not observed in the animal world. I mean, monkeys hurl feces in a generally downward direction to indicate displeasure, but their aim is lousy, which is a very fortunate thing if you're an Amazon explorer. But human beings can hit with considerable force an object up to 120 feet away. And evolutionary biologists have fastened on this as requiring so much coordination of neural material that there would be enough left over to invent Western civilization and explore the planets once you had this thing down. Well, it always seemed somewhat preposterous to me. And I pointed out that it would make the big league baseball pitcher the paradigm of evolutionary accomplishment in the human world if that standard were accepted. But now I understand the argument a little better. And it's slightly deeper than I thought, because here's what they were trying to say the first time. It isn't this neural coordination which is going on is really about planning. That it is an extraordinary thing to look at a rock in your hand and to make the calculation into the forward vector of the future. Aha, if I hurl back and impart a certain energy in a certain direction with a certain intensity, this thing will follow a path through space and will land somewhere with benign consequences to me and my side. And it's the key concept in here is plan. This is a plan. And animals don't do this. There are no plans in the animal world. Their consciousness is of the moment and doesn't involve this complex triangulation out of the moment toward future consequences in quite this way. Because you see, what happens when you let go of the rock is that you can no longer control it. It isn't like hunting or beating something to death with a stick, where the strategy is being readjusted moment to moment. No, once the projectile is released from your hand, that's all the planning you get to do. So it represents a concrescence of intent. And this building toward a concrescence of intent, this plan making, then is the tiny flutter of the butterfly's wing that ripples out through the chaotic universe, and the next thing you know, the kings of Babylon are issuing their codes of law, and slaves under the lash are erecting cities, and the stars are being brought into a mathematical model, so forth and so on. Well, I just wanted to mention that I'm also working on a second book at the moment where we're going to go back into the psilocybin theory of the origin of consciousness and actually attempt to make a case that will demand attack. In other words, to actually marshal all of the anatomical, paleontological, primate data, because the more we research, the more it appears true that by looking at the psychedelics, in fact, they become a kind of key to understanding the entire phenomenon of human emergence by looking at the larger issue of food as an environmental dimension. In other words, our food has shaped us. As omnivores, we have exposed ourselves to a very high input of mutagenic material over the course of our omnivorous behavior. And this has accelerated the rate of mutation in our species. This is why there are so many cancers. Those cancers are maladaptive mutations. Most mutations are non-productive. But by being a creature of the jungle canopy, who underwent a forced migration to an entirely different nutritional environment, the grassland, we opened ourselves up to this mutagenic influence. And it's only the spectacular effect of the psychoactive compounds impacting on neural organization, cognition, and social organization that I focused on originally. But now the realization is beginning to ripple out through the evolutionary community that yes, this is the hidden factor, the mutagenic diet and the forced shift in environment. There are also ideologically unexpected twists and turns in all this. I've recently met a very interesting person. He's going to be my co-author on this evolution book, Philippe de Vaugelet. Some of you may know him. And he is a lover of animals. This guy has made a fortune in publishing books on reptile care. And if you have a broken iguana, he's the man to see. But he pointed out something to me very, very interesting, which goes against prevailing political correctness for sure, which is that browsing ungulate animals have absolutely no interest in the behavior of other animals. They couldn't give a hoot. Who's interested in the behavior of other animals are hunting animals. And that in order to successfully hunt an animal, you must, in a sense, be able to become it. You must be able to transfer your consciousness into it and imagine its motivations, its behaviors, so forth and so on. And so Philippe has convinced me that on one level, the earliest human consciousness was not human consciousness at all. It was primate ability to enter into the behavior patterns and psychologies of other mammals in the grassland environment that it was predating upon, following vultures as a basis for the beginning of nomadism and this sort of thing. Obviously, predator animals are aware, and their evolutionary success is based on environmental awareness and being able to act based on inputting the behavior of other animals. This is a very complex mental world compared to the world of the fruitarian, leaf-eating canopy browser that we came from. And then it appears, that in a series of coalescing involutions of culture and neural organization, driven by the spatial coincidence of human beings, cattle, mushrooms, our original primate programming was restructured. And I've talked a great deal about this. I think this is the key to understanding at least our sexual politics. All primates have what are called dominance hierarchies. And this is where the hard-bodied, sharp-fanged males, young males, arrange everybody else to suit themselves. The elderly, the sexually available females, the young, homosexuals, the sick, everybody gets told where to stand and what to do. This is how primates operate. This is how we operate. However, I think that for a long period in human beings, this was interrupted by nutritional factors and drug factors in the environment. That in a sense, a human society that is using psilocybin on even a lunar cycle of use is suppressing the ordinary pattern of male dominance, hierarchical dominance. It's not genetically touching it. It's still there, but in the same way that if you give a population of aggressive people a lot of opium, aggression disappears. If you give a population of people a kind of psychedelic boundary-dissolving aphrodisiac that promotes group bonding and erodes monogamy and so forth, then you get a different social ambiance than if that weren't present. And I think the secret to understanding our curious relationship to the angelic and animal worlds has to do with the fact that under the influence of this hormone/enzyme, which was suppressing ordinary patterns of male dominance, consciousness underwent an extraordinary series of bifurcations. And language, theater, poetry, magic, religion, dance, music, ethical values, altruism, everything emerged, sometime between 35,000 and 10,000 years ago. The Paleolithic, the pre-agricultural era, an extraordinary period of novelty being expressed and conserved in the biological world. The primate species, the hominids, suddenly just take the stage, and through an amazing series of cultural transformations become a planet-ruling species by 10,000 years ago. And then, not content with that, the process doesn't slow down. It accelerates. And this has to do with the fact that we have somehow created, through language, a kind of adaptive strategy that is so flexible that unlike most adaptive strategies, which sooner or later run into a blind box canyon and are just simply trapped there, butting their heads against the wall, you see it everywhere, the mussels down on the rocks. And, most evolutionary developmental lines are dead ends. But somehow we broke free of that by ceasing to be defined by the physical body, which is the stuff upon which evolution works, and placing between ourselves and our environment a new thing called culture. We began to mediate evolution. Evolution says the infirm, the idiot, the lame must die. Culture says we have different values about this. Maybe yes, maybe no, but we will decide. Evolution says, you must be a scattered species, nomadic, and moving across the surface of the planet like an animal. Culture says, no, we have strategies for food sequestration and common defense, and we will build cities, and so forth and so on. And so, since about pick a number, 10,000 years ago, evolution has not been the dominating factor, biological evolution. Instead, there is something else, which the word epigenetic has been suggested, meaning change not driven by genes. Our genes are the same. If you were to be with a group of people active 10 to 15,000 years ago, they would look and just like you and I. We haven't changed that much. We've mixed the genes, but we haven't particularly added new ones or lost genes. But in the epigenetic realm, how many languages have been generated over the past 10,000 years? How many world religions have come and gone? How many systems of government? How many theories of polity and society? We just furiously cast these things off. And beginning about 500 years ago, this phenomenon was embraced as a permanent aspect of human existence in Western Europe, and the concept of progress became enshrined. And progress is the idea that this process must go on, be extended, and accelerated everywhere. And now it seems to be happening. I think, and as a consequence of this acceleration of process, all the contradictions in the old system, and I mean reaching back to Egypt, all the contradictions in the old system are now on the surface. And because I believe psychedelics are a kind of higher dimensional sectioning of reality, I think they give the kind of stereoscopic vision necessary to hold the entire hologram of what's happening in your mind. The old paradigm is gone. I mean, we can talk about how different parts of it died. Maybe not everybody knows the story of how physics, the paradigmatic science of reason, turned into a place where nothing makes any sense at all, and where stories are told so wild that a surrealist painter would flee from the gathering, just shaking his head. That's physics. The very bedrock of the whole Western shtick has turned into a place of utter psychedelic contradiction and chaos. And the news hasn't reached biology and psychology. They're still operating under different paradigms. But what is keeping science alive at this point is the fact that it is able to whore itself to the marketplace. But in terms of the old program, which was providing some kind of metaphysical recitation of the nature of the universe, it's pretty clearly out of reach at this point. I mean, the universe has been discovered to be stranger than you can suppose. And what this means to the troops, which is you and me, the citizens of these linear, print-created, scientism-ruled, democratic industrial states, what it means to us is that you get your mind back. They have no need of it anymore. It's actually become a burden to them. I mean, yes, they struggled like hell to take it, but then they discovered that it really wasn't worth all that much anyhow. The great thing about living in the twilight of an imperial decline is the permission that exists. You know, incredible resources lay before us, and very few people are looking over your shoulder and telling you what to do. I mean, the fact that this community has been able to persist and exist, I mean, this is the Orphic community. This is the tradition of descent, ecstasis, sexual ambiguity, so forth and so on, that reaches right back to Chalcolithic Greece and beyond. And shamanism is about shape-shifting. Shamanism is about doing phenomenology with a toolkit that works. And no religion, no philosophy, I think, has ever gone very far down the road of understanding. Understanding is not really a collective enterprise. Understanding is an individual enterprise. And, you know, you can read Husserl and you can become a Hasid, or you can assimilate these group understandings that are forms of wisdom. But ultimately, those are platforms for intrepid exploration. And now, at the end, I think, of this entire enterprise, I mean, I don't know whether I'm changing or the world is changing or both, but it has gotten so rich recently that it's like an enormous meal at some over-reviewed restaurant where you just have to push yourself away and say, you know, the spectacle is endless and amazing, and apparently it's all going to come true. And my impulse is to distance myself from it all. I mean, it is... well, the mushroom said to me once, it said, this is what it's like when a species prepares to depart for the stars. This is not unusual. I mean, the earth quakes, the oceans boil, the planet came into existence for this. All life for over 1 billion years has been pointed toward taking this step. You know, leaving the oceans for the land was dress rehearsal for what will now be done. And, you know, it's chilling because it's so huge. I mean, you don't even know, well, it's just enormous. And yet, apparently, when you look back through the history of the universe, this is how it proceeds. Incredibly gradually over staggering scales of time, but then every once in a while you come around the corner and there it is. A continent sinks, an asteroid impacts, a star explodes, two intelligent species meet somewhere out in the cosmos. And these things then, you know, set ripples going for eons. Yeah.
I'm curious what this has to do with psychedelics, because it seems to me that, you know, when you use psychedelics to break down perceptual barriers, that's one thing. But there's such momentum going on in the world today that things are breaking down without psychedelics, although it may appear psychedelic in terms of the way you see it. Do you see what I'm getting?
Yeah, I do.
You know, I mean, so at this juncture, have we transcended psychedelics?
Well, my idea is, you know, that the psychedelic recapitulates on the personal scale this universal meltdown that is going on without the need of psychedelics. But this universal meltdown is very frightening to people. Most people are pattern oriented and nostalgic, and it scares them. And I think psychedelics are a way to, it's sort of like doing calisthenics in preparation for the marathon at the end of time. People who have taken psychedelics should be in a better position to reassure everybody else. They'll just say, well, people say, the laws of physics are breaking down. I said, look, I've seen it before. So, and in a way, this event which wants to emerge, we think of it as quantized in a single moment where the shift will happen, and it's like the glory or something. But in a way, our job, if we have a job, and I'm not sure we do, but if we have a job, then our job is to anticipate this and to live it out before it happens. Somebody very dear to me said to me 25 years ago, my God, I don't know how they... Actually, it was in the same conversation where they said, history is the shockwave of eschatology. How anybody could say that in 1975, I do not understand. Anyway, he also said we should live as though the apocalypse has already occurred. That's the only way to transcend the historical hysteria. Because the historical hysteria is about this thing which it might happen, it won't happen, it will happen. No, you say, it did happen. It did happen. So enough about that already. And we are building, each thing that we do anticipates this deeper fall inward into the dream. The dream is what awaits us at the end of history. The dream, and you can call it hyperspace or cyberspace or the trans-death realm, but what it really is it's a going into the dream. And what is the dream? Well, the dream is a place where the laws are set by the imagination. The imagination is God in the dream. And if there is a way for us to mirror our highest aspirations, in other words, to inculcate the God image in ourselves, then it's by becoming the masters of our dream and then creating through drugs, technology, magic, who cares, the details come later, creating a way to share that so that we each then are a God with an open office doorway to all the other gods who wander through looking at the cosmogonies that we produce as art. I was thinking about this morning because I was thinking, what am I going to say to these folks? And I was thinking about the Platonic triad of the good, the true, and the beautiful. And sometimes people have dissed me and my obsession with hallucination, because they say, well, LSD doesn't really cause hallucination, it causes insight and complex thoughts, but why are you so focused on visual hallucination, which I am? If it doesn't do that, I'm not interested. And then I thought that the way into it is Plato talks about the good, the true, and the beautiful. But the key concept is beautiful, because good, it's abstract. True, it's abstract. But beauty is felt, perceived with the senses as music, as painting, whatever it is. And so the bridge to the metaphysical absolutes of truth and the good is through the palpable realm of the beautiful. And to my mind, this is what these psychedelics achieve. They, as Huxley said, they dial open the valve of consciousness, or as Blake implied, the window of perception is cleansed, and then you see through into an infinite, holographic, recursive world of mind and affectionate intelligence. And somehow this mystery is in the body, and therefore outside of time, and therefore beyond, in some sense, the reach of culture. Sex is like this to some degree. Sex is in the body and outside of time, and culture spends a huge amount of its energy trying to reach sex, trying to contort it, push it one way or another, and has produced some pretty bizarre themes and variations, but generally speaking has failed. I mean, no society certainly has ever gotten rid of sex, even though, there have been societies ruled for 1,000 years by men wearing dresses, but gave us some of the most ribald minstrelsy around. So there is this mystery in the body. I'm now returning to the subject of psychedelics, beyond the reach of cultural manipulation. And discovering this and exploring it is somehow the frontier of maturity. Culture is a form of enforced infantilism. It's the last nursery, and most people never leave it. And they are perfectly happy to interpret the world through the reassuring nonsense of their cultural values, whatever they may happen to be. The reason psychedelics are so politically dynamite is because they cast doubt on this final cultural envelope of insulation. And they do it very democratically. It doesn't matter what your cultural conditioning is. It falls into question under the influence of the psychedelic. And then for most people, that's frightening. Frightening enough that they not only don't want to do it, but they are also keen to see that other people don't do it, because they realize this is some kind of a doorway through which demons come. Disruptive ideologies, strange forms of music, bizarre behaviors, unpleasant fashions. It's all coming from this place where these people are messing around. And so there is an impulse to close it off. And so there is, a tradition 50,000 years old of shamanism / bohemianism. People who are deputized to be weird and are told, okay, you be weird. We'll give you a hut at the edge of the village. You be weird, and if we need you, we'll call. That's basically the role. No, don't buy, we'll call you, I mean, the political position of shamans is fascinating in these societies because they share it, but they are not of it, and they're only asked in when things are really desperate. And I think, bohemianism, this Orphic tradition I've talked about, this that goes back, way, way back, is the continuation of that. And so we here represent, to some degree, a self-selected group of these Orphic eccentrics, who carry this charge of otherness. In many languages, the word shaman means go-between. Go-between. Shaman moves between levels, and the mythologies differ. Either into a spirit world or an ancestor world or an animal world, but the go-between. And now let me see if I can tie this all up. Oh, I know. I wanted to follow this thing out about the suppression of male dominance through chemicals and diet and psilocybin and all that. The reason that is fascinating to me, aside from the fact that it answers some real conundrums in hominid evolutionary arguments, is that it then has an implication for the present, because we are the damaged heirs of a damaged cultural style which has been practiced now for about 7,000 years. And, there have been various corrective measures, all failures, I think. Christianity, Christ, a corrective measure, somebody who comes who says, don't do it that way, and they get rid of him, and within 50 years, the church he founded is dealing real estate. And, then you get it in Islam, another corrective effort. But these things have not worked. The cultural style has been too toxic. And with the rise of modern science and the acceleration of the toxic consequences of bad ideology, we now come to the 20th century. And throughout the 20th century, there has been an impulse,
What means bad ideology?
Ideology that has consequences that are bad for the environment and the gene pool.
Who knows what is bad for the environment?
Well, nobody knows absolutely, but when you think about things like plutonium and nuclear weapons stockpile, I agree with you that in the largest picture, moral relativism makes it impossible to say anything about good and bad. But I'm not that morally relativistic. I think biology should be preferred over its absence, and that intelligence should be preferred over its absence. So I'm and because I think the universe wants to preserve novelty. That could actually be the basis of a kind of ethic. Bad is that which destroys novelty, and good is that which promotes it. It sounds awfully progressive. I remember the first time I was in Pakistan and I caught this rickshaw into Lahore, and this guy was being pulled by a human being, muscle power. And this guy said, "Oh, you're an American, this and that." And he said, "What's wrong?" He said, "This country is screwed up. This country is really screwed up." And I said, "Well, what's wrong with it?" And he said, "You want to know what's wrong with it? Progress, too much progress." And this was a man who made his living pulling people around in a rickshaw. So, it's a relativistic thing. But what I wanted to say was there is an intelligence in the species that is deeper than the societies and the systems that we erect to rule us. And this wisdom of the species can make enormous changes in the evolution of the mass psyche, such as the Renaissance, for example. And in the 20th century, this has taken the form of what I call the archaic revival. And one of my books is called The Archaic Revival. The 20th century, which is a vast stage crowded with different kinds of competing social phenomena, art movements, so forth and so on. Nevertheless, I think the entire thing is illuminated by the notion that what it is about is an impulse toward archaism. That in the sciences, the arts, everywhere, the archaic ideal is raising its protean head. And it begins with Freud in the early years of the 20th century, discovering by interviewing these Viennese bourgeois housewives that, human beings were brutes, and that, incest, rape, all the stuff was right below the surface. The rediscovery of the beast. And, certainly Germany developed that theme up into the 40s. Meanwhile, people were bringing African masks to Paris, and Cubism was basing its early theory on the deconstruction of primitive art. Meanwhile, people like Eric Satie were abandoning the canons of classical composition in music, and the 12-tone row was being experimented. Jazz was being given new attention, and for its primitiveness, its rhythm, its sense of something beyond the reach of civilization. Meanwhile, the deconstruction of painting that had begun with Impressionism, which, Impressionism is simply 20 minutes into LSD, had gone deeper, had developed, first of all, into the deconstructive spirit of Dada, where people tore up telephone directories and rang bells while they, did something else. In other words, the absurd appears for the first time, an enormous theme in 20th century life, just the incoherent idiocy of it all. And then surrealism, taking up the Freudian tune, begins to portray these worlds of distorted association and so forth and so on. Well, all this is about boundary dissolution. It was happening on the Bohemian left. It was happening on the fascist right. The rise of Marxism is a collectivist theory of society, very concerned with collectivism, so forth and so on. And then, enormous changes. Auschwitz, the atom bomb, space flight. And now where we are is, for 10, 15 years, there has been this awareness that it is about direct experience of the numinous. And it's been hideously marketed and raped by the entrepreneurial instinct, and peddled back to us as dozens of New Age cults diced up and presented as different from each other. But the impulse toward this authentic dissolving experience is real. It was there in Theosophy. It was there in the Beats. It came up through the hippies. It survived the trivialization of the New Age. And it has now found its way into the youth culture, into rave and house music and that whole thing. And it's healthier than it ever was. Well, the central figure in all of this, when you get it down to the idea that a culture must have a culture hero, meaning a paradigmatic ideal to constellate around, the central figure, it has been realized, is the shaman, who is, this person of indeterminate depth. Everyone else has a determinable depth. They are the linear cardboard people walking around. But the shaman is of indeterminate depth. That's why that's the secret of Carlos Castaneda's magic. He creates a literary character that in any other culture would be deemed mythical, but because of our attitude toward the depth of the shaman, we can't tell. We can't tell. And we deputize this kind of depth in rock stars, in culture heroes of various sorts, and worshipped that for the past 20 years or so. Well, then slowly it has dawned that the position of worshiper is not the most satisfying position. The only position that satisfies is to be that thing. And then at that point you're at the psychedelic crossroads, I think, because you will either make a how can I put it? Well, a conservative decision and seek a guru of some sort and be lost in that, which is a whole shell game, or you will simply cut through the human domain and make a pact with a plant, a substance, and then you will, at that moment, be at the threshold of your adulthood. That's leaving home. Home is culture. Home is this fabric of imaginary values that have been created and maintained by a pathological culture. And so, it's a personal thing, ultimately. Very controversial, not easy to do. And then once done, it has to be integrated, dealt with, thought about. And that, as far as I can tell, is a task that extends well beyond the yawning grave.
When you talked about the dream, it reminded me of the Aboriginal culture, and that's kind of how they live their lives in the dream time. Is that what you're talking about, living in the dream, being in touch with?
Yeah, to some degree. I don't know that much about Aboriginals. I'm interested. I read Bruce Chatwin's book, Songlines, and I found it absolutely fascinating. And if you want an example, I'll talk about it for a minute because it bears on something I'm very interested in. Part of the transformation that I think is going to happen to us lies in the way we deal with language neurologically. Because under the influence of psychedelics, especially short-acting tryptamines like DMT, you experience phenomena which seem to be transformations of the language modality. And I've described this stuff as visible language, that you can actually sing meaning into visible existence. And I've seen this on ayahuasca. This is what ayahuasca is about. The famous group states of mind that anthropologists talk about. What they really are three-dimensional acoustical sculptures that are made by groups of people who are loaded. And it's an extraordinary thing. It's an experience you can't have any other way. And it's not quite telepathy, or perhaps more than telepathy. And the key concept in communications is bandwidth. Bandwidth. The more bandwidth you have, the more detail, color, tone you can impart to your signal. Well, a very low bandwidth channel is the small mouth noise channel. This is about as primitive as it gets. Short of doing it in Morse code, doing it by voice is very, very, it's amazing that we understand each other at all. And in fact, you may have noticed one of the most uncool things you can do is ask somebody, would you explain to me what I just said? And they say, oh dear, I'm afraid I was, generally, and a lot of floundering around. In these ayahuasca states, what you see are group-generated acoustical hallucinations. And because ayahuasca is composed of psychedelic compounds which occur in normal brain chemistry, in other words, nothing exotic to human brain tissue is present, it raises the question, well, how close is normal metabolic chemistry to be having an ability to do this? And the answer is, nobody knows, but very, very close. The pineal gland produces adenyroglumorotropin, which is a beta-carboline. 6-methoxytetrahydroharmalan occurs, or maybe it is adenyroglumorotropin, I can't remember. Anyway, there are active beta-carbolines produced in brain metabolism. And language is such an odd phenomenon anyway in our species. Notice that you have to have two people to do it, which raises a real question about how you get that coordinated the first time out. And it's a behavior. It isn't an organ. It isn't like my arm, my nose. It's a behavior. And a learned behavior. And yet a behavior so much more complex than any other behavior you ever learn. If the average person could walk like the average person could talk, they would be a prima ballerina of the Russian ballet. It's very interesting that we have such facility for the linguistic enterprise, and how it evolves. It's changing all the time. And is it just changing in a kind of forward lateral direction, or is there some kind of vertical gain here? Can we actually describe things better to each other than the ancient Greeks could describe things to each other? Can we say things which they couldn't say, or anything of consequence? And I maintain yes. I maintain that culture, freeways, international airports, and so forth and so on, that's just the trailing edge of evolving language. Well, so here's a story which relates to this, that is in Bruce Chatwin's book, Songlines. There are these things called songlines which cross Australia, and they can be thousands of miles long. And if you're a shaman and one of these things crosses your territory, then you are the keeper of the song of that part of the line. You must learn and keep this song. There are 137 Aboriginal languages in Australia. So these people did the following thing. They went to a place near one end of the song line, and they recorded a shaman singing his song of that place. And then they went 2,000 miles to another part of the same song line, and they found the songkeeper of that place. And they played the guy's song for him. And it was in a language he didn't speak, and he had never been away from his own home. He had never been to this place. So he listened to the song, and after a while, he began to sing with it. Not the words, but the melody. And he sang with it. The way you could sing with green sleeves if you didn't know the words, but you heard the melody. And then, after it was over, he said, the man who sang this song, his place is a butte with 3 mountains, and eucalyptus filling the valley, and a red rock like a lizard over here. So then they tried to analyze, what is happening here? Is this telepathy? Is it magic? What is it? And I think the key to understanding it lies in, I've recently seen, you can actually buy for about $600 a piece of software where you glue electrodes to your head and sit down in front of your computer, and you see an undulating landscape of neural readouts that look, lo and behold, like mountains, valleys, escarpments. It's like a visit to Utah. And I am convinced that what's happening is that when the shaman listens to the first shaman's song, he does not process the sound the way we do. He processes it the way this computer is processing this neurological input, and what he's seeing is an acoustical environment of sound, and he can see the place. The song is the way it is because the song is not a song. The song is a hologrammatic acoustogram of the topology of the land through which the song line passes. These people are called the most primitive people in the world, remember? So I just recently became aware of this. It's very exciting to me. I'm interested in this software, but this is the kind of thing that lies out there. Because you see, the world arrives at the surface of your skin as one thing, but the senses bifurcate the incoming signal. The light goes to the eyes, the acoustical signal goes to the ears, the tactile signal is conveyed through the skin, and so then when we reconstruct the world, the wells are showing rather prominently in the model, and what happens with the psychedelics is, it seems as though somewhere deep in the brain there is an organ or a program that can take all of the incoming sensory data and actually recombine it into a synesthetic whole, which is neither seen nor felt nor heard, but which is, hologrocht or something, a sense which unites all of the other senses. And that's what I call going into this informational superspace. That's what the psychedelic experience is. It reunifies the sensory datum of the world. And I might add, the whole world, not the surface of the world, which is what is conveyed to us by light, but the internal dimension of transcendence, which is in the world, is also present. Yeah.
It's very interesting that you mentioned that binding together of the senses. I attended a conference earlier this year called Florida Scientific Basis for Consciousness in Arizona, and a number of the presentations focused on the way in which the brain operates when this binding takes place. And it turns out that different cortical groups start to talk to one another by oscillating together in phase.
Right.
And when they're phase locked like that, then they bind this information into a whole. And I'm reminded of the research of Michael Persinger up at Laurentian University in Canada, who has been focusing on the electromagnetic field of the Earth and its effect on the brain. In particular, he's been interested in the correlation between earthquake activity and ghost sightings and such like. But he's pointed out that the Earth's magnetic field is ringing like a bell, and that the main power of oscillation is around 10 hertz, which is happens to be the alpha rhythm in the human brain. And he's postulated that in some cases, brains can phase lock the geomagnetic field, and that the geomagnetic field oscillations can serve as a kind of a carrier frequency to bind these cortical resonances basically together for brief periods of time. And has speculated that this might be the source for ESP-like activity. Are you familiar with that theory?
Yeah, he wrote a wonderful book called Space-Time Transience and Unusual Events. He's been very creative with using the electromagnetic field as an explanation for all kinds of things, and I'm totally open-minded to that. His work is very interesting. It does seem to be true that along earthquake faults you do get piezoelectric buildup and release. And the world is full of bizarre phenomena. Some of you may have seen in Science News last week, for the first time they have confirmed these enormous blue and red lights above 75,000 feet in the atmosphere. Airline pilots have been seeing these things for years. There was no theory, nobody knew what they were. Now NASA dedicated an expedition, one of their aircraft, to looking at this, and they got thousands of images of these things, and it's an electrical phenomenon theory doesn't account for, and nobody knows what it means. I'm on one level, I'm sympathetic to Persinger and that approach to explaining some of these things, and I do think the place has been overlooked in importance. On another level, this is a very hard thing to talk about, but there is like what I call linguistic viruses, which infect the effort to communicate. And they're very hard to catch at work. So, and it has to do with how can people believe things which are absurd. And it's very interesting to spend time with people who believe that things are something which is absurd. And a lot of people bring raps to me that they want confirmation or disconfirmation on. And I passed this way last night when I talked about the rules of evidence. The standard of discourse has decayed to the point where it's very hard to get any kind of consensus about anything, because most people participating don't know how the game is played. And linguistic viruses really are responsible for much more of reality than we suppose. I suppose I can't really talk about this without stepping on somebody's toes. So let me pick. Well, for example, crop circles. Crop circles are important, and what was going on at the England end was these things were absurd. I mean, you had only to see one to understand what was going on, and to see that a confluence of British eccentricity, ripe grain, a certain ambiance in the air was allowing these things to come into being, and then the media was fanning it into existence. Well, now, how does this work? Talking of coupled oscillators and Persinger and all that. Pardon me?
Repeat that law.
Oh, that the paranormal phenomenon has an impact in an inverse square relationship to the distance you are from the event. You see? Because here's how it works. The media is reporting the onrushing phenomenon of existence. Stock markets, wars, diplomatic meetings, gangster killings, so forth and so on. Then something weird happens. Now, I have a job, you have a job. We note that something weird has happened, but it doesn't affect us. But scattered through the society, there are people who, when they open their paper and say, strange pattern in Wheatfield near Wiltshire, they look and say, aha, I knew it. This is what we've been waiting for. This is the sign. And they jump in their car and they drive to Wiltshire to look at the crop circle. And they get there first. Well, then comes the press. And they say, well, what is this? Say, well, the farmer doesn't know. And everybody's standing around. And finally, the weird person takes courage and says, well, actually, I've been studying a peculiar form of biological energy for some 30 years, and my theory, and you're off and running at that point. And so weirdness attracts weirdos, who then interpret the weirdness very weirdly, because they came with sharpened axes to grind, you see. And the crop circle thing was a test case for this. This is why I spend so much time on it. It did no credit to anybody. The occult just went sailing over the edge. And science hardly behaved any better, because there was this guy, if any of you are interested in this, there's a wonderful book called Around in Circles by Jim Schnabel that goes into all this. But there was a fellow named Terence McKenna who was a meteorologist. And when the first crop circles appeared and the weirdos began talking about telluric forces, messages from Atlantis, and so forth and so on, he jumped into the fray and said, nonsense, nonsense. This is a meteorological phenomenon. In the warm days of summer, on the lee side of these certain kinds of hills, a kind of circular low-pressure wind can get going, and this is nothing to get excited about, and we've got the statistics and so forth and so on. And the press loved him. They loved him as much as the screwballs. And they would put him on, and first they would interview the mad people, and then Terence McKenna would come on and poo-poo it away. So that was the first year of the crop circles. The next year, the crop circles became considerably more elaborate, with arrows coming off of them and zigzags and so forth and so on. Bring Terence McKenna on to the scene. And he says, well, you know, the new field of dynamic instability indicates that the mathematical solutions to these breakdown states are very complicated and unusual patterns. And so then the next year, it was inconceivably complex, the crop circles. Meanwhile, crop circle time is in the springtime. It's dead in the winter because the fields are empty. So Meaden had used the winter time to go to the Institute of Electrostatic Physics in Nagoya, and came back full of talk about roving plasmic fields and this sort of thing. And armed with the roving plasmic fields, no crop circle was too bizarre to not be proclaimed the product of natural forces. And this went on. And finally, BBC Two, and you can think about this what you like, but they made a crop circle in frustration with this whole thing. They made a crop circle. And among the crop circle cognoscenti, there are certain moves that are the favorite moves, that are the authenticating moves, the no human being could possibly do it moves. And so the BBC Two people made a very good crop circle. And they brought Terence Meaden out and said, Terence, we've just spotted one over here, and we'll get you right to the scene before the tourists get there. And they toured with him, and he pointed out, the distinguishing characteristics, no doubt about it. And then they sat him down in the center of this field, and they said, Terence, we made it. And, it's a horrible thing, actually, to see a grown man cry. Because, he is devastated. And then, and this is just one of moments. Rupert, my comrade in arms, Sheldrake, was one of the people who sponsored the contest that basically put the crop circles out of business, because the claims were fantastic, no person could do this, so forth and so on. So what they did is they got farmers to donate 10-acre tracts of English corn, which is wheat, and for 50 pounds you could enter. And everybody had to make the same crop circle, which was one chosen to have all the difficult little schmiggies in it. And you could use no lights. You had to go into the field at 10 p.m. and be out by 4 a.m. And at dawn, the helicopters flew over with the video crews, and then crop circles were toured on the ground and awards were made. And this guy, Jim Schnabel, who wrote this book I mentioned, by himself, in total darkness, in 2.5 hours, made the winning entry. And it was a very close tie between him and a helicopter crew from a nearby airbase who also made one. So, and yet, and this is to some degree the whole point of the story, and yet there are people whose eyes fill with tears when I do this rap, because they haven't heard. And it will never die now, I'm convinced. It's an informational virus loose in the world, and crop circles will occasionally appear, and but it was really a breakout that was so predictable from the unconscious that it amazed me while it was going on how many friendships were strained over this thing.
Wasn't that kind of also a recapitulation of the history of the Catholic Church?
And the fall of the Ming Dynasty. I believe. Yes.
But I think there's like a virus embedded within the virus here, because part of what happens when these sorts of things erupt onto the media scene, and this is true for UFO, whenever one of those outbursts takes place, is that there's this incredible elaboration and complexity that emerged in the kinds of stories that people are telling. The abduction thing would be the latest. By the way, Persinger's involved in that too, by showing that electromagnetic fields to the brain can induce weird, out-of-the-body experiences. But in the case of crop circles, they've been reported for many decades, but they've not received much attention. They're just little circles that have a spiral pattern in them, and they've been seen around the world. And my personal view is that there's probably a series of different phenomena that have been shuffled into one category, but when the media gets hold of them, all crop circles are the same. And when fractal design starts showing up outside the university campus there, the Mandelbrot set, which is one of the most ridiculous of the crop circle patterns, the media presents the image that these are all the same. They're all the same phenomena. And so consequently, probably, I wouldn't be surprised that Mead might be right at some level that there are dust devil-like phenomena.
No, I agree with you completely. I mean, they tracked down a 1733 account of something called the Devil's Mower. And, I grew up in western Colorado, and part of my rite of initiation into manhood was enforced elk hunting on horseback every autumn. And we would come upon these places in the forest that had been whirled down. And the explanation was just these are deadfalls from whirlwinds. But it always seemed to me, had anybody ever seen one of these things occur? It was a very odd explanation. Yes, it's about informational distortion and decay. You're quite right. I went to a flying saucer convention against my better judgment, and I learned more. My opinion about flying saucers evolved more over that weekend than in the previous 30 years of being interested in flying saucers. And I was, read all the books, all the special cases. I knew the data and all that, but I had never hung out with flying saucer people. And it was so obviously a private Idaho that I just couldn't wait to get away. And I think, I don't know, there are two impulses in the human psyche, and at least two in this case. And I just don't resonate with believers in anything. I mean, I get insulting to Buddhists, for God's sake. I mean, it's just something about their smugness and their whole bit that just brings, I just want to squash it. So you can imagine how I behave in the presence of Scientologists and the rest of it. Belief is it's a form of infantilism. There is no grounds for believing anything. And the flying saucer thing, I went to this conference imagining that what I would meet would be a whole bunch of really interesting, sincere people who wanted to discuss the phenomenon of unexplained things in the sky and contacting human beings. And what I found was, booth after booth of people who had all the answers. All the answers. Learn how a nearby planet reduced crime by 500%. I got news for you. Not even God can reduce crime by 500%. Once you've reduced it 100%, you've got it. So I said, this was the quality of thinking that was going on. And then there were a lot of really scary people in brown leather shoes with thin smiles and cheap suits who were clearly third-rate, semi-retired intelligence hacks who were there to keep the flock headed in the right direction. And people wanted to talk about experiments on human fetal tissue that go on in underground laboratories out in Arizona through the connivance of the CIA and the Palladian High Command. And you just think, well, I've got to call my broker. I'll get back to you on that. I mean, I don't know. To me, if you can't, well, it's an aesthetic thing. It's an aesthetic thing. I believe that great weirdness stalks the universe. That's not the issue with me. But it's not tacky. It is not tacky. And people who wear low-cut gowns with a lot of sequins on them and tiaras and pass out flying saucer-shaped business cards, that's tacky. And so it can't be so. I know this. I've never been wrong. If intelligence fails, aesthetics will pull you through. This is, and people don't like this part of me. I don't make it comfortable for other squirrels. I don't share the branch very generously. A place where I've gotten into lots of trouble is with the face on Mars. I mean, I just have not got enough unpleasant things to say about the face on Mars, everybody connected with it, the very idea. I mean, talk about something which should never have been let out of the box. That's it. I mean, the idea of a tchotchke 17 by 11 miles in size just gives me the heebie-jeebies. I don't want to know those aliens. They should go back where they came from and take their tchotchke with them. We need people who can build in light and balance planetary ecologies and do really cool things. Massive Earth-moving projects we've been there, we've done that.
We never went to the moon either. Books will appear on these subjects. One of the interesting things about UFO experience, though, and the other kinds of phenomena that you're talking about is the potential for the manipulation of belief systems. This is something Jacques Vallée talks about in his books, that there's a kind of a sinister undertone that the military is bringing people in who are UFO diehards and saying, look at these documents, we can prove that there's this majestic group, and then snatching them back, and UFO enthusiasts go out and tell the world about it, and launch stories about aliens under the deserts in Nevada collaborating with the military. And the newspapers pick it up. They completely poo-pooed. Meanwhile, the tests of a new spy plane called Project Aurora that travels 6 times the speed of sound and leaves this blue, it's like a traveling blue ball of light that's clearly a UFO. And if anybody sees it traveling over the desert and picks up the phone and calls the paper, nobody will report it.
No, it's clear that those black projects, and Aurora is the one, is being run out there, and that's very exciting. I mean, a plane that can fly to orbit. Yeah.
Terence, what is your opinion on the biosphere? Did you get into that at all with John Allen and the whole stick there?
I didn't. I knew those people in the early 80s. 83, 81 in the Amazon. They said they were headed for Mars. I don't know. They are derivative of J.G. Bennett's school of Gurdjieff. And I have a rule, which is I'm against any group that keeps secrets. And Gurdjieffians keep secrets. I'm not against Gurdjieffians per se. In fact, it's kind of too bad they get into the category. But secret keeping is a bad habit. And if you tell me a secret, I'll probably tell it. Nobody ever told me not to say anything. So I've followed them with interest over the years. It's too bad it's another thing led by a middle-aged white guy, but they seem to have the pull. But I want to return to something you said. I mean, this can be the last thing about flying saucers, but let me give you my conclusion from this weekend of how the whole flying saucer thing worked. I mean, this is just one person's opinion, but this is how I explain it to myself. As you know, in 1947, the Rainier lights appeared, and if you that was the first big modern flying saucer sighting and set off the whole modern flying saucer phenomenon. Well, cast your mind back to the ambiance of 1947. The atom bomb was in 45, the defeat of Germany. The H-bomb was under development. Einstein was advising Truman. I mean, people were on the brink of things they could not understand. Nobody knew what the H-bomb really meant. What does it mean that we can do this? And they said, well, we don't know. Maybe the universe is monitored. And what we're doing is so outrageous that maybe it will bring those who do the monitoring. And then they began to get these reports of these things in the sky and said, my God, this must be it. And there were very high-level government secret commissions set up, and they began to study the flying saucers furiously. And they penetrated all those groups. And they penetrated this flying saucer thing from one end to the other, and I'm talking 47 to, say, 54. And they studied it, and they studied it, and Carl Jung was brought in, and all kinds of people were brought in. And at the end of that period, they concluded that what it was, they actually understood it. They concluded that it was the cosmic giggle. They concluded that it was that unreducible nub of nuttiness that haunts reality, and that it was not a threat to the security of North American air defenses. That was their question. Is this a military problem for us? And by 54 or so, they had decided whatever this is, a linguistic virus, a mass hallucination of whatever it is not a problem for the military defense of North America. But they had spent millions infiltrating and completely taking over the weirdest group of screwballs you can imagine, the flying saucer hardcore cultists. And they said, well, these people will believe anything. We know that because we've been to their meetings, we've read their publications. What should we do with them? Should we just withdraw all our agents and let them go back to whatever they were doing? And the answer was no. These people will become a pool for experiments in manipulation of information, control of belief systems, response to propaganda. A whole bunch of black box psychological and programming and informational kinds of research will be done on this pool of people because they're so weird. If they start telling their relatives that they're hearing voices in the head or something like that, their relatives and friends are just going to say, so what else is new? You've been talking like this for years. And I think it was kept like that right up until the present moment. But I think it's very low budget. This is not high priority for the CIA. They're sending, as I said, semi-retired guys in scuffed brown shoes who are definitely over the hill, but they shepherd the group along. And as you said, they release these outlandish documents and then they pull them back, and some guy comes forward and says it's all a fraud, and I know because I was on the inside and I was the one paid to tell you all these things. And then somebody else comes forward and says, no, he's a walk-in and has an implant and it wasn't that way at all. And it's sort of like the JFK assassination. There is no bedrock there. There is no ground zero. And I find these things sort of spooky. I think it's bad mental hygiene to spend too much time with squirrels, and that you don't know, put down that groundhog, baby Elizabeth, you don't know where it's been.
What is truth, Terence?
Oh, that's an easier question. What one is sure of? Very little, I would think. Well, I'm getting ready to say nothing. I guess that's what it is. Everything is provisional. What I believe in is what I called, and I mentioned it last night, the felt presence of immediate experience, the primary datum. I'm very aware that everything else is a construct moving out from that. And so the primary datum is the first level of being. but to say I believe in it. You know, in Western philosophy, Descartes, and that would be in like 1625, said, cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am. And that seemed to make sense for 200 years. It was an effort to get back to the most basic statement you could make. I, the given, think, the datum of immediate experience. But then the therefore is an enormous abyss of assumption that may have made sense to Descartes, but it does not make sense to modern people. I think what we can say is, I think. If you're not thinking, then you are no more than the onrush of your metabolism and not greatly different from your cat or your dog. Well, thinking, we're not making here a distinction between thinking and feeling. What I mean when I say thinking, or the felt presence of immediate experience, is more like what most people call feeling. It's the awareness of being, you know, in its most simple sense. Now, then there is this curious congruency, which is not well understood by anybody, I mean, between mathematics and nature. So we have now a couple more things to play with. We have the felt presence of immediate experience, the I which feels, and then we have as mental objects in the given datum of experience both mathematical structures and the given natural world. And there is some deep and profound congruence between these two, and the relationship is not understood by anybody. I mean, to me, this is really the question. Why does mathematics describe nature? That's a deeper question than most. And so I live by questions. I don't see how you can live any other way. I mean, you have to remember we're animals, we're meat, we're specks of replicating organic chemistry on the surface of a planet. If we can make a model of our environment that seems to us a sufficiently clear mirror, that is probably about as far as you can go. The idea that we can actually cognize the dynamic of being is well, it's a noble hope. I try to do it. I mean, I actually try to create a complete explanation, but I always call them models because you have to throw them away. You have to keep adding to the model and then throwing it away. The real justification for psychedelics is that they feed new data into your model. You know, what we're doing is triangulating points in some kind of phase space. And if you go to Paris, you know more about reality than people who don't. And if you smoke DMT, you know more about reality than people who don't. And so the idea is to triangulate a sufficiently large number of data points in your set of experience that you can make a model of the world that is not imprisoning. That's why, second to psychedelics, I think travel is the most boundary-dissolving educational enterprise that you can get mixed up in. Yeah.
The original prediction was that there would be a deep plunge into novelty in 1996. There would be the deepest plunge in the 90s. But that was based on my mathematics before John Sheliak corrected it. Once his corrections were factored in, it showed that there was a deep plunge into novelty where I said it was in 96. But that it wasn't the deepest, it was the second deepest. The deepest was, I believe, in 93, in fall of 93, which was right when the internet was going public and the World Wide Web was coming into being and all that was happening. The plunge that I predicted in 96, I felt pretty good about, because right near the place where I predicted the maximum amount of novelty, we got within 10 days of each other the announcement of the Martian meteorite with fossils in it, which has since been hassled over royally. I'm aware of that. But still, I think it was a watershed moment. The President of the United States felt the need to address the nation on the subject of extraterrestrial life. Was a rare moment. And then within 8 days of that announcement was the announcement of Dolly, the cloning of the sheep in England, which again, if certain scenarios come to pass, that will be a moment, the point the human race passed, from which there was no going back then, because basically, if you can clone a sheep, you can clone a human being. And these technologies are all rushing upon us. I mean, the body is being dissolved as much by advanced medical technology as it is by cyberspace and the internet. I read this amazing story recently, set slightly in the future, and this guy has been in this very bad accident, and virtually nothing has survived but his brain. But they have a medical technology that they can take a fragment of flesh and clone him, and then with hormones rapidly age the infant, so that in 2 years there will be a brand new adult body for his brain to be transplanted in. And these people have this fantastic medical policy, but the fine print says that the brain can be kept alive, must be kept alive by a medically approved method, but the insurance company reserves the right to choose the cheapest method. And the cheapest method is implant into the body wall of the co-signatory of the insurance policy. So this woman carries her husband's brain for 2 years inside her body cavity while his body is being grown to manhood for the transplant. Oh, it's a dilemma we all may face someday. Yes. Yeah.
I wanted to ask you about novelty and psychedelics and the language that changes through the use of that. I remember reading the Lena Chizina saying that the non-tuning story deepens language to her after people like Washington came down as against the stuff. They slate instead the English. For Catholic Russians too. I don't know.
Harvard mushrooms.
I don't know. And I haven't spoken with people that have Higgin DNA and DRT. Yet the 60s very much. The people I've talked to, the damn something was so overwhelming they could not even understand the language. I haven't read about this stuff.
Well, one place, there aren't many places you can read about it. One place you can read about it is there's a book edited by Michael Harner called Hallucinogens and Shamanism, Oxford University Press. And there's an essay in there by Henry Munn called The Mushrooms of Language, which is one of the most eloquent and beautiful essays ever written on psilocybin. It's so wonderful. Henry Munn. Then harder to get, but equally interesting, is a doctoral study that a guy named Horace Beach did at CIIS, and it's called something like The Perception of Audio Phenomenon Under the Influence of Psilocybin. And he interviewed Bay Area psilocybin heads about their experiences with language, and it's very interesting. This is a very interesting area of discussion. on DMT and on psilocybin, and they are closely related, psilocybin being 4-phosphoryloxyN and dimethyltryptamine, the phosphorylated form of DMT, though they do not degrade into one pathway in the body. It's a parallel pathway. DMT is NN dimethyltryptamine. These psychedelics particularly seem to impact the language-forming portion of the brain. And this produces truly bizarre states of mind, because it's the language-forming part of your brain that is explaining to you moment to moment what is going on. You know, now I am eating, now I am having sex, now I am flashing on DMT. And when that part of the brain gets foobarred, then you really do have a puzzlement on your hands, because the machinery of description itself has been caught up in the process. On DMT, these entities, these machine-like, diminutive, shape-shifting, faceted machine elf-type creatures that come bounding out of the state. They come bounding out of my stereo speakers if I have my eyes open. They are like, they're elfin embodiments of syntactical intent. Somehow syntax, which is normally the invisible architecture behind language, has moved into the foreground. And you can see it. I mean, it's doing calisthenics and acrobatics in front of you. It's crawling all over you. And what's happened is that your categories have been scrambled or something, and this thing which is normally supposed to be invisible and in the background and an abstraction has come forward and is doing handsprings right in front of you. And the thing makes linguistic objects. It sheds syntactical objectification so that it comes toward you. They come toward you, they divide, they merge, they're bounding, they're screaming, they're squeaking, and they hold out objects which they sing into existence or which they pull out of some other place. And these things are like jewels and lights, but also like consomme and old farts and yesterday and high speed. In other words, they are made of juxtapositions of qualities that are impossible in three-dimensional space. What they're like is, and in fact this is probably what they are, what they're like 3 and 4 and 5-dimensional puns. And you know how the pleasure of a pun lies in the fact that it's not that the meaning flickers from A to B, it's that it's simultaneously A and B. And when the pun is really funny, it's an A, B, C, D pun, and it's simultaneously all these things. Well, that quality, which in our experience can only occur to an acoustical output, or a glyph, which stands for an acoustical output, in other words, a printed pun, in the DMT world, objects can do this. Objects can simultaneously manifest more than one nature at once. And like a pun, the result is always funny. It's amusing. You cannot help but be delighted by this thing doing this thing. Well, so these syntactical animals or these linguistic elves are pulling this stuff out and gesturing with it, pushing it in your face, saying, look at this, and you are fascinated, pulled into it, because each one is, what? How can this be happening? It's not, we're not in the world anymore. We're not in the world. No artist, however gifted, could make one of these objects because they have qualities, extremely difficult to language qualities that no object in this world has. And so you're trying to wrap your mind and say, my God, what is it? Because in spite of the fact that it's just a little thing, you can tell by looking at it that its implications are earth-shaking. In other words, that if I could suddenly pull one of these things out of hyperspace and we would all look at it, we would all realize that that was the ball game right there. That somehow this proved it, was it, did it, ended it, started it, made it clear. How can this be? Well, I don't know. You had to be there, sort of. And then what lies behind this, or as you try to analyze the situation, you realize that that these objects that these things are making are made by utterances. That sound is how this trick is done. And meanwhile, these things are saying or beaming at you. The general vibe is, strangely enough, do not give way to astonishment. Do not abandon yourself to wonder. Get a grip. Try to get a grip and notice what we're doing. Pay attention. This is the mantra. Pay attention. Pay attention. Well, somebody once asked me, is it dangerous? And the answer is only if you fear death by astonishment. But death by astonishment is entirely possible. I'm not kidding. I mean, you are so fucking astonished that you've never felt your astonishment circuits get a workout like that before. I mean, what is astonishment in this world? It's like, oh, haha, this is a different form of astonishment. This is, So, and then the whole notion that's being pushed here is do this thing, do this activity, do as we do. And you can sort of feel your intentionality or your inner something or other reorganizing, and there's this like heat. It's quite akin to heartburn. I won't metaphysicize it, but heat in your stomach, and it just moves up, and then your mouth flies open, and this stuff comes out, which is a very highly articulated, syntactically controlled, non-English, non-European language behavior of some sort. Not, strictly speaking, though I call it glossolalia, it strictly speaking is not glossolalia. Glossolalia has been carefully studied, and it's a trance-like state. On the floors of these Pentecostal churches in Guatemala, they measured pools of saliva 16 inches across from people who were in ecstatic glossolalia. This is much more conscious, much more controlled. It's almost like a kind of spontaneous singing, but your mind steps aside and this linguistic stuff comes out and you can see it. That's the amazing thing. It is not to be heard, even though it is carried as an acoustical signal. Its meaning resides in what happens to it when the acoustical signal is processed by the visual cortex. That's the important thing. It is a new kind of language. It's a visible, three-dimensional language. It's not something I ever heard about or any mystical tradition I ever heard about anticipated. But it says the process or the project of language, which according to academic linguists began no more than 50,000 years ago, the process of doing language in us is not yet finished. And this thing we do with small mouth noises and each of us consulting our own learned dictionary and quickly decoding each other's intent, this is a stumble bomb, cobbled together, half-assed way to do language. And what we're on the brink of, or what these psychedelic states seem to hold out, is a much more seamless kind of fusion of minds by generating topological manifolds that we look at rather than that we localize into designated meaning. And I didn't mention ayahuasca in this rap, but ayahuasca being along with the mushrooms, a natural and shamanically used for many millennia doorway into these places. And what you find in ayahuasca groups in the upriver tribal situation is people that the whole way the ayahuasca taking is set up is to facilitate singing. The shamans get loaded, then they sing, then they go outside and take a leak and smoke and talk. And in those intervals, you hear people say things like, I liked the violet, yellow part, but I thought the olive drab with the silver spattering was way over the top. And you think, what kind of a critique of a song is that? Well, it's the critique of a song that is designed to be looked at. Nobody talks about the sound. Everybody talks about the visual impression left by the sound. And it was these groups, these ayahuasca-taking groups, that when the German ethnographers got into the Amazon in the early part of the 20th century, they called this chemical telepathy. They recognized, that, and the reputation of ayahuasca is group states of mind. Well, if you're naive, then you think you're going to hear everybody thinking. No, you're going to see everyone thinking. You're going to see what people mean. And it's not that surprising when you think of it, because obviously the world arrives at the surface of our skin as a seamless body of electromagnetic and acoustical and pheromonal data. It's just that our eyes, our nostrils, our ears, our skin, we break up this incoming flow of data. And now we're close to McLuhan country here. I think what this hints at is that print skewed our perceptual apparatus, or our style of parsing perceptual data toward the acoustic space, so that for us thought became a voice, and very early in the Western tradition this is so. Jehovah is a voice in the Old Testament. The Logos is a voice in Hellenistic philosophy. We're the people of the voice. But apparently, there's a passage in Philo-Judaeus where he talks about the etymology of the word Israel. And he says Israel means he who sees God. He who sees God. And then he says, poses the question to himself, what is the more perfect logos? And then he says, the more perfect logos is that logos which goes from being heard to being seen without ever passing over a moment of noticeable transition. Well, I've actually seen this happen in psychedelic states, where you will be lying in silent darkness. You hear distant music. And as the music gets closer, it's like a band with lights and drums coming over a hill. As the music gets louder, it seems to physically approach, and a confusion of light turns into, pa, brass band, dancing elves, cavorting harlequins, and less easily described denizens of the imagination. And then it all goes thumping and marching past and disappears. But it's a perfect example of light and sound arriving together in the hallucinogenic space. the fact that we've talked here or mentioned that we have DMT in our pineal glands, in our brains, what we haven't said is we also have compounds in that same organ, very much like what's in ayahuasca. Occurring in the human pineal gland is a compound called adenosine. But when you give it its physical chemical nomenclature, it turns out it's 6-methoxy-tetrahydroharmalan. It's a very near relative of harmine and harmaline. So it doesn't strain me to believe that perhaps in looking at this phenomenon, we have actually put our finger on the place, the cutting edge of the evolution of consciousness right now at the biochemical level. What's happening is there is a shifting or an acceleration of the concentration of harmine-like alkaloids and DMT in the human pineal, and it's affecting our ability to process language, and it's pushing and exacerbating a bias toward visual understanding. And I see this then also reinforced and accelerated by the evolution of media. In the last 150 years, we go from photography to color photography to moving colored photography with sound, with stereophonic sound, and pointing toward virtual reality with more and more money to be made at each step of the way. And clearly, with the amounts of money now, we're outspending defense for entertainment. We will produce simulacrums of imaginary worlds. And, engineering bench tests will be to make it as much like Hawaii as possible or as much like Tibet as possible. But what people will really want to do with these things is make worlds as strange as we can stand that are in these virtual places. So whether it comes through a natural evolution of the human nervous system or the evolution of an advanced interface with prostheses that create virtual realities, I think the transformation of how we do language is part of this acceleration into singularity. Yeah.
I believe you made a reference in one of your books to Julian James' book, The Origin of Consciousness, and I got it by him in mind. And the way we evolved, and God was like an auditory hallucination, or I guess our consciousness really developed. We were thinking things.
Yeah, Julian James, it didn't win him too many friends, but he wrote a big book and had this theory that this thing, which we call the ego, is so recent in human beings that it actually didn't exist at the time of Homer. And he goes into Homer and he shows that the God always breaks through in situations of crisis and danger. And he felt that before Homeric times, people were essentially like ants or something. That their behavior was largely instinctual, and that the only time they encountered this phenomenon of free will, the interrupting of the instinctual pattern, was in situations of great crisis and impending danger. And then this thing would literally almost come out of the sky and say, "Get your ass out of there, save yourself." Well, then over time, this ability to access this higher informational thing was like, again, the metaphor of encysted, closed over with the membrane of the self and made part of the machinery of the self, and that this is what the ego is. The ego is a Greek god that you have frozen like an ice cube behind your eyes, and that you think you are this thing. And that, this is just a cultural myth. a necessary weird idea, no more a true statement about the nature of the mind of the hominidae than anything else. One of the conclusions that novelty theory leads to in terms of its feedback into social, here and now stuff, is the idea that culture is not your friend, that culture is an impediment to understanding what's going on. That's why, to my mind, the word cult and the word culture have a direct relationship to each other. Culture is a cult, and if you feel revulsion at the thought of somebody, offering to the great carrot or tithing to some squirrely notion, just notice that your own culture is an extremely repressive cult that leads to all kinds of humiliation and degradation and automatic and unquestioned and unthinking behavior. There's a tendency to want to celebrate culture, springing both from the French deconstructionists and their fascination with culture, and then the effort to build pride through ethnicity thing. Well, that's all very fine, but I think the cultures we should all revere are our ancestral cultures. The cultures most of us have our roots in, the actual culture we came from, was probably fairly squirrely. I mean, the American family is what keeps American psychotherapy alive and well. And this is a cauldron for the production of neurosis and, in some cases, little else. So, part of what psychedelics do is they decondition you from cultural values. This is what makes it such a political hot potato. If there's anything, since all culture is a kind of con game, the most dangerous candy you can hand out is candy which causes people to start questioning the rules of the game. So you can have a Stalinist state, a parliamentary democracy, and a theocratic state, and they all can agree on one thing, that psychedelics are just terrible because, then citizens start asking all kinds of hard questions, and the devotion to the values of the fatherland become mired in pseudo-intellectual discourse, and the next thing you know, somebody has to be shipped off to the camps in order to right the situation.
Or even our own structures are dissolved into
Oh yeah, no, it definitely works in the personal life. Like I've been building a house in Hawaii, and while I've been building it, I've definitely cut back my intake of psychedelics because I don't want the answer to the question, is this a good idea, until it's too late to do anything about it. It's like St. Augustine's prayer, God grant me chastity and continence, but not yet. Yeah.
One of the big ideas that seems to be in Bible is that the whole big thing is really conscious and alive. The universe, the galaxy, the larger entities. And that's interesting because it's a traditional belief that's held by non-modern, non-scientific cultures, that if in fact our belief systems are taking us in that direction such that makes sense to us, it's really interesting, but it also sort of upsets the current description of evolution within the, say, the Darwinian dogma, because that seems to be, based on the idea that it's all very random and it's just all material and life is a big accident that's moving forward. So I think that one of the ideas that you're talking about today is teleology, that whether or not when we really want to talk about evolution or how evolution as a theory is going to itself evolve and absorb this idea, comes down to, whether or not these larger things have in fact some kind of direction behind it, which is what I think your work and observations imply. And so I thought one day about how to understand that, and I had a question, which is whether or not you can talk about creativity as having a fractal nature, since self-similarity shows you at various levels similar principles, and since on our level as human beings, anything that we make, we first think about. It begins as thought, and then it becomes matter.
Right.
And so if creativity could be seen as having fractal dimension, it would be a way to talk about all kinds of creation by simply understanding it at the level at which we see it. And it would suggest that to modify the Big Bang theory a little bit, before there's a Big Bang, there would have to be a big thought. And you kind of move along with that idea. So I'm going to ask you to comment on that, but also in relation to the idea that is also contained in evolution about the origin of language, because some of the things you're speaking about from your DMT experiences have a funny resonance with creation stories, like Adam and Eve naming the animals. And I've never really been all that comfortable with the idea that language would evolve out of grunts and groans, when guys like Chomsky say it's all organized as a big system in language, and all kinds of languages can be very different, but inside they always have instructions. And nature and ecosystems and languages always seem to pop out fully formed and integrated. So is there any possible way that we could think that language, rather than evolving from grunts and groans, evolved in the opposite direction, that the first time language was used, it was used with the power that you ascribe to the machine elves? That it was something that was done carefully and precisely because it could manifest form, or something like that.
Well,
in terms of a funder idea, in terms of how new species come into being, the only idea that we really get to allow into the theory of evolution is that it's an accident, that there will be a mutation and a new species similar to another species will be born, and it will survive, and that will lead to a new species. But I have a logical problem with that, in that any female creature which gives birth to a new species is going to perceive that species as a birth defect, and is maybe not going to want it to survive. And then there's only one. And so that Barbara Cloud book I read talked about 9 dimensions, except the 6th dimension was the morphogenetic field from which all species and organisms evolved. So I was kind of thinking, maybe along the lines of the metaphor of the computer, there's a software program in which new species are developed and designed, and the whole way in which they integrate themselves into existing ecosystems, etc., somehow or other all gets worked out, and there's a mystery that we don't see and don't understand by which these new forms come into being. And maybe they all come into being at once with 1,000 or 1,000,000 creatures instead of just one having stroke.
Well, all this raises a lot of stuff, most of which I can't remember because of my devotion to cannabis. But let's go back to the thing about language and the origins of language. Let's talk about that for a minute. I think that I've been thinking about this because I've been writing about it, and here's what I've come up with. Part of what makes it difficult for us to think about language clearly in English is that this word language is used by us to mean spoken language, and it also means the general class of linguistic activity, as in computer language, body language, so forth and so on. And to think clearly about language, we need to have a clear distinction between spoken language and the general syntactical organization of reality. Language, because that is old. Honeybees do it, dolphins do it,
termites do it. They all do it different ways. Octopi do it. There is much of language in nature. In fact, you could argue that all of nature is a linguistic enterprise because the DNA essentially is a symbolic system. Those codons which code for protein are arbitrarily assigned, in other words by convention. There is no chemical relationship between the codons and the proteins they code for any more than there is a relationship between an English word and the thing it intends. Those are just conventionalized by probability over time. So language is deep in nature. What is not deep in nature is speech. Speech is as artificial as the water wheel, the bicycle pump, the Tesla coil, and the space shuttle. Somebody figured this out somewhere. Well, so then people say, well, but this is hard to understand. It's hard to picture how it could happen. Well, here's how I think it happened. My little example about the songs earlier was a stab at this, but here's more. It's that all non-genetic behaviors, which are called, reasonably enough, epigenetic behaviors, are nevertheless, they're not simply expressions of free will. They are under the control of a looser system of rules than the genetic rules, which are chemical and absolute. The epigenetic behaviors are under the control of syntactical constraints. In other words, we need to expand the concept of syntax from the rules which govern the grammar of a spoken language to the rules which govern the behavior of any complex system. So, for example, before speech among human beings, I think it was probably very touchy-feely. If you watch monkeys, you see this. They touch each other. They stroke, they grunt, they groom, they goose, they push, they do all of these things. The repertoire of this kind of behavior, if you're good at it, may be on the order of having 4,000 or 5,000 words in your vocabulary. Well, when we watch primates do this kind of behavior, we don't think of it as a language, but in fact it is. It's a gestural language. A couple of years ago, some research was done where these people took pre-verbal infants and they taught them standard American Sign Language before they could speak. So these little tiny children could sign, pick me up, please change me, where is daddy, I'm hungry, I want to watch TV, before they could ever utter a word. Well, now what we're always told about spoken language is it's this miracle and that we're genetically hardwired for it. Well, these experiments seem to imply we're even more genetically hardwired for standard American Sign Language, which is something very few of us will ever learn to use. What does this mean? Well, it means that the gestural capacity is deeper than the ability to verbalize, and hence probably older. So I think there was a gestural language as complex as standard English, probably, in place before anyone ever uttered a word. Now, what the psychedelics seem to suggest is that you can get so hyped up on tryptamines that your body goes into some kind of almost convulsive shock, and the normally acoustically modulated processing of language flows over into the voice box, and you begin to literally articulate syntax. You begin to make a noise, which is a tracking noise for this ongoing syntactical stuff that's organizing gestural intent. And it's like going from carving in stone to color TV. Your listener immediately transfers loyalty to this much more spectacular form of behavior. And so it's like literally that the word burst forth full blown, based on a platform of gestural syntax that had been maybe millions of years in its formation. It was just this ability to redirect the energy of syntactical intent through the body, so that instead of coming out at the end of the fingers, it came out at the end of the tongue, flapping in the airstream, and this thing happened. It's amazing to me that the straight linguists, if you go to an academic university and study linguistics, will teach you that language is no more than 35 to 40,000 years old. I mean, that's like yesterday. I mean, fire is 500,000 years, chipped flint 1.5 million years. Language, 35,000 years old. Language is everything we are, everything we do. You can't think without it. You can't do anything without it. And yet, if it's that new, then what it represents is simply a technology, a form of media that squeezed out other forms of media. And it's not hard to see why. After all, it works in the dark. That's good. It allows politics. You can make speeches to large groups of people. It's just very portable. It's the cleanest technology ever put in place. When you think about it, it's one of the weirdest abilities human beings exhibit. And when you go forward to reading, you realize this is an animal in some kind of an informational tizzy. I mean, the idea that you would make marks in clay which signify tongue noises, which signify designated objects, so that these pieces of clay can be lugged hundreds of miles, so that other people can reconstruct your thought by looking at these pieces of clay. This is bizarre. For animal behavior, this is absolutely, it's just how they manage to do that. And of course, the picture writing we understand. But similar to the breakthrough to speech is the breakthrough to a phonetic alphabet, where you see, we don't have to portray the thing we intend. All we have to portray is the sound of the word that signifies the thing we intend. And then, you're just roaring forward. And from there to the printing press, what is it, a couple of thousand years or something. And then there's no going back. So that's the part about language. Now, what was the second part after that?
Just whether you could think about creativity as a principle that could abstract as dimension, and that would be a way to think about design on a larger universal order. So consciousness.
Well, if you think of the universe as an engine which it produces and conserves novelty, and you think of it as a fractal thing, a fractal hierarchy built up and built downward of subsets of itself, then in a sense every creative act is the paradigmatic act of the Big Bang. I mean, it always struck me, that the end of the novelty wave, which is up, down, oscillate, zero, it's like it's a general map of all process. We could be describing the life of the energy output of a star, or the firing of a single neuron, or the birth and death of an economy. In a sense, you get down to a fractal level where you can say all processes are the same. They have a beginning, a middle, and an end. And if you know where you are in this concatenation of process, you can sort of locate yourself in the cosmic domain. The thing that I tried to talk about this morning that we need to map into our maps of reality is the acceleration. I think it's a really weird idea to talk about 1,000 years in the future. I mean, good grief. 1,000 years in the future? what do you imagine will be left standing that you call whole? What cast your mind back 1,000 years? King Canute was taking charge of things across northern Northumbria, and the Anglo-Saxons were making forays along the coast of Norway, and very few of the concerns of the day have survived to this moment, and that was the slow-moving part of the process. We're going to move, in the next 10 years, further than we've moved since the time of King Canute to this morning. So, it seems to me the most unlikely future scenario is one which assumes things will stay more or less the same, because we've put in place all these processes designed to make sure that does not happen. Rapacious capitalism, technological innovation, bourgeois social aspirations in the hearts of every man, woman, and child on the planet, urbanization, connectivity, all of these processes are designed to erase reality as we know it. Yeah.
Wait, what you think are the kind of Islamic paradigm is all the states of consciousness we call waking state for them they things are interesting enough for state. And they view that on an individual basis, but also with regards to passing on of Genesis. And in fact, criticize the West, saying that, well, the West is taking the awakening state as its standard, and it is all this philosophy, this philosophical views without accounting for the other states of consciousness.
Well, certainly the West has built its house on a narrow foundation, denying these other possibilities. On the other hand, you get into all kinds of difficulties here. How do you judge whether or not a civilization has assimilated or explored the domains it's named its own? One way is by looking at the technological applications that it's created. And for all this talking about these other states of mind, they seem actually as mysterious to the East as they are to the West. I don't get the feeling they're really navigating through what they're talking about. In the past, there may have been levels of understanding. It may be, that psychology, though it's a mystery to us, it may be that it's an easier nut to crack than the nut of matter. And so I don't have any trouble believing that Vedic India of 3500 BC may have known all kinds of things about how the mind works and how to navigate through these imaginal spaces that we've lost. But the spirituality of modern India is thoroughly contaminated by 1,000 years of commerce with Islam and the West. It isn't that different, really. I mean, Vedic theology and German idealism are strikingly similar cousins. Yeah.
But so a number of things, context, but when you talk about the archetypes of Dallas, and then the current cultural revolution, technological revolution, it seems to me that a lot of the stimulus for novelty that was generated by psychedelic theory now may be generated without that experience, such as through virtual reality technological advancements, and perhaps would maybe make the psychedelic experience less necessary than what it would be applied for an observer as an infiltrate.
Well, definitely what you're getting at is that technology itself is a kind of psychedelic drug. That by chance or design, the proponents of psychedelica have figured out that it's totally acceptable to this culture if you disguise it as electronic entertainment and put it out that way. So the web is incredibly subversive. Simply the fact that all that information is there and available in a world where control of access to information has always been the game. So yeah, the way I see it is that the psychedelic people need to use the new information technologies to build art of a type more powerful and more compelling than the world has ever seen. Call it virtual reality, call it multimedia, whatever you want, but it's basically walk around art, and then the boundaries will fall for ordinary people. Because you see, when you build a virtual reality, in a sense, what that technology is allowing you to do is it's allowing you to show people the inside of your own head. We have never had a technology that would do that. We think the inside of our heads are all the same. But, when I say to you that when I smoke DMT, it unleashes a Niagara of alien beauty, if I had spent the last 30 years building that Niagara of alien beauty so that you could just strap on the goggles and go, then we would have a very different kind of dialogue and relationship going. And so I really see art as the great searchlight that illuminates the historical landscape just ahead. And I think that art is about to get teeth for the first time in human history. I mean, it's all very fine scratching on cave walls and film and video and all that, but it's always artifice. You never are convinced, or only for seconds, that you're in the presence of reality when you're in the presence of art. But we will build art that will literally stand your hair on end. And the amount of creativity in a single human mind is, as I said, more than fills all the museums of this planet. So what we need is to figure out how to get a spigot into that and get this stuff out. And then, as James Joyce said, man will be dirigible. Well, we said, I think, that when you take psychedelics, you go up a dimension. And so this world of transience and flux becomes an eternal world. So in that sense, it's the same thing. Whether meditation and psychedelics are the same thing, I think depends on your meditation and your psychedelics. Different meditations strive for different things. Much meditation is about emptying the mind of phenomena. This certainly would not be a description of the psychedelic state.
Its highest psychedelic states have been complete merger with the ego loss and becoming and the one that's here, ineffable. But those have been both the Russian and about LSD. Now through my highest meditation experience, it has been very similar, where there is no sense of self and other. It's just, it clouds through everything that's in weapons. It's ground door. Seemingly the center of singularity where both passage to each other, where it breaks to another.
Well, in the interest of keeping the number of singularities to a minimum, the most elegant thing to do is to wrap the theory around and say that the starting point and the ending point are the same place. Yeah, it's the place where all is cotangent. How we could get the universe back into the primal dot in 12 years, I don't know, but there are some schemes to do that. There's always schemes to do it. If the universe were some kind of vacuum fluctuation and it had an antimatter twin in a higher superspace, then there would be the potential, at least, for them to collide across all points simultaneously. and you would actually get the universe of matter disappearing instantly, and you would then be left with a universe made only of photons because they don't have an antiparticle. What a universe purely made of light, what its physics would be like, is hard to say, but it sounds peculiarly like certain Gnostic hierophanies about gathering the light and returning the light. Ultimately, the meditation path and the psychedelic path must somehow lead to the same kinds of data if the claims of both are to be respected, which is that they give deeper knowledge about reality. Yeah.
As a kind of connection between that point that you were just making previously about the expression of those inner states through art, what your view might be on the use of some of the technologies today that are aimed at providing access to those inner states in a large, but you've mentioned about psychedelic problems is bringing back the information. And so I'm thinking here about some of the beings that, particularly the technology of Robert Monroe, aimed at providing access consciously to those states such that you could bring that information back and around.
I'm all for it. I just haven't seen anything that convinced me that anybody had achieved it to any degree of significance. Imagine a drug that did nothing more than allow you to remember your dreams. I mean, that's not exactly shooting for the moon pharmacologically these days. And yet, a drug which allowed you full recovery of your dreams might unleash God knows what, because we don't know what we dream. The chemistry of DMT suggests that in deep REM sleep, it's possible every single night you have a DMT flash. But it does not transcript into short-term memory. So imagine a drug which allowed you to enhance long-term memory so that you could slip into reveries of a summer day 30 years ago and play it back moment by moment by moment. This is not shooting for the moon pharmacologically. We're not talking immortality here. We're just talking simple neurochemistry. But all of these possibilities would change life beyond recognition. And I think these things should be pursued by any means necessary. It's a false dichotomy, the idea that somehow you should be able to achieve these things on the natch, and they're not authentic if you achieve them through psychedelics. This is just a con to keep lineages in business, I think, because they don't want you going off the ranch and charting your own course. That where shamanism becomes priestcraft, it's already well on its way to senescence. So.
Together as a group taking mushrooms, you collectively perceiving similar phenomena.
In couple situations, I've had telepathic things. I've had in group situations very quasi-telepathic social interactions. And what I mean by that is I'm recalling an evening many years ago taking ayahuasca with these people, and they had a weird scene going. The shaman was a good guy and a good shaman, but he had a nephew who was a jerk and was sort of a pimp and kind of a hustler. And the shaman was singing with his three friends these ancient songs, and this guy was drunk on aguardiente, and he would sing against them. And this was in Peru, and if you know the style of rural Peruvians, people are so polite and so not upfront that no social problem is ever dealt with directly. People will tolerate incredible bad behavior without turning on the person and saying, listen, you're completely out of line, knock it off. So 30 people, 30 Peruvian campesinos were witnessing this sing against, and the woman I was with at the time very much didn't like what was going on. And at the end of this nephew, the sobrino, at the end of his song of raucous interruption, I looked up just as he ended. The room was almost complete darkness. I looked up just as he ended. I saw her look up and look at him with a look of utter disgust. And when these red dart things got to him, it knocked him off his feet. And I heard the old shaman was sitting right to my left, and I heard him turn to his friend, and he said, the gringa sends the and so it was like, well, wow. But, then ordinary reality immediately reasserts itself and moves forward. And there's no time to say, wait a minute, folks, something paranormal just happened here. I want to interview everybody, get your impression. It's never, when it's real, it's always caught up in the on-moving flow of events.
In other words, to resist what comes cold.
Well, if you've taken what you don't want to do is this is reasonable advice too, I think. Where the problem area lies, people think it lies in taking too much. It lies in taking too little. Because if you take too little, you can resist it. You can struggle with it. And then it can turn into a real mess because you're afraid of it. And you actually have the power to some degree to resist it. What you want to do is take sufficiently enough that there's no escape, and that the transition from ordinary reality to fully loaded is as quick as possible, because the going up is somewhat terrifying. For example, let's use psilocybin as the model. Here's how it works for me. This is not tea. This is eating raw mushrooms. It comes on more slowly. So after an hour or so, and the way I do it is I sit as soon as the mushroom enters my body, I sit and meditate. I noticed in South America, they don't do it like this. They dose the ayahuasca, and then everybody just goes on talking about their motorcycles and the jobs at the sawmill and who's conning who. It's like totally, they toss it. There's a brief moment, they pour, they toss it down, then they all go back to raving at each other about mundane life. And then 30 minutes later, on the dot, the shaman blows his whistle or shakes his shakyapa, his dry leaf bouquet, and everybody settles down, and it's like it comes on within 2 minutes. As soon as the guy starts singing, he just invokes it. The way I do it is I take the mushroom or the ayahuasca, and then I sit and I roll bombers. So I'll have them ready if I need them. And I just sit as I'm going to sit during the trip, and I've unplugged the telephone, and I've gotten everything squared away, and it begins to come on at about the 40-minute or the 60-minute mark, and there's sometimes some nausea as it comes on, and then I smoke a bomber or half a bomber. And then it catapults it into the full deployment of the thing, where you just hang on. There's about a 25-minute period where your only job is to hang on. It builds. It's like watching an atomic explosion on the other side of 50 feet of absolutely clear crystal glass. I mean, you can't believe this is happening, quote unquote, in my mind. You have the feeling that everybody from Seattle to San Diego has just crawled under their desk as this thing tore past. But it's in your mind. And then there is the interaction with it, which moment to moment you are pretty coherent, but you lose it. A lot of it does not transcribe into short-term memory. And then after about an hour or 40 minutes of that, it becomes more manageable, more memorable. The most mind-boggling parts of it are just not possible to bring out of it because language fails. Because English, there are no words. There are no words even close. I mean, sometimes you'll bring out an image or a metaphor, but out of 5 hours of tripping, you bring out, half a notebook page of metaphors, and yet you were entirely engaged during that time. Now, this question about fear, which is a real question, because when everything begins to slide, if it's more than most people who haven't done it expect. They have heard it, they've read the books, but they think it's a metaphor. They don't understand it's really going to happen, and it's really going to happen to you. And there's a tendency to clutch or to try and resist it. The thing to do in those situations, I think, and it's counterintuitive to how Western people think, but the thing to do is to sing, to sit up, not to assume the fetal position. See, what you might tend to do is assume the fetal position and tell yourself, my God, this is the most appalling thing that's ever happened to me. If I can just live through it, it'll be all right. I've taken this drug. If I can just wait through. How long did they say it will be? 7 hours. I see it started 2 minutes ago. If I could just... No, the thing to do is to sit up and to sing. And why? Well, being practical people, to oxygenate your brain, to move this thing that's happened to you, though it may have one claw in heaven, its roots are in your neurophysiology and in the chemistry of the drug. You want to move your physiology around. So oxygenating your brain can't fail to do this. So you sing. And this almost always is accompanied by a sense of power, control, equilibrium, and so forth and so on. Not always. I mean, let's face it, you're a product of a nutty society, and there are unexamined crevices and uncleaned out drain traps in all of us, and you're going to encounter that stuff. The good news is the earlier psychedelic trips tend to deal with that. If you will quickly discover taking psychedelics that either you can work through your personal issues and become a psychedelic explorer, or this is just stronger medicine than you are up for, and you would be far better to go back to psychoanalysis or whatever works for you. Some people just can't take it. Why is that? Well, because what it does is it dissolves boundaries, and most of us are over boundary defined. But some of us are having an uphill battle getting some boundaries in place and realizing we are not the telephone or the tree or the person we live with. And so for those people who are having trouble establishing and maintaining boundaries, this is the last thing on earth they should get involved.
That the past is present in the present. That in fact the present is somehow a cascade of effects coming out of the past, not along the lines of causal declension, cause and effect, but also in this other way. And I think that there's a lot to this, and I think that eventually Sheldrake will be heard. As yet, he's unable to stride to the blackboard and write the equations for the morphogenetic field, but this could come in time. And when it does, it will elucidate the hidden dimension that so bedevils our understanding, because it will explain why things are as they are. That they are as they are because they are a wavefront out of the past meeting the boundary constraints of the present situation. My own personal effort to restart a dialogue on the psychedelic issue is because I believe that psychology has reduced its field of expertise unnecessarily by seeking to see everything as an adjunct to the functional or dysfunctional human personality. In other words, we don't know what the mind is. The notion that it arises out of the brain is something that the reductionists hypothesized with Sherrington in the 20s. My God, they've had 60 years to make good on this, and they've gotten nowhere. You know? How long do you beat a hypothesis before you proclaim it a dead horse? You know? Same thing with molecular biology. I mean, DNA was decoded in 1950, 35 years ago. And, you know, has molecular biology taken a significant step since? I mean, yes, I know about operons and all that stuff, but that's really the details. No understanding of the mechanisms of life have emerged out of reductionist biology, and no understandings of the mechanisms of mind, thought, and cognition have emerged out of reductionist psychology. So what we're going to have to admit, and this is a tough thing, but this is what goes along with intellectual revolutions, is the inadequacy of the present models. And the paradigm reformers are in for big trouble, because these paradigms can't be reformed. These paradigms have to be junk. It's junk. It's worthless. I mean, it's fine if you want to make fighter planes, but what does that prove about your knowledge of the nature of being? It doesn't prove anything. It's just a cultural artifact. So I think the myth that is seeking to be born is the rebirth of the spirit. And it's a strange thing because we all feel it. We all know it. But we live in such a top-down ecology of knowledge that until Time magazine proclaims the rebirth of the spirit, nobody's going to cop to what's going on. Yeah, intuition is this same kind of thing. I mean, the feminine is the same thing. I mean, I don't want to burden this group because you haven't stuck with me over days and days, but what I'm saying in my, what I think of as course, is that we had a symbiotic relationship as recently as 20,000 years ago with a vegetable mind, an organized entelechy, a goddess, a spirit, whatever you want to call it, a mind that was brutally truncated. Our symbiotic relationship was brutally truncated by climatological and historical factors that caused us to fall from that state of grace, ecological balance, symbiosis, into, you know, the wandering herd of car thieves that we are. And our ennui, our existential discomfort, our angst is a product of this severing of our relationship to spirit. We are the children of a dysfunctional relationship that we have to bring to the surface. And you know, if you are what I imagine an ordinary person, this will start out sounding preposterous, begin sounding menacing, and I hope end up convincing you. We are worthless without a stabilizing umbilical connection to the mind at large in nature. And the way we have always achieved this is through shamanism, natural magic, and ecstasy. This is, in fact, what ecstasy is. Ecstasy is being in the presence of the other. And the other is not a philosophical hypothesization or somebody's notion. The other is the thing we share this planet with, that we as a culture have not glimpsed for 1,000 years because we've retreated into walled cities and walled languages and walled idea systems. We nowhere come tangential to the flesh of the earth. When we do, alone in the wilderness, then it overwhelms us. It moves us. It terrifies us because we have been so long away from it. So this is what the reclamation is about. The spirit is not some airy-fairy notion floating above everything. I mean, the spirit is something which, when it enters into your cross-section of reality, it leaves your knees knocking and your heart pounding. I mean, the path with heart is the path that astonishes. And that sense of astonishment can only come from an other, from a lover or an other. It cannot come out of the self. So is the other questions on all of this?
The section where you covered evolution, you implied that this was the time to really take some intention with respect to the direction of our evolution. And I wonder if maybe that's just an illusion whose time has come. And it's part of the illusion of separateness. And the process will go on, and this is part of the process to have the illusion that we actually do play.
Well, we won't know till we try. But what we have very, very suddenly, almost overnight, put in place is, number one, an entirely global system for collecting information about reality and ourselves. We never had this before. We didn't even have it 30 years ago. Now you can find out what's going on. You can go, if necessary, anywhere you need to go. Within 72 hours, you can be on the ground almost anywhere on Earth, checking out what's going on. In the meantime, anthropological data, sociological data, climatological data, demographic data, political data, defense strategy data, all of this stuff is available. We now know at least what cards are in play, and this is the first time this has been so. We are now a global culture, you know, from the rainforests of the Amazon to the wastes of the Kalahari, from Nome to Santiago. It's one family, one people. A nuclear power explosion that happens in the Western Soviet Union is measured 2 weeks later in Johannesburg and everywhere else on the planet. So I think we are living under extraordinary conditions, that there are opportunities in place. The other thing is, you know, we're connecting 9 million computers a month are being connected together. Now people think that computers are office machines, but all of our technology is an excretion of the imagination. All of our technology is the condensation of ideological intention. And the fact that we now have turned our attention to information, the true stuff of reality, is a hopeful sign. For 3 centuries we've been obsessed with matter. We thought that was the true stuff of reality. Well, it turns out that's just, you know, nonsense. A flawed philosophical premise gave us this bias in favor of materialism. But with information, changes can really be made. And also, information informs people. I'm very much enamored of the notion of the meme. A meme is the smallest unit of an idea. It is to ideas what genes are to proteins. genes make proteins, memes make ideas. And the way you encourage a meme is the way you encourage a protein. You replicate it. There are two ways of replicating memes. You can tell somebody and they will tell somebody, or you can tell two people. You can repeat yourself, or you can tell a bunch of people. And the idea is that we are now, the global meme pool is now in place. All ideas are in competition, and it's a level playing field. This is, to my mind, what accounts for the overnight evaporation of Marxism. This was a meme which could not survive on a level playing field. When the playing field was leveled, meaning when a free press was allowed, that was it for that meme. That was like, trying to sell flying pigs in Brooklyn. Just people are too smart, so it's not going to happen. So I believe then that memes compete with each other, and that the best ones are the ones which rise to the top. I have a real faith that ideology in this case will mirror biology, and that more and more complex and well-adapted and efficient and co-adaptive and mutually self-reinforcing and mutual community feedback and all of these things, that the means which support, which maximize these evolutionary goals will fall naturally into place. And so this thing which happened in China was a struggle about the meme, because democracy is the idea that gives permission for all the memes to compete. I mean, democracy is very close to the heart of any anarchist. Plato said you can always tell a democracy when you approach them from the sea because unchained dogs run on the wharf. Well, what he was referring to was the chaos and the disorder of democracies. So releasing memes into a competitive environment is very important. Every government on earth, no matter what a bunch of repressive, totalitarian, militaristic clowns they may actually be, they have to give lip service to the idea that they support a free press and free exchange of information and so forth and so on. The battle over that has been won. Now it's about how we interpret what we call victory. Nevertheless, as the little people in the world, I think it behooves all of us to seek to promote this process wherever possible. If you have a good idea, say it. For God's sake, say it. I mean, we're drowning for lack of good ideas. We need every good idea we can get. If the future is not going to be made of good ideas, it's going to be made of bad ideas, and we've seen enough of what that can bring. History is a digression. History is the briefest of all natural phenomena. It began 10, 15,000 years ago and appears as though it will quench itself within 500 years. It is obviously a self-funneling process that digs its walls higher and higher because it is going towards some kind of transcendence. It is a metamorphosis. It is not a steady state. History is some kind of process balanced on a pinnacle, and it either goes back, I suppose, into speechless animal organization if we blow up the world, or it turns into something else. But it is not something to be maintained. It is transitory and designed to be so. It's like a birth. It tears the planet apart. It contorts the people undergoing it. Before it's over, the heavy metals are ripped out of the surface of the earth. The forests are cut down. This thing happens. And then, let us hope, it is over. and we go to some less materialistic, less destructive phase. This is why, the question that the psychedelics raise for each of us as individuals is the question that the culture is going to have to answer collectively in time as well. It is, what are we when we can be anything we can imagine? I don't know. I think we are surrounded by mystery. I think the psychedelics, because they enlarge the dimension of mind, they bring the mystery in close. They allow us to contemplate possibilities that we would never have contemplated, because they give us the power of the imagination and the data. How can we take these new datum that enter experience and integrate them meaningfully into ourselves? Well, I think that the way you do this is by realizing that the drama that is unfolding must be a human drama. So, for instance, the entities that are glimpsed in these exotic psychedelic states that inform the shamans and so forth, we say it's another dimension, and we hypothesize then that these are extraterrestrials or demons or plant spirits. We never face the fact that to redeem our own anxiety, they have to be something more than plant spirits. They have to be something more than demons. They have to be something more than friendly extraterrestrials. My own private opinion about this is, I think that what psychedelics in these high-dose, correct setting situations carry us into is an ecology of souls. This is what we're seeing. I mean, if that's not a shocking enough way of putting it, how about this? What we're seeing is the dead. Those people, those things in that place are our ancestors. It's as though there is an ecology and a cycle of energy that reaches beyond visible life. There is an ecology of many dimensions, that life is transformation into a transcendental realm, that those self-transforming jeweled elf machines that are manufacturing the talking Fabergé eggs and the liquid crystal lattices of multiple fractal dimensions, those are dead friends. These places lie just over the hill. This is what is meant when it's said that shamans know how to pass through the doors that the dead pass through daily. That the adventure of being, I think, is not going to stop with saving the rainforest or feeding everybody or going off to our tourists. That the adventure of being persists through time. This would explain the freakish immediacy and the weirdness, the charge, the numinosity of the contact in hyperspace. If this is an ecology of souls, if what we are seeing is in fact what we always thought we would never see or know, which is information about the next stage of existence, then this is a tremendous salutary force pouring into existence. And when you think about it, isn't this the most likely hypothesis? We know how improbable extraterrestrials are. And the only organized intellecties we have ever contacted or had familiarity with are people. Therefore, isn't it likely that what we're dealing with are people? Well, then hypotheses multiply. Perhaps they're people from the future. Perhaps that's the future. And then we like that because it holds everything in the dimensions we're familiar with. The idea that it's the dead is a little more hackle-raising, a little more peculiar, a little more heartful, a little more hard to assimilate, and probably closer to the mark, that it is an ecology of souls. That's where we go. That's why they can make objects out of language. It's because it is the flesh becoming word, and then the word becoming flesh, that this is a cycle between two dimensions of existence, and only the shamans know what is happening because only they operate outside the confines of profane history. Only they make the journey into the matrix where, for some reason, the living and the dead are co-existent. Well, this, just seems like raving madness, except that this is what every anthropologist has collected in his notebooks from every pre-literate group worldwide. They're into the ancestors, not extraterrestrials, not voyagers from the far future, but the dead. And it is, it has the ring of truth to me. This would explain this intuition that the psychedelics somehow have a historical role to play, because, deny it as we may wish to, we are in a great diet. It is well advanced. So then, there's this sobering realization that, my God, what we feared most is possibly about to happen. Well, then, if we believe in the Tao, if we believe in the unobstructed unfolding of things from the first moments of the universe, then what we have to do is take hold and face the music. And I don't think it's that bad, but I think there's a hard swallow in the transition. There is a leap into this other possibility. So it is not simply an opportunity for a political revolution, or a social revolution, or an ecological revolution. It's all that. It's much more. It has to do with deconstructing the dualism of life and death itself, and creating the ontos of a new reality that is based on the presence of eternity. That's what eternity is. Eternity is the present at hand, hyperdimensionally beheld. And it is found to be a domain of magic and caring and mystery that mingles life and death as the only possible way of overcoming the contradiction. It has always, in hindsight, appalled me when I go into the truly deep psychedelic places, how casual one becomes about death. Not that you seek it, but that it seems almost a trivial issue, because these two things are seen to be all of a piece. There is continuity, but there is astonishment. We do not recognize ourselves. The shaman alone has the privileged vantage point to know what he beholds. And I think that's how we define where we are on the shamanic path. Do you know what you behold? I mean, some people come down and say pretty pictures. Other people come down and say dancing mice, hieroglyphs. Do we know what we behold? We need to know what we behold, because inevitably we become what we behold. I was going to just mention 3 books. I might mention more as time goes on, but these 3 are central to understanding what I'm going to be saying this month. And they're very different books. Many of you may have read this one, which is The Chalice and the Blade by Riane Eisler. And this is the book that talks about the partnership versus dominator model of society and gets the gender tension inherent in the matriarchy-patriarchy way of framing that problem. It gets that out of the way because it just says dominator and partnership. And she believes and offers evidence that there never was a matriarchy, that whole notion of a pendulum moving between patriarchy and matriarchy is not valid. And she and I are in agreement in that we both see something very important happening to human beings around the emergence of pastoralism, around the time when the domestication of cattle became a major concern of human beings. This great goddess religion that was worldwide in prehistory is inevitably a cattle religion. And she talks a lot about this, and she talks a lot about early cultural accomplishments. She's trained as an archaeologist. Early cultural accomplishments such as Çatalhöyük, a civilization in southern Turkey that is important for my argument too, because it was very, very early and achieved a sudden and extreme flowering of culture like nothing would rival it for several thousand years. Mary Setgast calls it a premature burst of complexity and brilliance. And Riane Eisler uses dynamic theory, borrowed from modern mathematics, borrowed from Ralph Abraham, who I'm sure many of you know, to make cultural models. And so there's been a lot of excitement about this book among feminists, but what has been sort of overlooked is that this is the first time there was ever a mathematical application of dynamics to human history. So this is a good book. She is not psychedelic. She and I did a weekend together at Ojai, where she was wonderfully generous and tolerant of my dancing around in the middle of her parade ground, because I'm saying, that the dynamic that drove this cultural transition had to do with psychedelics, and that this goddess cattle religion had to be also a mushroom religion. And later today even maybe we'll talk more about that. The second book, which I think you'd enjoy, and I don't know, maybe they have this at the bookstore. They should have this. It's called The Creative Explosion, an inquiry into the origins of art and religion. Now, notice that both of these books that I've recommended contain long passages about sudden outbursts of creative brilliance on the cultural level. This is very interesting to me because this is this stuff called novelty that we talked about a little bit yesterday. And tracking these outbursts of brilliance and complexity in cultures and in our own lives is the way we confirm for ourselves the existence of this topological manifold over which probabilistic or previously thought to be probabilistic events are flowing. What John Pfeiffer is saying in this book is it's a study of the cave art of Spain and southern France. And what he's saying about it is that some of these things are hundreds and hundreds of feet underground, down very narrow passages, and you have to go through all these contortions to get to them. Anyway, he's saying that this was a manipulated environment, that these were created and placed in this way to evoke very strong emotional responses from people. And certainly even today, with very high-powered flashlights and nylon ropes and all of this stuff, it's a very big deal to descend hundreds and hundreds of feet into the ground. You can imagine people who had tallow lamps. And it appears that they went into these places and made these things, and then only return very briefly on a cyclical basis afterwards. In other words, they didn't inhabit these places. These were ceremonial places. And what he's talking about is the High Magdalenian, which is 19,000 to 17,000 years ago, when for the first time there was bone and antler technology. In other words, the Stone Age is ending, and there's a bone antler technology, and there is this tremendous outpouring of creativity, mostly vented on a depiction of these animal images of animals that were in a state of semi-domestication, or balanced upon the probability of domestication. So what we're seeing are herds of deer and cattle and primitive sheep and this sort of thing. So both of these books point to unexplained outbursts of creativity in the human past and document them very well, but without offering a causal mechanism. Now, on a more practical, partly more practical bent, and this directly addresses the psychedelic issue. If you're at all interested in psychedelic plants, this is the Bible. It occurs in several different forms. This is The Botany and Chemistry of Hallucinogens by Richard Evans Schultes and Albert Hoffman. Schultes was the Harvard botanist who basically single-handedly created the field of ethnopharmacology. And early on, Schultes understood that what native peoples were saying about disease and plants was very touched with folklore and cultural factors. But what they said about psychoactive plants, you could rely upon. And so he oriented his career toward the psychoactive, and through the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, he and his graduate students basically shed light on a previously completely unexplored area of botany. And we now, through books like this, and you may have seen his more popular book, Plants of the Gods, these basically list and discuss the major psychoactive plants of the third planet from the sun. And if you need information, this is where you go. And there are extensive bibliographies. This is the first edition. It's now been issued in a second edition. But this is pretty indispensable. Then there are a few other books too, but this is the one to start with. Well, so that's just sort of business. People should be directed toward books that then expand the basis of what's being said. Does anybody want to say anything about yesterday? And go back over that? I thought I would talk a little bit today about, see, the way I imagine this happening is that if there's nothing else going on, then there are facets to this thing. and they may not even appear to be connected to you at first, but I will just then choose one of these facets and talk about it. So a facet that was brushed on yesterday that needs to be really brought forward and understood clearly is it kind of comes under the general banner of the feminine. But from several different points of view, I want to talk about how the psychedelic experience reflects on and relates to the feminine. First of all, a lot of this has to do with how I think of the origin situation. I think everything was set then. And women, I think, well, it happened like this, that there was specialization in these early proto-hominid and hominid populations. And it generally divided along the lines of that the women, because they almost always had babes at breast, were more collectivized and more traveled less. The men hunted, and the women kept the children and all that together. And the women were gatherers. This is the important thing, that the women were gatherers, and that what they were gathering was food, and what they were gathering was plants, primarily. So that, I'll show you something here. This is a description of a plant. You see, before the era of color lithography, botanists had this need to be able to exactly describe and differentiate plants one from another. So here is just a bit of a description of a plant. The plant is Methysticodendrum armonesium, and this is what is called the taxonomic description. Tree, up to 25 feet in height. Leaves membranaceous, dark green, very narrowly ligulate, apically acuminate, basically long attenuate, marginally commonly subundulate or undulate, 20 to 26 millimeters long, 1.3 to 2 centimeters wide, minutely and irregularly pilose on both surfaces. Flowers up to 28, usually about 23 centimeters long, apically 10 to 13 centimeters in diameter, very strongly sweet-scented at sundown. Calyx spathaceceous, green, papriaceous or membranaceous, 2 to 5 fid with acute teeth, 3/5 as long as corolla, very minutely pilose. Corolla divided 2/3 to 4/5 its length, usually with 5 lobes, but often 4 or 6. Membranaceous, white, spathulate or subspathulate, rhombidiiform, long, acuminate, and circinate. That's half of the description. Now, the point of this is the need to describe a plant puts tremendous pressure on language to accommodate itself to difference. That's what they're doing there. They're attempting to create a word picture that will make it possible to tell this thing from any other thing. Well, women who were gatherers in this early situation were under tremendous pressure to elaborate a vocabulary of visual distinctions. You know, you eat the thorny one, not the smooth one. You eat the one with the leaves that have the crinkle on the edge, but not the one with the leaves that have the furry underside. And this kind of need put on real pressure for language. Men in the hunting situation had, strangely enough, the pack signaling repertoire that we came down from the trees with is pretty sufficient for a pack hunting situation. In other words, you have 40 or 50 barks and yells, and you can direct, a complex hunting operation. You don't have to have this tremendous stress on adjectives, and then the major stress in hunting often is stoicism and silence. It's not a rappy undertaking. And to this day, it's thought to be a sexist observation, but when you go into villages of native people, they always speak of the chattering of the women. And this is true. Women chatter a lot about the details of ordinary existence. This is what they are heavily linguistically programmed to be into, is the details of ordinary existence, and especially in this matter of food. Well, where the way in which the mushroom fits into all this is that when the African continent began to dry up, this happened over a very long period of time, and it wasn't just a gradual phenomenon. There were glaciations and there were interglacial periods. But generally speaking, over the past 500,000 years, Africa has experienced a progressive aridity. And this forced our remote ancestors down onto an evolving grassland situation. Simultaneously with all these changes going on in the proto-hominids, a lot of ungulate mammals were evolving in this sudden, rich grassland environment. And in the dung of these particular mammals, the psilocybin-producing mushrooms found a suitable environment. They are that kind of mushroom which is called coprophytic, means likes dung. And the mushrooms used in the Indian cults of central Mexico are not coprophytic mushrooms, with one exception. They are ephemeral, deep forest mushrooms, an indemnified community of species that seem to have evolved there. But the exception is in the genus Stropharia, where you get these coprophytic mushrooms, Stropharia cubensis and its conspecific species, and they appear wherever there are cattle of the Bos indicus type, which is the cebu, the humped white cattle. This is a very primitive form of Asian cattle, probably the nearest living relative to Bos primogensis, which was the prototypic Ice Age cattle. So the mushroom occurs then in this situation, in the manure. Well, the pressure on the environment for protein is intense. And I saw myself in Kenya tribes of baboons on the veldt, and they would go over and examine cow pies and flip them over looking for grubs underneath them. So it's in the repertoire of the behavior of these apes to associate these things. And the mushroom presents itself as a completely startling phenomenon in the natural environment. I've seen them in pastures in the Amazon the size of small dinner plates and on stalks 11 inches high, So we're talking a hefty piece of protein. The question is, can you eat this thing? And what happens, you see, when you eat a little bit of psilocybin, and this was shown by experiments by Fisher years ago, is that there's an increase in visual acuity, very slight, but measurable. Well, this means that this gives you an evolutionary adaptation in the hunting situation. You have better eyesight than other members of your group and than you yourself had before you admitted this item into your diet. Well, this is a self-reinforcing situation on a scale of thousands and thousands of years, very quickly those not availing themselves of this quote-unquote artificial augmentation to sensory clarity will be bred out, because there's just no percentage in poor vision. At slightly higher doses, the psilocybin causes sexual arousal. Well, again, you don't have to be an evolutionary biologist to understand that the number of successful copulations that you complete has a direct bearing on the success of your reproductive strategy. And these are all numbers games, you know. I mean, those who fuck more have more children is what it comes down to. So if a certain dietary item is causing sexual activity, well then we're going to see more and more of the children of the people who indulge in that dietary item. And this can be very unconscious, you see. And then the third thing is, of course, that at yet higher doses it gives way to this mystical tremendum, and this entry into hyperspace. What this has to do with the feminine is that I think the women would have been the gatherers of the mushrooms. The women were the keepers of the reproductive mysteries anyway. This cow cult that got going, it's very clear to me that from the point of view of a pre-literate person, the mushroom comes from the cow. I mean, you can't explain it any other way. It has no seeds. I mean, this was puzzling to people up until the 16th century. They couldn't figure out where these things ever came from. They were accustomed to the notion of plants having seeds, but these mushrooms which sprang up overnight just seemed mysterious. So I think very early in prehistory, there was a religion which was a celebration of the feminine, a psychedelic religion, an orgiastic religion, to take account of this arousal factor in psilocybin, and that it was in this environment over thousands and thousands of years that humanness emerged, an environment of boundary dissolution, of where erotic connection was actually the basis of community, and where there was a constant exposure to this unlanguageable, unassimilable, mystical tremendum. And there was the psilocybin was acting then as a tremendous catalyst for language, because remember, I think I said this, that its primary role in prehistory and in the present possibly is as to catalyze linguistic shifts, because linguistic shifts then give culture permission to follow and erect whatever edifices it wants. Now, throughout prehistory, this vegetable goddess is a horned goddess, a goddess of the moon, a goddess of cattle, and a goddess of plants. And what I'm suggesting in this book I'm writing, and I should try it out on you because I won't, you're my best shot, is the notion that, and I said this before, but I repeat myself, and also things make more sense sometimes when heard again, that the natural human condition is actually a condition of symbiosis with this hallucinogen, this particular hallucinogen, that the mystery of who we are and the mystery of why we are so bereft and why history and why all this malarkey is because things went on 15 to 25,000 years ago that we have repressed and never faced the implications of, that we actually had a symbiotic relationship on the mental level with some kind of feminine overmind. And, never mind all the questions which this raises about where is it, what is it, how does it do it, but just that the Gaian process is more than a process. It is a self-reflecting intellect of some sort. How can we pass judgment on this? What do we know? The Earth is 5 billion years old. Intelligence may come in many forms. Self-reflecting awareness may come in many forms. But what seems clear is that there was a dialogue with this other, and there was balance, and there was wholeness, and there was a way of being which, well, it was paradisical. That's why we are so haunted by the loss of it. That's why all of our ontologies are the story of how something was taken from us, something was lost. And it's nobody's fault, exactly. I mean, it really has to do with the processes of the planet, that this partnership paradise that arose as we came to consciousness in the cradle of Africa was dependent on the continuation of this extremely rich grassland environment, which was, in fact, a transient phenomenon. So that by 8, 10, 12,000 years ago, visible pressure was being felt by these populations in Africa. And you see, each time there has been an interglacial period over the last 100,000 years, human populations and in the older strata, proto-hominid populations bottled up in Africa have radiated out across the Eurasian continent. But only in the last interglacial, 20,000 years ago, were those people leaving Africa true pastoralists. They had flocks. They had skin tents. They had a religion. They had language. We know this. I mean, there's just no doubt about it. Before that, they were nomadic hunter and gatherers. So this relationship to the mushroom and the relationship to the cattle, actually the first payoff was an entirely new order of civilization. The symbiotic relationship with the cow, which made life much, much easier, either fueled by or fed into the symbiotic relationship with the mushroom, which gave more successful hunting, better sex, and religion. So there were all these factors feeding into this situation. Now, when these people got out of the Middle East, got out of Africa and settled in the Middle East, it was a much dicier situation. And if you know anything about Middle Eastern archaeology, in Palestine there is a great puzzle because before 9,500 it's virtually empty. This is the interglacial. Ice reached as far south as Sidon in Lebanon, and this area was all frozen up. But as the glaciers retreated, suddenly there are people at Ain Sabah and later at Jericho and at several places. And it's always been assumed by archaeologists on basically chauvinistic grounds that this must have been an outpost of old Europe, the Balkan, Yugoslavian area that Maria Gimbutas has written so much about. Because these people are so advanced, they're called Natufians, and they appear very suddenly in the archaeological record, 9,500. 1,000 years later, they build Jericho, which is at that time the most advanced city site on the planet. And but before they build Jericho, their habit of building was under rock escarpments. And this is the same style of Neolithic building that existed in the Tassili Plateau of Algeria. So in the absence of much archaeology to support either side, I think it's reasonable to think that these people may have come out of Africa. And in fact, there is some evidence of this, because there is what's called burnished Sudanese ware 4 is found in these Natufian places, and burnished Sudanese ware 4 comes from deep in what is now Ethiopia. So there was at least trade, and I think based on, and the people who write about all this have commented on the African motifs, because while we don't have much art from Jericho, these people 1,000 years after Jericho, by now it's 7,500, they built Çatalhöyük in southern Anatolia, and this is truly a science fiction civilization. I mean, it's freakish. It's 7,500 BC. The pyramids lie 3,000 years in the future. So what about that? Well, we don't know. But one of the questions that will remain unanswered in this month is why? Why is there this synergy between the plants and the human beings? Is it chance? Is it just that this is how it works out, and now we are self-reflecting enough to be able to unravel the threads that went into the confluence of influences that created us? Or is it plotted somehow? And this is then the extraterrestrial gene theory. Is this thing somehow strewn in our way? Because you see, I don't buy any of the extraterrestrial intervention theories that have them landing on the White House lawn or projecting images into the minds of people who live in trailer courts, or all these things they're accused of doing. The one thing I grant extraterrestrial intelligence is great subtlety, and probably a long time scale to do whatever they want to do. It's possible to reach a point of deconditioning. It's a kind of reconditioning, it's also deconditioning, where it seems obvious that the planet must be monitored. It is, after all, such an interesting planet. It seems that if anyone could monitor, they would. I mean, we've already now, through the probes we've sent into our own solar system, seen about 33 worlds, and they all fall into various classes, and not one comes anywhere near to what we are. We are what astrophysicists have given the charming acronym, we are a HORE. A HORE is a water-heavy, oxygen-rich world. And water-heavy, oxygen-rich is rare. So it may very well be that every one of these is closely monitored. Well, once you allow that notion, then the presence of the psychedelic genes, the psychedelic activator in the environment, begins to look more like a sort of biogenic engineering. It is curious that what these psychedelics do on a scale of the community is they release new ideas. You become the bearer of new ideas, or new tools, new techniques, new ways of doing things, and that this is how culture moves forward, that culture is a phenomenon dependent on the generation of ideas, plans, notions, connections. Well, this is precisely what these compounds are doing. So is that a coincidence? Or is that part of the regulator? Are we, in fact, somehow managed towards some point? And then the question becomes, of course, for what? And then, it evolves into the realm of science fiction. I had a professor once who had a fairly grim view of things, and his notion of what human history was all about was that it was a radioactive minerals mining project, and that when we finally had all these nuclear weapons stacked up like cordwood, somebody would come from another world and say, "Thank you very much. This is what we wanted, and you've done a good job." That all of human history was simply to get people to stockpile plutonium for somebody else's very good reason. Well, I don't think it's anything quite so Jack Armstrong-ish as that, because what I sense in the mushroom is a tremendous heart, a tremendous, it's well beyond all of that. It's an emotional, intellectual, feeling tone kind of thing. But is it a benevolent galactic monitor? Is it the beating heartbeat of Gaia? Is it this entelechy that I spoke of at the beginning of the hour that is somehow the sum total of process on the earth? Or is it possible that I have been remiss in my assessment of the capacity of human beings, and that this is nothing more than us? It doesn't seem to me like us. It doesn't look like that to me. I got into this game originally as a kind of an art historian, and art historians you track motifs over centuries or decades, depending on your bailiwick, and what it really is it's the exploration of the human unconscious viewed as art. Art. You learn what people have made, can make, do make in the realm of images. Well, the thing that was most astonishing to me about these high-gain psychedelic states is how unfamiliar it is, how totally unfamiliar it is, even if you've made a study of the productions of the human mind in the visual dimension. So that to me, and again, this may be my own psychology, what is always left out of descriptions of the psychedelic state, the deep psychedelic state, is how weird it is. I mean, a hair-raising oddness that adheres to it that is, I call being in the presence of the other. The other wants to be as acceptable to us as possible. It doesn't want to frighten us. It doesn't want to appall us. But it's very hard for it to perceive what our parameters of expectation and bearability are. I mean, that's very, very clear. One of the things after years of smoking DMT and trying to form a metaphor for it, I finally realized that this place that I kept bursting into was the equivalent. It was somebody's idea of a playpen. It was somebody very weird. This was their notion of what a human being would feel most comfortable with. And so it was, rounded and enclosed, and there's a low hum, and it's white. And these language elves that come hopping out of the woodwork to transform themselves, those are the equivalent of what you hang over a baby's cradle. Bright colors, moving lights, that'll keep them busy. Wow. And it was a shock to me to realize this, because I realized it profoundly. It's true. That's what it is. It's some kind of environment designed for a human being who has just been transported across hyperspace and is going to be observed for 2 minutes and 15 seconds and then sent back. And why should it be that way? Does this really have anything to do with the spiritual life, or is this some skewed off other tack entirely? I don't know. There are suggestions, there are hints, but it by no means has the support of a broad river of tradition. For instance, the 56th fragment of Heraclitus, who's a great guy. I mean, Heraclitus was one of us. He'd be comfortable with this situation, I'm sure. The 56th fragment of Heraclitus says the aeon is a child at play with colored balls. This saying is 2,600 years old. What's it talking about? Who knows? But then you break into this place and you see the aeon, and it's a child, and it's playing with colored balls. And you say, my God, it's like you're not meant to know this stuff. The Kabiri in alchemy are the children that are generated in the alchemical process, not the homunculi, but these are the little elves of the metals that come out of the retort and can be seen dancing in the fire. This archetype, motif, whatever it is hair-raising when you encounter it, because it doesn't look like an archetype or a motif. It looks like a little man 11 inches high, or a self-transforming jeweled basketball, or an object from another dimension. Very puzzling. The parameters cannot be known, or at least are not yet known. I mean, perhaps it's foolish to say the parameters cannot be known. We are like explorers. Anybody who goes into the psychedelic dimension, we are all going to go into the books as pioneers, because it's too early for us to be anything else. There's no maps, no finished database, just anecdotes of the crazy, crazy stuff that goes on. That's why it's so important to try and share this stuff.
Doesn't your comparison of, it sounds to me that the DMT experience, and you said other people have had very similar experiences with the language and the elves and all this, does your comparison with that and other hallucinogenics help you draw a conclusion as to maybe this particular one is more off the wall and more...
No, I think it's a place that you approach by different strategies, because a high dose of psilocybin will eventually put you into a place where you have to say, my God, I can't tell it from a DMT flash. And a high dose of ayahuasca will eventually carry you exactly to the same place. The difference is that the DMT, the only way you can evade the DMT is mechanically. That means only if you take too small a toke will it fail. If you can take a big enough toke, it will deliver the goods. While with the psilocybin mushrooms, with the ayahuasca, you have to be a navigator. You have to know how to tack and breathe and descend and level and maybe a little mantric flash and dash. It's trickier, but with the DMT, by God, it has you if you get enough of it. They used to say during the Mughal dynasty, they used to say of the city of Isfahan in Persia that it was half the world because of the beauty of the vaulted ceilings of its mosques. Isfahan is half the world. Well, DMT is half the world. It's just, I would be totally despairing if it didn't exist, because it holds back the premise of the mundane. The premise of the mundane is shown to be ludicrous beyond belief and not worth a moment's trouble. It's just ruled out of bounds, The world is, I'm sure you've heard me say this, the world is not only stranger than we suppose, it's stranger than we can suppose. I mean, think about that. It is stranger than we can suppose. And when you sit down with a notion like that and let it sit in, you realize that any conservative habit of thought is totally skewing you away from the quintessence of that. And it's personal. That's the other thing. The world isn't this unbelievably strange thing which is out there. The world is this stranger than we can suppose thing which begins from the core of us out. That means nothing can be taken for granted. It can be taken apart. It can be put together many, many ways. I mean, I really, a short definition of Tantra, you probably all have some notion of what Tantra is, but a short definition of it is, it's the shortcut. That's what they say in India. They say the premise of Tantra is that a single being can attain enlightenment in a single lifetime. That's the premise of Tantra, that in a single lifetime you could attain enlightenment. Well, imagine if you took that seriously, how much more engaged you would be with the problem of figuring it out. Because what if the only place you can figure it out from is a living body? And so you get 80, 90 years in a living body, and if you haven't figured it out by that time, well, then you're dead, and that's it. But during that time, you had a crack at the big one. There was nothing holding you back from figuring it out, and then transcending such absurd notions as life and death and here and now. So it's like an opportunity. You get to walk out on the court, they pitch you the ball, and you have a chance to make an 80-foot set shot. And if you don't, into the bin with that one. Os Yaniger and I, who was a great old LSD researcher and runs the Albert Hoffman Library in LA, when he and I first met, we were sort of testing each other, and he has a famous reputation for being irascible, and we just sort of were fiddling around, and then I mentioned DMT, and he just beamed and lit up and said, "Now that's something, my God!" And this is what everybody says when you push them. It's like they admit that it is what it is, but it never occurred to them to go further, to look into it, to see what could be done with it. And of course it's sneered at from two directions. It's called the businessman's trip, because it's so short. The old thing in the 60s was, oh, you can do it on your lunch hour. Well, what I want to know is, what business are these businessmen in? Because, and then the other thing that was said of it was, it fries your brain. Well, that's a subjective statement about what it is like to have it happen to you. It doesn't fry your brain. The fact that it reverses itself in 7 minutes shows that it is probably can compete with the world's 5 or 6 most innocuous drugs. Because that's a way of thinking about how your body handles a drug. My God, if it can return you to the baseline of consciousness in 7 minutes, then it's just immediately turning the stuff into harmless byproducts that go into the urine. It means it's safe. Well, you see, we're reaching scary conclusions here. We're reaching the conclusion that the strongest of all hallucinogens is the safest of all hallucinogens. That would carry with it a certain implication about doing these things. And yet, what is on the line when you do DMT is not your body, but your maps, your structure, your belief system. I've never seen it hit anybody quite as hard as it hit me, but I was transformed in a moment from a Marxist, skeptic, scientist. It was then, and I will say it still is now, it is pure 100% magic. It's magic. It's not a drug. It's an event. It's not something that you do. It's something which happens to you. And people come out of it saying, "What happened? What happened?" Saying, "You did it." Saying, "That's what happened? I did it? You mean I just smoked this? That's it?" Say, "Yes, calm down. The trip is over." They say, "Trip? You must be crazy to call it a trip." It's not a trip. It's an event. It's like being struck by lightning. Have you ever had one of these things? It's a lot like an automobile accident. An automobile accident is a very interesting thing because you're going along and everything is ordinary, and then reality just begins to unpeel. It just begins, and you have this very, "Oh my God, I can't believe it." And it continues to go on, you know. And you say, "Wow, it's really happening." it's exactly like that. You know, I mean, it's a collision with another modality. I have on DMT made sound, the intensity and purity of which are immediately convince you that no human being could do this. I mean, it's just not the way humans do it. It has this synthesizer steady. I mean, I'll bet the wave is absolutely flat down as far as you care to look into it. It's as though we don't know what we are. It's as though this is the control panel in the human animal. And you discover, you know, the monkey form, the third planet in the sun, all that was a mere fiction. And the reality is this other thing. And then why does it have the character that it does? For instance, both ayahuasca and mushrooms approach this place from different directions. But the DMT and the psilocybin have this unexpected science fiction aspect to them. This is what the art historians left out. This is what you don't get in Hildegard von Bingen. You don't get the machines, the deep, iridescent, highly polished surfaces that are clearly made somewhere, manufactured. You don't get this cosmic viewpoint where the history of the solar system and the local history of the galaxy is being called upon to validate what is being said. In short, why is it so cosmic? It's different from ayahuasca. Ayahuasca is a heart-opening, earth-centered, earth tones, pastel, flowing water, organic form, fish in the river, mothering, canoe, animal type thing. It's that even in Hawaii or British Columbia isn't the Amazon, unless the morphogenetic field is amplified without subject to the inverse square law. Well, this is really mysterious stuff, that human cultural forms should be scripted into plants. What exactly is going on here? One of the things you can do with psilocybin and ayahuasca that's very puzzling and should be studied is you can, when you get equilibrium in the state, project a motif. Let's say Art Deco. Suddenly, there will be thousands and thousands of Art Deco objects. Water pitchers, cigarette lighters, automobiles, hood ornaments, sculpture, grill work, and then you can just instantly, you can say Italian Baroque. And in a single moment, you know, you're at the church at Santa Maggiore and seeing all this gold work and all this stuff. And then you can say, surprise me. So, you know, what kind of a dialogue is this? And what kind of an entity is this? Is this part of the spiritual quest? Is this off in its own domain? The language of ayahuasca, a way in which ayahuasca and psilocybin slice it differently, is psilocybin actually speaks. There's an informing voice. It tells you. The language of ayahuasca is visual. It shows you. You become like the eye of a cinemascopic camera. And after a good ayahuasca trip, you just feel like your eyes are sticking out of your head. I mean, it's like going to Madison Avenue to buy art or something. You've looked at so many prints, and you've just looked and looked, and you've been looking and looking, because that's how it does it. And you know what I said on Friday about the more perfect logos, this thing which is visually beheld. See, what we're doing is we're mucking about in the domain of profound mystery. And I really can't help you. I don't have answers. My one answer is my little time wave, which I'm willing to share with you. But ideas in this domain are a dime a dozen. I mean, my dream was always to catch an idea, because I saw that that's what the psychedelic thing was. And some of the ideas are tiny ideas. amusing and preposterous, but utterly worthless. And then the large ideas leave you just little like that, because they go by and tear your nets to shreds, and your main concern at that point is to row for shore. But every once in a while, there comes one of manageable size that you can actually wrestle into your little boat and take back to astound everyone in the village with. And the time wave, I have the feeling that in the DMT ecstasis, that the time wave gets about a minute, about 3 seconds, because they say, look at this. You say, oh wow, that's amazing. Say, look at this. Say, my God, I've never seen anything. Say, but look at this. And each one of these are, your amazement is genuine, and your reaction is correct. You are being shown the most amazing things you've ever seen. It's simply that you cannot retain what they are. So the goal is, first of all, to be there, to know about it, to draw strength from the evidence for magic. But then the higher calling is to be a hunter, to find something, to bring it back. I mean, if that's a little too meaty a metaphor for you, well, then think of yourself as a noetic archaeologist. We want to bring back an object, a flower from hyperspace, a machine from another world. And apparently the easiest things to bring back are ideas. And so we have to pay a lot of attention, because ideas can cross the barrier. Very little else can. But if we pay sufficient attention, I think much of these ideas can be brought across, and we can bring nothing is unfair. I mean, computer graphics, voice-operated tape recorders, anything that works. I mean, we've hit the main vein of ideas out there in hyperspace, and the goal is just to fill our knapsacks as full as we can, and then get back to base with this stuff. I guess really, I mean, I'm about to wind it down now. The real point of this month, and I have to keep clearing it back and reminding myself and you, is that we've discovered something, and that we don't know what it is, and that we're like the monkeys in 2001 dancing around the monolith. But this is important. I mean, that's almost all we can say at this point. But it's very, very important. The world will never be the same once the implications of this are worked out. And since I believe a lot of its impact is going to be in psychotherapy, and I see you guys as probably many of you will be psychotherapists or therapists or doctors, you're going to have an impact and be involved in this. But basically, we're just clearing the space for a discovery. And it's a hard discovery to announce, because we don't know what we've discovered. We just know we've really discovered something. Fire must have hit with this kind of impact, and look how long it took to work out what you could do with it. Well, that's it for today.
This is the great bridge between us and the machines, that fundamentally we speak the same language, that and to a human being and to a microprocessor mean the same thing. So there is there is no great barrier. It's all conceptual between us and machine intelligence. Machine intelligence is the most likely form of alien intelligence to arrive and complicate our social dialogue, because in a sense it's already here. In a sense we are putting a great deal of effort into creating it, and in a sense its emergence depends on these very same appetite for novelty that allowed us to squeeze ourselves out of the rules of molecular chemistry. And again, it's happening at these very high megahertz rates. Machine evolution will not be like human evolution, because what it took us 50,000 years to achieve, it can achieve potentially through distributed processing in hours. Hans Moravec says that artificial intelligence, we may never know what hit us. It will simply come to be. And what would that look like? We have no idea, or its relationship to, yeah.
Linguistic analogs before deal.
Yeah, I have that way, but it's like that. Novelty theory and Rupert's theories of the morphogenetic field are very closely related. He doesn't believe in a temporal attractor. He believes things are pushed by necessary casuistry. But the unfolding of the morphogenetic field and the unfolding of the time wave, you're talking about the same thing. You're talking about the four. You see, in a way, what science is all about is it will tell you what is possible. If you want to know if something is possible, you ask these expert in that science. But what science can't tell you, and what you usually really want to know, is out of the class of the possible, what things will actually occur. And we have no theory for this, strangely enough. We have no theory for out of the class of the I suppose somebody who was a fundamentalist or some kind of Christian might say, well, God's will. Out of the class of what is possible, what comes to be is God's will. Well, that would be one theory of what it is that winnows the actual from the possible. A scientist would say pre-existing conditions. In other words, somehow the circumstances into which any phenomenon is born skew it toward its ultimate developmental end state. It's the idea, it's almost like the law of karma or something, that by circumstances into which you find yourself, then you are carried forward to some conclusion that was inevitable based on that. Novelty theory is not predestination. It doesn't say that the future has happened. If you believe the future has happened, you have all kinds of philosophical problems on your hands. Because, for truth as a concept to have any meaning, you have to have error. If you think what you think, because you can't think anything else, which is what predestination is, well then what does the search for truth and meaning look like in a cosmos like that? It's meaningless, no. In a predestined cosmos, you think what you think, because that's what you think and you can't think anything else, and it doesn't have anything to do with truth. So there must be at least that much freedom to err in the mind. But of course, the mind through the body is an extension into the world. For all the huffing and puffing of modern science and neurophysiology, they still can't tell you how you can think, I will close my hand and close it. This is mind over matter. This is telekinesis. This is, science is just completely baffled as to how this can take place at all. It's a fundamental miracle. Been good for 5,000 years, still knocking them dead. And it's by that trick that we don't understand how it's done, that will and mind and intent enters the world, and cities get built and armies sent marching and religious revelations written down. and so forth and so on. But I think that you see, for years I was like crying in the wilderness about this ramping up towards some kind of hyper-complex unravelment of the social machine in the very short term. But now I feel much more confident than I was 10 years ago. Now 10 years closer to the end date, because the internet looks to me like the backbone of the emergent thing. I mean, the internet is a huge and not fully comprehended cultural step that we have now totally committed ourselves to. It's nothing less than the building of a thinking nervous system the size of the entire planet. And our most important, we're wedded to this thing. Our banking, military planning, corporate capitalization, long-term planning, design process, inventory control, resource extraction, everything is running on this strange companion that we built to be indestructible because we built it at the height of the Cold War. And so, it has no nodes of control, and it's the most complex thing ever put in place on this planet since DNA, cooked itself out of the primal ocean. Yeah.
Again, somehow are those people that have had these experiences going to be spared a certain type of...
Yeah, you put your finger on it. It's that to the degree that people are psychedelic, they will be less anxious about what will happen. Because what psychedelics show you is that there is life after history. There is something outside of culture. If you don't know that, by one means or another, then you will define what is happening as, the end of the world, the literal apocalypse, the collapse of everything, when in fact that's not what it is. It's just the collapse of historical, print-based, cultural models of the self and the psyche. I embrace it. I mean, we're not about to blow out here or go extinct, and we never escape from the yoke of nature. Nature has taken some hits in this neighborhood. 65 million years ago, an object encountered the Earth that nothing larger than a chicken on the entire planet survived that encounter. And guess what it cleared the way for? The flowering plants, the source of all these compounds we're so interested in, and the ascendancy of the mammalian order, our dear selves. We are here because of the most appalling bad hair day this planet ever endured. So, when you start judging this stuff and saying, what's good, what's bad, it's very hard to say. Nature is incredibly profligate and will take enormous chances to preserve novelty, keep the novelty game going. And so I feel, that in a sense, nature will open a way for us. Nature is interested in this process. We represent the greatest step in organizational realignment and redesign since life left the ocean. Yeah.
It's grace. It's the will of God that makes these more and more complex systems fall into place.
This relates to a question which was unanswered here this morning, which was about teleology. The Darwinian theory of evolution is very hostile to teleology. First of all, what is teleology? Teleology is the idea that the universe has a purpose. And Darwinian evolution is hostile to this because Darwinian evolution arose in 19th century England, where the reigning intellectual paradigm was called deism. And deism is the idea that God made the universe like a clockmaker, and then he went away and left it going. In other words, the divine clockmaker. The universe was structured by a force which is now withdrawn from it. And Darwin and his circle were very clearly atheists, and they wanted to see biology as requiring no purpose to direct it at all. And so they created the dual concept of random mutation and natural selection. Random mutation is just that because of copying errors, radiation, drift, toxic material in the cellular environment, that the DNA messages degrade. So that's mutation. Then random selection is that this DNA is then subjected to the selective winnowing out that the environment lays against it. So by the meshing of these two processes, this is Darwinian theory, by the meshing of random mutation and natural selection, you get the slow incremental emergence of new forms. And these forms, some of which confer advantage and some don't. Most don't, and they're eliminated. Those that do stay in the system, and incrementally the system seeks to come to equilibrium with the selective forces that are operating on it. But these selective forces, which are cosmic, incidental radiation from space, weather, climate change, so forth and so on, because these factors are themselves changing over time, mutating, the system can never come to equilibrium. And so for Darwinian evolution, evolution is what's called a random walk. The system destabilizes, it corrects itself. It destabilizes, it corrects. Destabilizes, corrects. And after billions of years of this, lo and behold, you get animals like ourselves. But these 19th century evolutionists were keen to say, do not imagine that this is God's purpose, or that the final form was prefigured in the original form. No, this just happened like this. Well, now we've had 150 years to absorb all this. In the meantime, Mendelian genetics, the particulate nature of the gene has been understood. The molecular nature of the gene has been understood. We can say some little things about this. Also, we are no longer under the spell of deism. That's a cranked idea that nobody is that keen for. And so it's a different intellectual world. Well, now when we look at nature, we see a different picture. We see that where Darwin said nature is all red in tooth and claw, we see that the way to to be a successful species, the way to survive, is to make yourself indispensable to your neighbors. Then, instead of attempting to push you down and extinguish you, if you can cut deals with everybody in your neighborhood, providing various chemicals or energy supplies or other affects in the environment, then everybody will begin to pull your way. So in fact, cooperation is what is maximized among species. And a huge complex organic system like a coral reef or a rainforest is actually attempting to come to an equilibrium of balance that is the point of greatest benefit for the greatest number of organisms and species in the system. Well, this is a whole different picture, and it opens the possibility. These new sciences like complexity theory, global dynamics, chaos theory, have made it now respectable to think about processes that are drawn by something in the future rather than pushed from behind. In the 19th century, that was inconceivable. All that was known was the chain of cause and effect. But now we see that the temporal landscape has what are called basins of attraction in it, and that certain processes are actually drawn forward by their presumed end states. And so it seems less outlandish to us, I think, to suppose there is a purpose. And also we see a level of global integration and global mutation that Darwin would even dream in.
The idea of elements of time having their particular qualities, have you correlated that with astrology at all?
Well, it's somewhat like astrology, except astrology believes that planets and stars and the arrangements among them represent shifts in a kind of energy field. In a way, this is more abstract. Wang Pi, who was a medieval Chinese mystic, his thought comes eerily close to my own, in that the way he pictured this was that you have the sequence moving in an abstract dimension, but you have the sequence moving at a certain speed, and overlaying that is another sequence moving at a different speed, and over that another version of the King Wen sequence moving at another speed, and that a given moment is a slice through these levels that creates a unique juxtaposition of the levels. So it is in that sense very astrological, but it's all calculated independent of any observation of nature. Although, if it's true, then it's interesting that there are correlations in the cycles in the King Wen sequence to astrological cycles. Specifically, the system that I elaborated on one level contains a cycle of 384 days. Well, that's the number of lines, 6 times 64, the number of lines in a complete sequence of the I Ching, 384 days. Well, it happens to be 13 lunar cycles, exactly. Well, then if you take it times 64, you get a number, 67 years, 0.10425 days, which is 6 sunspot cycles. And sunspot cycles also occur in 33-year cycles. Well, it's known that the early Han Dynasty Chinese knew about sunspot cycles. They were the first people to observe them. So, without hypothesizing super technologies or any kind of Atlantis type stuff, we see that the King Wen sequence could have been a kind of gear used in a system of multiplicans that predicted lunar cycles, sunspot cycles on 2 levels, and then with one further multiplication, this precessional great year, this 26,300 year cycle. So it's a neat kind of resonance calendar. And given the sorry state of Chinese calendar making in historical time, it's interesting that you can derive a very accurate calendar from the I Ching, more accurate than the calendar we're presently operating on, if you use a 384-day year length. The problem, of course, is that a year of that length would precess against the sun, but this may have been for political or religious or philosophical reasons acceptable at the time that calendar was formulated. My fancy is that there was a war, a calendrical war, in the pre-Shang dynasty time, a war between the solar materialists and the lunar mystics. And it was basically a war about how the calendar should be, because, the calendar is the largest frame of reality. For instance, our calendar, with its fixed equinoctial points, is a lie. Our calendar promotes a belief in the permanence of eternity, when in fact everything is slipping and sliding around. The fact that the equinoctial points are traversed every year on the same solar year day gives rise to a kind of patriarchal hubris, arguably. Yeah.
The difference between a schizophrenic and a psychedelic traveler being that maybe one can't navigate its way back. And I was wondering two things. One, Sab, you have any work with schizophrenics, and what was that interaction like? And the other was more a take on modern culture, the common channel surfing couch potato, that it has some schizophrenic quality to it. And I was thinking of the movie 12 Monkeys, with the Brad Pitt character in the asylum, when he says that the thing that separates a sane citizen from insanity is how much he allows his culture to straitjacket him.
Well, I don't know. Schizophrenia is a very complicated subject because several syndromes, which are quite different, are all lumped under schizophrenia. Probably the kind of schizophrenia that I'm sensing you want to talk about is what's called process schizophrenia. This is where somebody becomes really spun up, and it can come after days of not sleeping or something, and then people begin to have really funny ideas, and they want to tell everybody about them, and they want to they go to the manager of the business with fantastic ideas that are going to make a whole bunch of money. The problem is they just don't make sense to anybody but them, or they start hearing voices, or they become convinced that they have a special mission. And it turns out that this phenomenon, which we pathologize pretty confidently, actually is not that different from people who are having real legitimate breakthroughs and understanding their lives in new ways. It's a shifting and reordering of the dominance of the psyche. And I tend to agree, he's dead now, but R.D. Laing, the English psychiatrist R.D. Laing, what I observed of schizophrenia went on at La Chorrera in those days that are described in True Hallucinations. And my really strong conviction coming out of that was it should not be interfered with by depressive drugs. That it's some kind of a process, of a healing, of an acting out, and that the biggest favor you can do the person is to let them, to the greatest degree possible, do what they want to do and not interfere with them. And if you medicate them and incarcerate them, the thing is aborted and squashed and distorted, and then they have a great deal of trouble ever getting their act together. I was very fortunate. I mean, how many psychiatric residents have ever seen an untreated schizophrenic? I mean, the minute these people hit the front door of a hospital, they're given stelazine or lithium or something. And yet, it seems more as though Jung was on the right track. This is a process in the dynamics of the unconscious that wants to work itself out to a conclusion. Now, obviously, if they have violent fantasies or seem dangerous to themselves or other people, you can't let that go on. But I think the treatment of schizophrenia is largely at the convenience of the practitioner. And people are warehoused. And, if I were going crazy, I think the thing that would really throw me over the edge would be to be put with a bunch of really crazy people. It's always seemed so odd to me that if you go bananas, they put you with all the other people who've gone bananas, who are the worst models for you to be in the presence of and are quite unsettling to normal people, let alone people who are having boundary dissolution and self-identity problems. So, yeah.
There are some studies that show that what it creates is in schizophrenic states, there's a more common shift in brainwave rhythms, which is associated with an enhanced immune system and result with less cancer. And I've been curious as to whether or not the use of psychedelics may also provide those frequent shifts, which are probably more necessary to health. So as soon as we depress, for instance, schizophrenics, what happens is they go back to normal cancer rate of the normal population, so their immune system doesn't function as well. So in terms of looking at enhanced immune function, whether or not frequent shifts, which coming in and out of psychedelics may, and I don't know if you know anything about that.
Well, in some sense, the kind of process schizophrenia, the messianic, grandiose schizophrenia that we're talking about here, is an overexpression of self-definition. And in that sense, you would expect an enhanced immune system to accompany it. The immune system defines the chemical self. So if the self is somehow being overexpressed to the point where it becomes a pathology or a burden on the functioning of the social group, then it wouldn't surprise me that that the immune system would be functioning very efficiently. What else do I want to say about this? Well, I guess that's it. Yeah, behind.
The question about schizophrenia, like, I agree with you that a big part of it is just that our culture should be more tolerant of people that are crazy. If there was a place for them, then maybe less of them would be warehoused off, like people in less developed countries. Schizophrenics tend to do much better in those cultures. But my question is the fact that a lot of them really are suffering, and they really are suffering with the voices in their heads, and many of them do commit suicide because they're suffering so much with those voices, and some of them do see the hospital as a safe place for them. And how do you balance those?
Yeah, well, I think the paranoid kind of schizophrenia is different from this process schizophrenia, and from having seen people in that state, it's clearly a very uncomfortable state. These people are not happy. They don't like being where they are. It doesn't seem like a very functional state. I think what we're dealing with is probably a group of pathologies that may or may not have common origins. These may be completely different screw-ups, chemical or genetic screw-ups of one sort or another. Certainly the catatonic schizophrenic and the process schizophrenic present completely differently. The catatonic doesn't move, has nothing to say, can't care for their own body functions. The process schizophrenic wants to reorganize the company and call the president and talk, invest and invent and travel and speak and heal and cure, and they're just all over the map. It's a whole different style. So, in the classification of fungi, they have this classification called fungi obscuranta, and it just means everything we haven't classified. And I think probably schizophrenia will be seen to be a group of unrelated phenomena requiring different kinds of intervention and different kinds of therapy. When the psychedelics were first coming on, everybody had the idea, these things are what was called psychotomimetics. In other words, they imitate psychosis. And so then people said, well, it must be that people produce that schizophrenics are overproducing DMT, or they're producing LSD-like compounds in their blood. And people went tearing off in search of the schizogen, it was called in the literature. Well, the schizogen was never found. Schizophrenics have slightly depleted levels of DMT than the ordinary population, not dramatically depleted. No other chemical analog as a real marker for schizophrenia has been found. So it's more complicated than that. And once you go back through the literature and compare with more attention to detail, the differences are clear. The paranoid schizophrenic hears the voices. The visual hallucinations are actually pretty rare. Hallucinogenic trips inevitably tend to be more positive than what schizophrenics are reporting. You have only to contrast my encounters with zany, punning, self-transforming elf machines, compare that to these gray-faced proctologists who come in the middle of the night and look up your ass and take you off and, abuse you and surgically snip and tuck. And, this is appalling stuff, the stuff of nightmare. If there was a drug that did that, none of us would get near it, I dare say, after one exposure. Yeah.
8-circuit model of evolution. Because I was thinking that, or it just sounds really close to what you were talking about, especially the neurogenetic level, where you can tune into the actual DNA and get a sort of a readout of the evolutionary process and pattern. So,
yeah, I like the model. I'm not sure of the mechanism. On the other hand, one of the most mysterious issues in neurophysiology is the issue of memory. In other words, where is it? We know that in the course of your lifetime, every molecule in your body will be swapped out 5 times. Well, then how can a 70-year-old woman remember the smell of her grandmother's dress when she used to climb up into her lap? We know that people can undergo horrific accidents, brain damage, and cancer of the brain, and this sort of thing, and that their memory is, in some cases, virtually unscathed. This has been, in fact, the greatest embarrassment of materialist science in the past 50 years, or one of them, is they have made zilch progress on understanding memory. And, it's right smack in the center of everything we want to do. It's a communication technology, it's a nanotechnology, it's a molecular genetic technology for information and storage retrieval that works with images, music, sound, and we don't have a clue as to how it works. I tend to believe that nature is fairly conservative, and that once you develop a mechanism that's good for a certain function, you will find it iterated in other areas where that function is called upon. So notice that the DNA, in a way, if you understand how it works, it's like a chemical learning system. It templates the environment and it responds to environmental selection by building proteins of a certain type. In a way, it's a chemical engine for responding to the environment. Well, then if you look at the nervous system, it's an electrochemical system. It's a combinatory system where information moves in the body down the nerve fibers at a pretty good clip. But why then are we such slow-moving creatures? Well, because every time it gets to a synaptic cleft, it stops being electricity and it turns into a complex chemical reaction to bridge the gap, to go down the next wire to the next gap. And so in the course of this electro to chemical transmission of the signal, it slows down to a few hundred miles an hour. And that determines our speed as organisms. Downstream, this may all be sped up. Memory seems to work almost instantaneously, but no mechanism is visible. I mean, if you really want to look at a human function that's present in all of us and easily studied and may hint at undiscovered principles in physics or miraculous new orders of nature, human memory would be a real place to begin.
And I wondered what your involvement is today, what you hope to get at, have hoped to get out of your involvement with the rave scene, and just what role do you think youth culture will have in the next 12, 13 years as we approach a possible singularity?
Well, I didn't intend to get involved in rave, really. I mean, I was interested in it. When I went to England in 1990, I had a pretty academic schedule of lecturing, but a lot of ravers came. And the Zippies were just getting organized around the club called Megatripolis in Charing Cross. And I met Colin Shaman of the Shaman, and then we talked about me doing something with them, and he taped our conversation, and then I thought it was like a job interview, but then when it was all over, he said that would do fine, that was what they would use on the record, and so that CD was called Boss Drum, and just by chance it went double platinum in England, which means, hard to believe, but every 15th person in the British Isles bought this album. And so it was a mega hit. And suddenly I was an icon to a whole bunch of people who had never heard of me before. And then I worked with Zavuya, which was another English band, Spiral Tribe, which was an English band. I met a Austrian couple in Frankfurt who are Station Rose, which was a German doof band. And last year I went to South Africa and Australia and ended up doing raves there. It's a kind of a weird thing for a person my age to, be the world's oldest raver or something. But the rave scene needs to be more psychedelic. It breaks down. It breaks toward amphetamine. It breaks toward heroin. It breaks toward alcohol. You have to keep constantly reminding it. Plus, the youth culture is incredibly powerful and creative. People talk about the 1960s and what a great thing it was. Well, I was there. I was at ground zero, and it lasted from about 1966 until early 1968. And 1968 was called the Year of Rage, or the Days of Rage. That was all street fighting and rocking out bank windows and burning police cars. The Summer of Love, which was 1967, it was like a 2-year thing, 66, 67. The current youth culture has been going in the same direction strong since 1986. There are people who will tell you if you were not in London in the summer of 88, you missed it. And, and yet there are kids who obviously don't feel they missed it because they were children in 1988. So it's an incredibly vital culture. It's worldwide. It was born in the bowels of Thatcherite Britain, and it's very cynical about bourgeois social values and getting a job and fitting in and all that. And it speaks German, Afrikaner, Japanese, French, English with equal fluency. And it's not rock and roll. The ultimate heresy against the 60s musical fascisti. It's not rock and roll, it's doof. If it's anything, it comes out of hip-hop, it's syncopated and ambient and experimental. And I really don't understand the youth bashing tendency of this culture. It seems to me one of the most chuckle-headed things that we're involved in is youth bashing, because it all rides on the back of youth. They're the ones who are going to be asked to live in and perfect the future that all this technology and integration and bioengineering and so forth and so on is going to bring to fruition. And the great thing about the youth culture, there are many great things about it, but one is that it's so suspicious of bourgeois values, and that it's so friendly to the internet. the internet is owned and managed by the Fortune 500 corporations, but they own and manage it somewhat like a little old lady who owns a gorilla. They really fear it, and they don't understand it, and they have to hire guys with rings in their ears and ponytails to turn on the machines in the morning and to run the payroll software and the inventory control software and everything. So it's a very uneasy alliance. As far as whether I'll do more with rave culture, I don't know. I keep trying to back out of it. It's different. It's strange to go on stage in front of a screaming crowd at 2 a.m. and try to talk philosophy. And so I've given up trying to talk philosophy, and instead I find myself behaving more incoherently and crazily than I do in any other fashion. And the crowd seems to love it, but the crowd is predisposed to love it. The crowd is not terribly discriminating at that point. But I have been working with a band called Lost at Last, a Maui band transplanted to Santa Cruz. And if you're in San Francisco, New Year's Eve, we'll be at the Veterans Administration doing glossolalia and handling boa constrictors with light show and the whole razzmatazz. If only this had come when I was 20. I feel like Billy Pilgrim or something. I'm living my life entirely out of sequence. I mean, what does a 51-year-old guy need with a career as a raver? Beats the shit out of me, but there you have it. And I'm poor enough, I can't just say no either. I have to negotiate this.
That's just alcohol. It's right.
Oh yeah, it's a shamanic role for sure. I mean, Jumpin' Jack Flash, it's a gas. For sure it's a shamanic role. But I'm sure, it would be perfectly reasonable to stand aside and let a 22-year-old do it, to let Spooky do it, let somebody else do it. Yeah.
With all your talk about the proctologists who come in the night, what do you think about the extraterrestrials?
I thought you would never ask. Well, first of all, before I wade in, visor down, razor splashing, let me say that I have at times proposed various extraterrestrial theories, because it seemed to me back in the mid-70s that if you were to take seriously the idea that there was an extraterrestrial penetration of the terrestrial ecology, that the mushroom would be it. The mushroom is alien enough in its life cycle, alien enough to survive the conditions of outer space, and when complexed with a mammalian nervous system, it seems to want to download these messages from far away, shall we say. So that's my idea of how an alien would be. That the first problem you would have with a real alien would be to recognize it. Because first of all, it's going to be alien, for crying out loud. This thing evolved on some other planet under a completely different chemical and regime of pressure and chemistry, and I mean, if you can't understand your next door neighbor, what do you think it's going to be like to stare into the face, if it has a face, of somebody from Zenebel Ganubi? So the mushroom seemed alien enough, and it's also very low key. It looks high technology. I don't expect them to come in trillion-ton ships of titanium roaring out of the cosmic darkness into parking orbit around our planet. I seriously doubt if it will happen that way. If they don't want to be detected, they certainly will not be detected, because you have to assume that the technology will be beyond your wildest imaginings. The idea that someone is going to come in ships speaking languages and with an interest in our gross industrial output or trading with us or some crap like that. This is what I call failure of scale. This is for people who don't understand how weird reality is. This is for people who've been watching too much daytime TV to think it's going to be so humdrum as that. So then we're left with this residuum of testimony that something weird is going on. I think this is like an intelligence test built into reality. Life presents itself as a mystery. The people who pass the intelligence test are not worrying about gray-faced aliens checking them for hemorrhoids in the middle of the night. They have passed this intelligence test, and their conclusion is, whatever this is, it is not what it claims to be. It is not what it appears to be. And then people are very puzzled, and they say, well, but what about all these people who have these things happen to them? Well, this now we sort of get down to the nut of the matter, and this is where I often feel my audience is peeling away from me in horror and disappointment, because I think we're very naive about what information is and how it works. And let's see how I can give examples of this or start into it. First of all, the media that we are embedded in are designed to amplify anomalies. In other words, here's a story. Man goes to work, does moderately good job. No newspaper on earth would run this as a headline. Why? Because it's not news. It's ordinary. On the other hand, Volkswagen-sized chunk of ice falls in Massachusetts farm field. This is news. And if it passes the first gateway, which is the local news reporting apparatus, passes it on to the AP and UPI and like that, then it makes its way out into the electromagnetic medium. Well, in the electromagnetic medium, the laws of perspective are weirdly distorted. The further away you are from something, the more real it looks. The closer you get to it, the less substantial it becomes in the world of media. So, for example, let's say that the New York Times on a certain day reports that in a Massachusetts field, a large chunk of ice has fallen. And so you look at that and then you think to yourself, oh, let's see what Dilbert's up to. Of course, with the New York Times, you will not be satisfied in your quest because there is no Dilbert, because the great gray maiden doesn't stoop to comics. But suppose you're reading a civilized newspaper. Well, then you just go and read Dilbert. But a newspaper like that is designed to be read by 5 million, 6 million people per day. Well, sure as hell, someone will open the paper to page 42. Chunk of ice falls in Massachusetts field. And they will notice that the county in which this field is located contains their mother's maiden name initials. And by that, and a dream they had the night before of something wet falling from the sky, they realize that God has sent them a message. And they call work and cancel, and jump in the car and head for Amherst or wherever the action is. Well, meanwhile, the rest of us go on about our business, with one exception. Editors of newspapers where this story has been put out are now getting feedback. And so the editor calls up the Cub reporter. He says, we're really getting a lot of interest on that ice fall in Massachusetts deal. I want you to drive up there and get the story, interview everybody, find out what's going on. Is there a religious angle? Is there a this? Is there a that? What did people see? So this guy thinks, I have to find honest work. But until then, I have to drive up to Massachusetts and find out what's going on. The person for whom God was speaking to them and the reporter encounter each other at the edge of what is now a drying mud hole. And then he says, "And who are you?" Says, "Well, funny you should ask. I'm Dr. Raymond Hamaruby Bird, expert in telluric energies, ley lines, radiesthesic energy, genies, afrits, and ancestor spirits. And I can tell you what's going on here. This confirms a theory that I published in my book, Turning the World Upside Down in 10 different ways. I self-published my book, but and you're off at this point. And so, to make a long story short, and you maybe can't always follow this advice, but it's very good advice, nevertheless, whether you can follow it or not. When confronted with the irrational, or the extraordinary, or the miraculous, it is legitimate to carefully examine the messenger. The key to understanding what is going on is to examine the messenger. People don't do this. They examine the testimony of the messenger. So they say, now stand exactly where you were standing when the saucer first appeared. Aha. And so it was 20 degrees above the horizon, and it moved, so we can calculate it must have been moving at this speed. This is not the right question to be asking this person. The right question to be asking is, have you ever seen a ghost? What's your position on the resurrection? How do you feel about homeopathy? What's your position on major earth changes in the short-term projection of things? And if you do this, you will begin to discover an epistemological naivete. I maintain that the illusion that you and this person are living in the same Idaho begins to break down. They have categories and presuppositions and expectations that you can't follow along with. And so the illusion of communication is necessary for there to be the mirage of an event, is essentially a way of putting it. So these things are like informational viruses. It's because of how we as organisms handle information. For example, here's a counter way to approach a problem in nature. Suppose you want to know how much electricity is running through a wire. The way to do this is to measure 100 times, add these numbers together, divide by 100, and you will have the average amount of energy flowing through the wire. Now suppose your 100 numbers fluctuate between 3 volts and 3.5 volts, except that measurement 72 tells you that 11,000 volts are running through this wire. Well, what do you do with that reading if you're a good scientist? Well, you throw it out. You say, well, that's crazy. That can't be right. There's something wrong with that one. Get that puppy out of there. In other words, you reject the anomalous. Instead of pouncing on it and triumphantly raising it on high for all to adore, you simply eliminate it. The media works exactly the opposite. It seizes on the, every night 1 million people go out and look into the night sky. They see zilch, the stars, the moon. One person goes out, they see a triangular spaceship 800 feet across with red running lights broadcasting, the second chapter of Mark. Well, what are we told the next morning? That this was seen and this disrupted the night sky over Phoenix or Alamogordo or someplace like that. Always someplace you are, by the way. So people say, well, but is it all like that? Is it all so much like that? I think it pretty much is. People don't I've told stories here about strange events, but I've said the real weirdness it does not have to be treated with respect or as though it were fragile. True weirdness is true weirdness. You can kick the tires, honk the horn, drive it around the block. Phony weirdness is incredibly fragile, and they don't want you to get near, and you can only see it if you stand here, and please don't touch, and the speaker is veiled, and the voice is distorted because the CIA might kill him if they knew who he was. A million reasons why it's just not totally straightforward. All resting on the preposterous notion that we couldn't stand knowing the truth, and therefore these things must be shielded from us. Well, if we're so fragile, why weren't we shielded from the knowledge of the president's blowjob? I mean, that shook up more people than the knowledge that extraterrestrials are trading human fetal tissue for advanced technology. It seems to me that as psychedelic people, we should be more immune to these rumors of miracles, signs, and wonders than the rest of the population, because we have a benchmark to measure it against. And the cultification of discourse and the rising tolerance for raps, which don't make sense, is a really weird aspect of the end of the millennium discussion that we're trying to have. I mean, somebody on no evidence at all can introduce the most preposterous and outlandish hypotheses into a conversation, and it has to be treated with the same respect that the pronouncements of quantum physics or evolutionary theory are treated. And then people say, well, how do you not throw out the baby with the bathwater? Well, it's tricky. I think we all need to get our razors clarified, and also a little less politesse would be all right. I don't know what it's like here. I said all these things I'm saying to you now to Rupert recently, and he said, well, you're just, thinking in Malibu-itis. He said in an average English pub, if somebody started raving about this stuff, there would be half a dozen people on their feet instantly just sneering it out of existence. Well, upstate New York is halfway between London and Malibu, so maybe you're leavened with reason and temperance. But there certainly is a lot of loose-headed metaphor building out there in the intellectual marketplace. We almost need a new vocabulary of fluff. There are different kinds of fluff. For instance, there's what I call deep fluff, which is fluff with a history. So that would be, for example, alchemy, which is something dear to my heart. Alchemy is fluff with death, because it's 4,000 years old, and even though it's never made good on its promises or agenda, it just keeps popping up in various places. It's generated a rich literature. It's deep fluff. The kind of fluff that freaks me out is where you get one person who never read the Old Testament, never read Plato, doesn't understand mathematics, music, history, art, literature, religion, economics, or philosophy, but they have all the answers. Because when they were in the desert, the archangel Malingi appeared to them and downloaded the entire shtick from A to Z in 11 simple lessons, which they will share with you for a significant portion of your income. This kind of thing, you should automatically... the mushroom said to me once, apropos of all this, and I tried to live by it. It said, for one human being to seek enlightenment from another is like a grain of sand on the beach to seek enlightenment from another. And, for me, that puts in perspective all this malarkey about lineages and secret orders and having to sweep up around the ashram for 15 years before they cut you any juice and all of that stuff. If a truth which you cannot understand is of no use to you. So don't tell yourself that the fact that you don't understand quantum physics is okay because these guys at MIT have it under control. Until you understand it, it's utterly useless to you. So people live by hearsay and rumor, and people delightedly spread rumors of the miraculous. People say, well, did you see that thing on TV the other night where they had that Air Force colonel who claimed that he was there at Roswell when there was a buzz? And, well, to repeat this kind of stuff is the equivalent of taking home a newspaper with a headline that says, Alien Mom 9 gives birth to dead Christ. This is not something people of intellectual integrity involve themselves with. Isn't that a downer, that rap? It's so, and it's especially a downer when I get more specific than I have been here. Because, of course, it really becomes cogent when you tear into somebody by example. And the reigning cult of niceness precludes that I do too much of that, because my own office might be gored. But I do urge you to disperse your money and attention with extreme miserliness when people start telling you they have the answers. There are no answers at this point. Part of growing up is to live without answers. Culture is a kind of con that works on you if you're smart till you're about 35 or 40 or 50. It takes longer for some people. But if you live long enough and you're paying attention, you will eventually notice that culture is a con. It just wants to pick your pocket and get your vote and make a fool out of you. And around age 35, 45, 55, people just say, screw it, this. Or they become defenders of it because they somehow see into a wisdom that it contains that I have not perceived. I think really, part of, there is an idea around that sometime in your mid-20s you mature, and that then you are a fully mature human being. This is obviously not true. You're still a puppet of culture. The maturation process goes on into the 30s and 40s. And if you live that long, what you should end up being is an independent person, free of ideology, free of object fetishism, consumer fetishism, free of pathological attachments to other people, free of codependent relationships. I mean, these are all things which people in their 20s are just beginning to encounter as possibilities. And if you don't grow past these things, then you become these people who watch daytime TV and roam the malls and vacation in artificial paradises and, a lot of lottery, attention to lotteries and Publishers Clearinghouse minions that are soon to arrive, and just a squirrely lifestyle, hardly above the level of a laboratory rat. And if consciousness expansion means anything, it means thinking your way out of these cultural cul-de-sacs and dilemmas. Don't buy anything. Because very, very rarely is what you are being sold what it represents to be, nor worth what's being asked for it.
My take on science, I might as well couch it as a comment to you, but it will come out in some other form anyway, is science is excellent at doing what it was designed to do, but it has expanded its province into all reality and seeks to pass judgment in areas where it has no real business going. It's a very limited method that achieves its claim to universality by wildly exaggerating its accomplishments. For example, science to do its work, I mean, modern science post-Newton, depends on probability theory. But probability theory has a built-in assumption that has never been thoroughly looked at, and that is the assumption of what Newton called pure duration, meaning that science, if you describe a scientific procedure to someone, they don't ask whether you did it on a Wednesday or a Saturday. Science seeks to be time independent. And in order to do that, it has to make the assumption that time is invariant. This is just a first try with Occam's razor. In fact, in our own lives, what we experience is endless variation. In other words, it may be that the hydrogen bond, when it breaks, always breaks the same way. But love affairs, investment strategies, political campaigns, the building of empires, these things are always characterized by a kind of uniqueness. And science, by invading these domains with probabilistic conceptions, gives us the science of statistics, polling, and hands to us mythical entities like the citizen or the average white male, or, these are just absurd abstractions that are generated by a particular kind of worldview that is not really examining its first premises. So I would propose a modified definition of science that would then let it do its work in peace, which is science is the study of those phenomena which are time independent, but that in many realms of nature, a new theory to replace probability theory and flat duration is necessary. The power of probability is simply based on its success in these very, very limited domains. And now there's no way back from that. Modern science is thoroughgoingly probabilistic. If you were to try and remake, they're always raving about the new paradigm in science, and it's always usually some tiny diddling of what they've already got. If you were to really try and remake science, then you would have to replace the assumption of invariability in time with a mathematical statement about its variability. And we'll talk more about that tomorrow, because there is room for that. Science is not reason. Reason is a different domain. And I think anything which is unreasonable, ultimately unreasonable, is just patently absurd. That's why I don't feel great affinity with most of the marching hordes of the New Age, because, the fact of the matter is they don't possess any razors for separating the nuts from the berries. But nevertheless, our intellectual choices are not between the channelers of Lazarus and the American scientific establishment. There's a vast set of possibilities in between there and beyond those poles of discourse that can be worked out. Every society that's always existed has had the built-in assumption that they only needed to find out 5% more about reality, and then it would all fall into place, and that they had the right tools for doing that. And but we look back then with this great sense of superiority on the naivete of the ancient Egyptians, the ancient Greeks, the Maya, the 17th century English, everybody. We look back on their naivete But in fact, our own cultural enterprise is obviously fraught with a peculiar illogic and childishness and naivete. I mean, we're a culture that, robs our children to create a potlatch culture in the present. And this would look fairly pathological from any cultural perspective outside our own. The thing, I mean, this is a segue, but it makes sense. The thing that I think psychedelics do that addresses this problem and many, many problems or choke points in our ideological effort to understand what's going on is the contribution that they make is that they dissolve boundaries. And culture, I mean, the word virtual reality was used as we went around the circle. Culture is the sanctioned virtual reality. And it is put in place by the machinery of local language, you see. And so then you're born into this circumstance and you're told, you are a male child, you are a citizen of the United States, you are a Christian, you are a Jew, you will go to college, you will do this. And you never question. It's called the social contract. It hasn't gone unnoticed by Western philosophers. It's gone unnoticed by those of us who are its foremost victims. They try to tell you that you're in a social contract. But when you ask to see your signature on the document, they tell you that you were born into this contract. Well, what the hell kind of contract is that? It means that you were born into a kind of enslavement to a linguistically empowered paradigm of virtual reality within which you will walk around your entire life, congratulating yourself on its accomplishments and ignoring its contradictions and weaknesses. So what psychedelics do, and why they are in all times and all places such social dynamite, is they dissolve the cultural machinery. Doesn't matter. Head-shrinking Amazon native, Hasidic Jew, Chinese merchant in Singapore, whoever it is, the psychedelic dissolves their cultural construct and puts them in touch with the fact of being in organism. Being an organism is like what you get when you take off your real clothing. Not this clothing, but the clothing of language, programming, and assumption. Then you find yourself within the context of organism, outside the context of culture. And for the reason this is not a mass movement is many people hear that and they say, I know what that is. That's called being nuts. I don't want that. That sounds absolutely terrifying. Well, these are people for whom that cultural machinery is necessary armoring in an almost Reichian sense. Necessary armoring. They cannot face the world without culture because they are in fact defined by culture. Now, who are these people? These are the people, and we each to some degree imbibe in this category. These are the people whose values are set by the engines of commerce and propaganda. These are the people who dress as they are told to dress, spend as they are told to spend, believe as they are told to believe. But within every human being, there is a kind of, at least the possibility of a revulsion against this kind of anesthesia of uniqueness, because that's what it is. You can put your uniqueness to sleep And then, you dress Gucci and you invest with these people and you drive this car and you're correct. Because your accountants, your managers, your agents, your public, whoever, your husband, your lover, is telling you that you're correct. Definition from without means being defined by the cultural machinery. Cultures other than our own have somehow always known, perhaps because nature is such a huge force outside the Western industrial democracies, people have always known that this was a fiction, that the world of cultural values is a necessary illusion, if you will. And so they create a class of people called shamans, or seers, or magicians, or trans-ecstatics, or what have you. And these people are deputized by the cultural machinery to go beyond it. To go beyond it and to return with truth. Not culturally sanctioned truth, but just truth, the felt experience of being an organism that I'm talking about. And by this process, cultures conduct their evolution, if you're an evolutionary thinker, or their random walk through time, if you're more of a phenomenologist. But whatever they're doing, we're not doing that. Because the mechanisms that we have used to close off access to the beyond culture dimension have in our hands grown so strong that we have, in a sense, succeeded to the point where we've put ourselves out of business. And the people to blame for this are these wily Greeks. Because while everybody else was carving horned masks and painting themselves with cross-hatching and stuff like that, the Greeks got the idea, we'll do it differently. We will portray the surface of the naked human body in marble. What this means is that the eye rises to the surface of reality and looks around for the first time from the point of view that we would call naive realism. But what a cultural journey it took to reach naive realism, because you had to sever yourself endlessly from the intuition of a symbolic, magical, spirit-haunted universe. And the Greeks, through a series of cultural accidents, and I would say mistakes, ultimately, achieved this. And they had then an alphabet, a phonetic alphabet, which empowered a further severing of linguistic intentionality from the essence of the object intended, because you see, a phonetic alphabet symbolizes sound. It doesn't symbolize the way something looks or its thinghood. It just symbolizes sound. And the phonetic alphabet then issued into a series of cultural styles, science, rationalism, mathematical analysis of phenomenon. I mean, this was something absolutely unheard of, and is the unique contribution of the Western mind, that, people noticed that you could take a gut string and shorten it by half, and the tone would shift 1 octave, and stuff like that. And they got the idea of numerical analysis, which opened up the path into culture to the present world. Well, each of these steps into realism, and remember I said we would call it naive realism, now that word takes on a different meaning from the context of the 20th century. It was naive. It was horribly naive. In fact, we were led down the primrose path by such simplistic notions, because what was suppressed was the invisible, messy world of the spirit and the human unconscious. This is the great tension that illuminates Greek civilization. On one, take Plato as an example, because here in one thinker, these distinct strains of thought, these antithetical strains of thought are perfectly present. You have, an overarching realism, a drive to categorize and to arrange in rational relationships, and you have a thoroughgoing mysticism with roots back into the Minoan religion of Crete and back into Egypt and Africa. It's really extraordinary. And that was the last moment in the Western cultural enterprise when these things were in balance. And they were not in balance in any one particular person. If you lived in that world, you probably had to pick and choose. And, the skeptics were sneering at the Gnostics, who were saying secret knowledge came from an unspeakable place beyond the machinery of cosmic fate. And the skeptics just thought, baloney, what kind of talk is that? Now, we live in the consequences of this naive realism, because like all forms of innocence, if allowed to grow beyond the proper bounds, it becomes festering, it becomes decadent, it becomes not innocence but idiocy. It turns on itself. And this is, I think, the kind of world that we're living in. Now, parallel to this, a cultural adventure of several thousand years, the rainforest peoples of the warm tropics of the world kept intact the high Paleolithic style of cultural relativism mitigated by natural magic. And what did natural magic mean? It meant these boundary-dissolving experiences with hallucinogens. Now, it isn't simply, I don't want to make it sound reductionist, it isn't simply that culture builds up structure and psychedelics dissolve structure and then conduct you into some shimmering existential realm of transcultural being. It isn't that. It's that in that shimmering transcultural realm of being, you discover new modalities, new rules. There's something there when you dissolve all the boundaries that you can. And the paradox of what is there from the point of view of the legacy of rationalism is what is there is an immense love and affection and intentionality waiting to engulf suffering mankind or the individual. This is what I call the mind behind nature, what people call Gaia, the mind of the planet, the organized intellect that somehow is the mothering force that encloses the whole of planetary life. This is a real thing. And I would never have thought so had I not had experiences which forced me to consider this. I think without the experiences, that rap comes off as horribly namby-pamby. It's just, oh my God, not another one of these Gaia people, But, in fact, this is a fact of reality, which anyone who has the courage to make the proper investigations can satisfy themselves is a real object of experience. You see, I'm 45. I grew up through the 50s, and I can remember these movies where the white people get captured by the cannibals and put in the pot to be boiled, and there was always a witch doctor, right? Well, this guy just epitomized the most nightmarish forces of unbridled primitivism and ignorance imaginable. Now, this has become, or is in the act of becoming, I hope, the guiding paradigm of the culture. Because what the shaman is the person who is still, and it's men and women, the person who is still in touch with this organic intelligence that lies behind nature. Now, the puzzle behind all of this, I really don't think that there would be much of a problem if what we were dealing with was a planet with teeming oceans, teeming jungles, climaxed forests in the temperate and tropical zone, Arctic tundra, so forth and so on. The clue that something weird is going on this planet is ourselves, obviously. I mean, we are like a fart at the opera. Everything else makes sense. We don't make sense. And the speed with which the human type emerged from the proto-hominids is unparalleled in the evolutionary history of life. Edmund O. Wilson called the doubling of the human brain in size in under 3 million years the most rapid doubling of organ size in a major animal in the entire history of life on this planet, us. There's something weird about human beings, and so much of the explanatory machinery of culture is designed to make it go away. You see, even something as respectable and expressive of liberal values as Darwinism is in fact an effort to explain how it's all okay. It's natural. Don't worry. It's natural. You just get mutation and you have natural selection and you have traits and these traits extend themselves. But it's a great step, to Milton, to the space shuttle, to an integrated global economy. I mean, are these the products of animal existence? The Darwinist says yes. And we tend to huddle under his umbrella because, these shit-slinging fundamentalists seem to be the only other people out there. But obviously, when you're impaled on the horns of that kind of a dilemma, there needs to be a breakthrough to a third, fourth, or fifth possibility. And what I will argue for this weekend is that something very, very peculiar adheres to the adventure of being human, and that it is not all business as usual. We are not simply an advanced chimpanzee. Neither are we the sons and daughters of the Lord God Almighty. I mean, that also seems to me a stretch and to raise certain problems not easily swept under the rug. There has to be a third possibility. And I think that when we start, as we will tomorrow, talking about the way psychedelics synergize and stabilize certain abilities within a hominid population, and the way in which then other cultural reinforcements can be built upon that, you will see at least part of the story has to do with the way in which, by being forced toward an omnivorous diet, by virtue of having to leave the canopy homeland for a bipedal existence in the grasslands, we had to undergo a huge dietary change. And part of our strangeness has to do with the evolutionary changes worked upon us by virtue of our exposing ourselves to unusually high amounts of mutagens in foods as we expanded our diet, and drugs and foods come in here. The other part of the equation, which is much more speculative and which we'll talk about tomorrow night, has to do with the notion of an attractor and of trying to look at humanness not as a mistake, a cosmic error, or as Heidegger said of man, he said we are flung into being. The idea always being that it doesn't make sense, that there's an arbitrariness to us. But I think that there's a way of analyzing process that will show that we are not only part of what is going on, an embedded part of what is going on, but that we actually represent the place where all the eggs are poured into one basket. And I'll just say a little bit about this tonight. When you look at the history of the universe, if you look with unbiased eyes, I think that what you will see is that the universe is a novelty-producing and conserving system of some sort. The early universe was so simple that when we now we're going with science here for a minute, we're asked to believe that it sprang from nothingness in a single moment, that its diameter was less than that of an electron. And then in a very short period of time, a number of very dramatic things happened, but they are all couched in terms of an expansion and cooling. From the moment the universe is born, it begins to cool. And as it cools, complexity magically crystallizes out. The original universe, there weren't even atoms, because there was such high temperatures that atoms could not stabilize themselves into orbits around atomic nuclei. So there was what's called a plasma, just a soup of naked electrons. And then gradually, as the universe cooled, the simplest of all atomic systems was able to form, the hydrogen atom. And these hydrogen atoms were produced in staggering amounts, and they began to clump together. And this is tricky, but not our problem. This is a problem for science. They don't know why they clumped, because it should have all been smooth, right down to today, but it isn't. So in this clumping process, of course, great temperatures and pressures were created at the centers of these masses of hydrogen, and a novel process, therefore, could spring into existence, the process of fusion. And fusion of hydrogen in early stars cooked out heavier elements, iron, sulfur, and especially carbon. Well, after that, then you get all those molecular or atomic species, and then they can aggregate into molecular species. And then, because of the presence of 4-valent carbon, very complex molecules called polymers, which are chain molecules, can form. Some of them acquire the quality of being able to replicate. Some of them acquire the ability to enclose themselves in a membrane, and so forth and so on. And in short, the march is on toward you and I here this evening. But what's interesting to note is that each successive stage in this process happens more rapidly than the process which preceded it. So that the early universe, 10 billion years goes on, and it's all about this star formation cookout thing. And then, planetary formation. Then once you get, and then 1 billion years, they wait for primitive prokaryotic life. And then, once it happens, the eukaryotes follow fast, and after them the ciliated protozoas, and it's just a moment to Madonna. Both of them. Okay, now, what science says about this process is that what we're seeing is an illusion, or that it doesn't matter. They're saying it is not a law of the universe that novelty be conserved, and that each new level of novelty proceed more quickly than the one which was its parent. And so by chopping it off like that, human history is denied any relevance in the natural order. It is not part of the natural order. And even though we think we're a secular society, our assumptions about history are straight out of Genesis. We do not think of history as a branch of biology, and which it obviously is. So what I believe is happening is an accelerating process of novelty conservation that has reached such a point now, at the close of the second millennium, that it is absurd to try to propagate the human future by fantasy centuries into the future. There is no future, because the rate of acceleration is so close to approaching infinity that no possible future can be imagined. Now, people talk about this, but they never draw the implications. You've probably seen some show on television where they say, here's the curve of human energy release, and here's the Stone Age, and here's the 16th century, and here's the 20th century, and it's headed for infinity. Okay, next slide. Here's the curve of human speed. In the 1750, people could go as fast as a horse could gallop. In 1820, the steam engine, and then the 20th, and then it goes to infinity. And they say, okay, here's the human population curve. In the year 1000, there were 400 million people on Earth. In the year 1850, and so forth, and it goes to infinity. So they don't believe it. They don't believe that the rational extrapolation of the trends visibly beheld in the present preclude the possibility of any imaginable future. Or at least I don't believe so. I believe that we're actually in the grip of a process that cannot be halted or accelerated, but which is now in a process of tightening its gyres, as William Butler Yeats said, that what we call the chaos of 20th century history is in fact the speeding up of this temporal process to the point where it is now visible within a single human lifetime. I mean, we're like mayflies or something. We're born one day and we die the next. So only the most incredibly accelerated kinds of change make any impression upon us whatsoever. I mean, mostly we say nothing happens. But in fact, in the 20th century, it's incredible. In the last 12 months, there has been more change compressed into time than in the previous 20 years. And those 20 years had more change in them than the previous 100 years. And that 100 years had more change in it than the previous 1,000 years. And that 1,000 years had more change in it than the previous 10,000 years. But science tells us this is meaningless. This is not a real, legitimate phenomenon that you're talking about. You're just lining up facts to make it appear as though there is an attractor, to make it appear as though the human historical enterprise is about to run itself into a stone wall or off a cliff or into another dimension. And this is really the question, I think, because psychedelics are or were once described as consciousness-expanding drugs. Phenomenological description, consciousness-expanding drugs. Well, if that's true, or if there's even the slimmest possibility that that's true, then we have to avail ourselves of these things, because consciousness is precisely what we are starving for the lack of. And history is no longer rationally apprehendable by the systems which created it. I mean, everybody who's running around gloating over what happened to Marxist-Leninism should understand that Marxist-Leninism is traceable right back to the social contract theory of Rousseau, and that Western liberalism is traceable to the same root. And the crisis of Marxism is they just died first, that's all. But all these ideologies are on the brink of a coronary thrombosis, and we're going to have to catch the falling bodies when it hits. I mean, do you think that mercantile capitalism, which extracts the environmental reserves at an ever-accelerating rate, has any future whatsoever on this planet? I mean, they're just looting the last few $100 billion worth of stuff before they announce that everybody's going to have to go on a diet that will drop your jaw, you know. So we've come to the end of our rope. So then what do we have to do about it? Well, what we have to do is we have to look back in time and find cultural models that served in the past. And, you know, many of you who've been here before have heard me talk about what I call the archaic revival, an effort to jerk 20th century culture 180 degrees and send it right back to the value systems of the high Paleolithic, because that's the last moment that intelligence, language, religion coexisted with nature on this planet in a less than fatal arrangement. You know, from the moment that agriculture was invented, the die was cast. Because first of all, agriculture is a strategy for dumping a huge database, the database of the hunter-gatherer, and replacing it with a database that is important for only 5 or 6 species of plant. You then give up nomadism, which begins to concentrate your impact on the land into one place. You then plant these crops, and you have such success producing food that now moving anywhere is unthinkable. Plus, the big project after the fall harvest festival is now we have to build a wall to keep the starving people from stealing our surplus. So immediately there's us successful people and those people who weren't successful and who have different cultural values and who didn't produce a food surplus. So, you know, we've decided we're going to sharpen sticks and kill all of them. So then you have warfare, thicker walls, retreat into cities, standing armies, defensive territory, class structure emerge, the notion of wealth as an abstraction, because wealth in a Aboriginal society is a sharpened stone, not your portfolio with your investments neatly listed, you see. So this is, you know, just a pass over these themes. I know a lot of people came hundreds of miles and drove a long way today, and I tend to whip you with this stuff. But the idea is that the psychedelics are more than the best fun there is, which they are, more than a tool for exploring your own psyche and straightening out your own kinks, which they are. They are, in fact, the key to understanding the pathology that culture has become and the way out. I mean, there has to be a way out, and it really is this archaic revival. I mean, and if you're resisting it, think of it this way. If we don't organize the archaic revival, it will be handed to us on a platter in the form of failed agriculture because the ozone hole is screwed up, infrastructure's falling apart, financial systems falling apart, the rise of fundamentalist religion. In other words, we are going to have a return to a previous historical model, and it can either be managed humanely through an honoring of the feminine, an honoring of the earth, a return to the techniques of ecstasy that characterized the high Paleolithic shamanism, or it can be handed to us in the form of shortages, famines, disease, internecine warfare, nuclear proliferation, toxic dumping, so forth and so on. But one way or another, this whole edifice put in place by the Renaissance and jacked up to high speed by the European Enlightenment and delivered into this hellish climax by mathematical analysis and the rise of global technology. And remember, each of us has never seen these changes within a lifetime. And yet, within the past 200 years, the world has gotten tremendously more pathological, tremendously more ill. The size of cities, the power to extract natural resources, to mine Siberia and the mountains of Chile and the interior of the Amazon and Borneo, and these unimaginable technological infrastructures have been put in place to sustain a dying patient. And that's what we have here. We're on respirators. We're getting intravenous feeding. They are monitoring everything because it's not healthy. It can only be sustained through the most extraordinary and heroic means. We're taking bone marrow from the children of the future in order to keep a corpse alive. And people don't find their voice. They don't seem to know how to call a halt. You know, I mean, I listen to the politicos who aspire to leadership, and, you know, they have the same problem with the vision thing as the maximum leader of the present moment. So these are the things that we'll talk about this weekend, and you must steer me or I will harangue. And it's not a pretty sight, I must tell you.
Are there legal ramifications, or do you have, like,
legal ramifications to this plant collection in Hawaii?
Are some of the plants regulated?
Well, this is sort of a touchy area. There's nothing that is out and out, drag them away, kicking and screaming, illegal, like coca or something like that. It may potentially be some kind of irritant to them. You would have to be a field botanist of great skill and sophistication to find anything that was a problem. There are plants that have never been, that are in some nebulous dimension illegal, but there's never been a test case of it, you see. Because one of the things that would be a rational reformation of the drug laws, and would in fact follow the lead of English common law, is to distinguish between a plant and a drug. In fact, at one point I advocated what I called the Vegetable Drug Act, which would just be simply to state that plants are not drugs, and plants cannot be illegal. You can't make a portion of nature illegal. This is crazy thinking. One of the things that I talk about in my book that we've never talked about much in these weekends because the groups don't seem to have much interest in it, but I found it sort of fascinating, was, for example, in the case of opium, most of us grow up with a completely demonized vision of the morphine family. I mean, this is the lowest of the low, and if somebody gets mixed up in junk, it's just considered, slow suicide and so forth. And it is certainly true that heroin addiction is fairly destructive and doesn't do your relationships any good and that sort of thing. But it was very interesting to me in the process of writing this book to discover that opium, which has been known and used by human beings for at least 4,000 years, possibly longer, nobody ever suggested that opium was addictive until the 17th century, when the English physician John Playfair noted for the first time that exposure to opium created a craving for more opium. It had been used for 3,000 years without anybody ever noticing that it was addicting. And one of the tendencies that this book traces fairly clearly is the tendency to refine and strengthen drugs until they become social problems. We don't seem to rest until we push them to the most virulent, most destructive form. A good example of this that you're all familiar with is coca and cocaine and crack, because coca is, if you go into a coca-using area of the Amazon or the Andes, the villagers, the people you meet, they are very well aware of the cocaine problem in the United States and the DEA and all this. And the first thing they want to tell you is, coca is not a drug, it's a food. And Tim Plowman, God rest his soul, a good friend of many of us, who died a few years ago, a great field botanist, he did studies of the nutritional value of coca and discovered that, in fact, in a coca-using population, up to 30% of the vitamins and minerals in the diet are coming from coca. And it is not a social problem. It does not lead to antisocial behavior or child abandonment or violence or anything like that. It is, in fact, largely, it makes life possible in the jungle because it gives you the energy that you must have. The jungle is an extremely encroaching place. And if the only tool you have to hold back the jungle is a self-sharpened machete, in the absence of coca, you would toss in the towel after a couple of weeks of struggling with this. In the presence of coca, you can settle down to a lifetime. It's a short life. You'll be dead between 35 and 40, but a lifetime of struggling with the jungle. You see, one misconception that it's probably important to clear up that people have about the jungle is when they see the climaxed tropical rainforest, they assume that this tremendous richness of vegetation must signal a tremendous availability of food, fruits and things. This is not at all the case. It's very easy to starve to death in a tropical jungle. The reason for this, especially an old tropical jungle like the Amazon, the reason for this is because evolutionary competition is so keen among species that there is no luxury to produce rich, juicy fruits loaded with sugars and stuff like that. I mean, often in the Amazon, people will show you what they're eating as a treat, something they found along the trail. And when you bear down on what it is, it's often a fruit or something like that that has just a millimeter thin film of slightly sweet pulp or something like that around it. It's not a place where it's easy to get a food supply together. So a drug like coca, which suppresses appetite, this is its second important consequence, is in great demand. And the suppression of appetite, the providing of energy, it's made for this very, very harsh environment. The other thing is there are other psychoactive compounds in coca, other so-called canes, and they mitigate the property of the cocaine. Western science got a hold of this and quickly turned it into cocaine, which is, very hard on the major muscles of the heart, highly addictive, and, a fairly pernicious drug, although it's the monkey doing it that you usually have to wonder about. And then, in our perverse way, we go to crack cocaine, which is an even more virulent form, more easily delivered. And the evolution of drug delivery systems is an interesting aspect of the whole drug problem. Hypodermic syringes were invented in the 19th century, just in time for the invention of morphine. And following on the heels of those two inventions were two great wars, the American Civil War and the Franco-Prussian War in Europe, happening at roughly the same time. Out of those two wars emerged the first population of hard drug addicts in Western culture. There had never been anything like that before. At the close of the Civil War, morphine addiction was called the soldier's disease because there had been so much indiscriminate use of morphine on the battlefields of the Civil War. I am answering your question about agriculture, but stick with me here. So then this is, to my mind, the partnership paradise of prehistory in which the feminine was honored, men and women existed in equilibrium, child-caring was shared, men, because of the strong upper body and different physical characteristics, were assigned the hunting, and also because women had babies clinging to them all the time and were not so mobile. So there was an early division of labor. And I think, although I wouldn't argue this to the death, but it seems reasonable to me, that women are probably the inventors of language. And for this, we can both thank them and, wonder about the consequences of it. Now, why would women be the inventors of language? It's because hunting is a fairly generalized concept where great emphasis is placed on stoic waiting and physical strength. You need to be able to keep your mouth shut for hours and hours at a time, sitting stock still, waiting, and then when the moment comes, just wail on whatever it is that's running by. The position of the gatherer is an entirely different problem, and the women took the gathering. What gathering is all about is fine distinctions. You want to be able to say, when someone says to you, where did you find these wonderful roots? You want to be able to say, they're down near the sulfur spring. They grow in the ground underneath the plant with the small yellow flowers and the serrated leaf edge with the furry underneath. In other words, it's a tremendous problem of location linguistically. And if any of you are botanists, you know that until the invention of photography, botany created a whole special language for itself called taxonomic description, where you would say, well, this plant is cespitous with crenellate leaves, and trichomes are present, and what this is an excruciatingly detailed physical description. And women also were socialized more than men because they shared childcare, they spent time together in food preparation, and food preparation is part of it as well. You have to be able to not only tell where the plant came from, you have to create a linguistic machine for conveying how it is to be used. Well, I think that this partnership paradise was really the moment when human beings were most human, most at peace within and without between men and women, between adults and children, between the human family and the environment, because we were nomadic. Our populations were kept small, and I think that the sexual style of these early human beings, that we can reconstruct it by looking at phenomenon like the pygmy chimpanzees, and then looking at sexual and social styles among Aboriginal people, like in the Amazon. And the chief thing that comes out of that is group values predominate. So consequently, the great tension that drives our society, which is the tension of mate claiming and holding, which we call, maintaining and breaking relationships, really wasn't there. In that hunter-gatherer, quasi-nomadic situation, the natural style would have been orgiastic. And orgy has a very interesting social consequence. It makes it impossible for men to trace lines of male paternity. This is very important. In other words, the children in an orgiastic society are society's children. Women know who their children are because they see them come out of their bodies, and unless they put them down and forget where they put them, they will always be able to go back to their children. Because the sex act and the fact of birth are separated by 9 months, it took a long, long time for the role of the specific male to dawn on these societies. Once male paternity becomes an issue, there's tremendous tension, because the orgiastic style is appealing on one level to everybody, I think. But on another level, if you're concerned about male paternity, you want to suppress orgy, you want to control women, and in fact you begin to think of them as my women and your women, and I have nothing to do with your women and you have nothing to do with my women. So women become a source of great anxiety in this situation. Well, now this is, I want to make it clear, this is not to say that we fell from grace, from a state of grace that was laid onto us by nature, because the style of all monkeys is male dominance. Even if you go back to the primitive primates, the squirrel monkeys and like that, male dominance hierarchies are always what's happening. So I think that the admission of psilocybin into the proto-hominid diet actually corrected, if you want to use that word, corrected a social style that had been present in the monkeys for millions of years. And just for maybe 50 or 100,000 years, the tendency to form male dominance hierarchies was suppressed by this cult of psilocybin use on the plains of Africa. Well, then, the very forces which created this situation, which were the drying up of the African continent, which shrank the great rainforests, broke up this partnership paradise, because the mushrooms became, instead of being abundant all year long on these rainy grasslands, the rains became less frequent. The distance between water holes became greater. The mushrooms became seasonal. The orgies, which had probably been lunar at first, become more stretched out. Maybe they're equinoctial and solstitial, and finally annual, and finally occasional, and finally they don't happen at all. Now, while this is going on, people are aware that the mushroom is getting harder to access. And so, for the first time, they begin thinking of strategies of preservation. And in a world without refrigeration, the obvious strategy is drying or preserving in some medium. Drying of mushrooms is not an effective strategy unless you have hermetically sealed peanut butter jars and Ziploc baggies and stuff which we presume they didn't have. So then your only choice is some method of preservation. And what I see in the archaeology of the ancient Near East is a supplanting of the mushroom cult by a cult of honey. And honey is a very excellent antiseptic preserving medium. And in many cultures, it's used that way. In Mexico to this day, in the Mexican Indian villages, they put the mushrooms and stir them into honey, and then they can preserve them for many months that way. There's a problem here, though, which is that honey itself can become an intoxicating substance. Honey ferments into mead, which is a crude form of alcohol. Well, alcohol could hardly be more different than psilocybin in terms of the social values that it promotes. Alcohol promotes an inflated sense of ego, an inflated sense of one's linguistic skill, and a lowering of sensitivity to social cueing. You see this in any singles bar, The guys become boorish, they hit on the women because now finally they have the courage to hit on the women, and the whole thing gives rise to the fairly unhappy cultural situation of which we're the heirs. I mean, most women, I don't know how true it is of the women in this room under 30, but most women, their early sexual imprinting goes on in an ambiance of alcohol use and abuse. And that's then lifelong because, it steals one's nerves for love and battle. This is what was, or love or battle. This is what was always said about alcohol. So the women who were the gatherers of this hunting and gathering equation, essentially they were too smart. They outsmarted themselves. They had this enormous database on wild plants and plants that could be gathered in the environment. And they were nomads. And what nomadism means in this African context is that you follow the great herds of cattle around on a yearly cycle as they move from waterhole to waterhole. And you camp for a few weeks, and then you move on, following the herds. The problem with this is, in the discard of these camps, in the middens of these camps, there would inevitably be seeds discarded as waste. Well, at a certain point, women noticed that the middens, the dumps of last year's camp, was a great place to find food because it seemed to concentrate in those places. And it was because the seeds were being discarded there. So at some point, a Lady Einstein of the High Paleolithic put it together. And it's interesting, this has to do with the conquest of the temporal dimension in terms of cause and effect. In other words, at the same time that the guys were figuring out, if you have sex with this woman, then 9 months later there will be a child, the women were figuring out, if we throw food away here and bury it, 12 months later there will be food growing on this very spot. Well, at that point, this huge database of information on plants that could be gathered was dumped. And the women said, we don't have to do that anymore. Let's just take what we know about emmer wheat, rye, oats, and a couple of other cereal grains, and we will grow those And we don't have to gather anymore, or gathering can decline in importance tremendously. But in order to care for the emmer wheat and the rye and the oats, the sedentary lifestyle displaced the nomadic lifestyle. And I talked a little bit last night about the consequences of the invention of agriculture. The first consequence was surplus, something the human race had never dealt with before, because in the hunter-gatherer situation, once you've gathered enough, you stop working. Agriculture is a process where you sort of push a button, and lo and behold, here comes abundance. More abundance than you know what to do with. So you have a new problem. The problem is not getting enough food. Now the problem is preserving it and defending it. And both of these problems can be solved by ceasing to wander and beginning to build walls. And so this is what was done. The most advanced structure, human structure on this planet 10,000 years ago was the grain tower at Jericho. And it was specifically built for agricultural surplus, and it was built with walls around it to defend itself. Around 10 to 11,000 years ago, in the archaeological record, all across Europe, the ancient Middle East, and North Africa, we get the appearance of what's called the Tanged Point Technocomplex. What this means is, in older strata than the strata of the Tanged Point Technocomplex, when you find an arrowhead, you find one arrowhead. It was lost by some Paleolithic hunter in the pursuit of game. 12,000 years ago, what you suddenly find are huge concentrations of arrowheads in one place. This means these are not hunting sites. These are sites where somebody laid siege to somebody else's scene in order to grab their women and their food supply and their animals. In other words, warfare is the natural consequence of agriculture. And the cultural pattern that we see in the ancient Middle East is a pattern of walled cities, kingship, suppression of women, slavery, and bronze-tipped warfare. All the progenitors of our own curiously twisted cultural adaptation are set in place there.
So, this is the point which may be only important to me, but what you're saying is that really once the first woman or group of women, whoever it was, made this temporal connection and saw that, we ship the seeds out or whatever happens, 12 months later there's more food, we don't have to wander around so much. And once that happened, the die was cast, for McDonald's and the military-industrial complex like that. And that once some tribe or bunch of people have a lot more than they could use, and it's there, then it becomes tempting and in a way adaptive for other people to say, why wander around out here, screw around, let's just go kill these people and take their shit. Right. And it's a lot easier.
Right.
Now, and also what you're saying is that nobody noticed that this was fucked up at the time.
Right. Well, it happened over a very long period. And the other thing that I'm saying is, go ahead.
No, to me that seems to be an important point. In other words, there was a major maladaptive cultural development that happened over a lot of time. At the time, nobody else was noticing that this was bad.
And it was driven by weather, you see. It was driven by the fact that things were just getting drier and people were trying to find a solution to the drying problem.
Nobody thought to say, if we don't store up all this stuff, these other people will be trying to kill us.
Right. Nobody could conceive of how to return to the nomadic style. And of course, once people started agriculture, then in some cases to be a nomad meant you would have to move through these people's areas and their fields, and then they would be waiting for you with rocks and clubs because they don't want your herds tromping through their fields. But the real key factor, which straight anthropology doesn't acknowledge, is that the slow fading of the use of psilocybin is what permitted all of this, because the boundary dissolving quality of psilocybin is the most important quality, and it changed us from monkeys into these shamanic, feminine honoring, goddess worshipping nomadic people. And then when it began to fade, the reassertion of these older primate patterns, the reestablishment of male dominance over women, and so forth, there was nothing to stop it. So I really see psilocybin as a kind of inoculation against the primate nature, that before the first moment of human history, the human being had been perfected. And by that I mean human beings means people able to express affection and care for others, people filled with a sense of group cooperation and group destiny, and so forth and so on. And that really we should see psilocybin as an inoculation against the formation of ego. Ego is the psychic component, which is the fly in the soup. And the ego, it's a maladaptive attitude which changing conditions made into an adaptive attitude. It went from being a form of pathology to being the only game in town as the nature of the situation changed. Ego is dissolved by hallucinogens, and so the hallucinogens kept this egoless society in a kind of stasis for a long, long time. But when the presence of the mushroom weakened and disappeared, then these older primate patterns flowed in and dominated the situation. In the story of Adam and Eve in Genesis, you essentially get this message, except it's told from a dominator point of view. I mean, a careful reading of Genesis will show this is the story of history's first drug bust. And it's a woman who's in trouble. What she does is she eats a forbidden fruit. It's forbidden to her by a male, by Yahweh. And she also corrupts her roommate. And and if you read in the older recensions, like the Q document it's very clear. It says that their eyes were opened. The issue is not that this is a poisonous plant. At one point in the story, Yahweh, walking in the garden, mumbles to himself, if they eat of the fruit of the tree of life, they will become as we are. The issue was one of a striving for equality on the part of the human beings and a suppression of that desire for equality by this gardener, this keeper of the garden, whoever this guy was. And so then in the story, they're tossed out of Eden. And it says an angel was set at the eastern gate of Eden with a flaming sword so that they could never make their way back in to Eden. To my mind, this is simply the African sun drying up this partnership paradise. About 10,000 BC, people begin to settle in the Nile Valley. Before that, people didn't live in the Nile Valley. It was an unhealthy place. It was a boggy, malarial lowland, and people lived in what we call the Sahara Desert, but which was then the Saharan grassland. It was only when the grassland turned to desert that people moved out of the grassland and then settled near the river, and those are the proto-dynastic civilizations of the Egyptian archaeological record. In the Tesseli Plateau in southern Algeria, there are rock paintings 7 to 15,000 years old that show shamans with mushrooms sprouting out of their bodies and being held hands full of mushrooms. They're reproduced in my book here. So I think part of what is happening in the 20th century is we're making our way back into deep time, and we're discovering our own childhood, and what we're discovering is a pattern of abuse and trauma. The reason human beings are so given to addiction and so restlessly uncomfortable with being is because we, every single one of us, are the victims of a dysfunctional relationship and a trauma that occurred in the childhood of our species. We were meant to be the mushroom-using monkey. We were meant to be to have a balanced relationship between the masculine and the feminine. We were meant to be the caretakers of the earth. But when the connection to the mushroom was broken, then we turned to building grain silos, forging spears, building walled cities, establishing the mythology of kingship, slave classes, so forth, and so on. And this is why the rediscovery of these things in the 20th century is so important, because we have now been at this male dominator linear culture for about 7,000 or 8,000 years, depending on how you want to measure it, and it has pushed us to the brink of extinction. Not only us, but the entire planet is now threatened with upheaval, mass extinction, toxification, because of our maladaption to being. We don't know how to behave. Yeah, Paul.
I have a question, another longer term scenario here. There's some evidence that humans consistently wiped out. For example, we may have wiped out the Neanderthals, who may have been, despite what has been said in the past, peaceful, evolved species. And then earlier on, we may have wiped out, as more monkeys, wiped out some of the other pre-humans. And then what about the great mammoths and other animals who seem to get wiped out just at the time when humans were developing this real hunting trip?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is true. There was a big paleontological conference in Canada a few years ago devoted to studying the Ice Age extinctions of the great mammals. And the conclusion was it had to be human beings.
Because they had been through many cycles of ice ages. Why should they suddenly disappear in the last ice age?
Yes, I think
humans were driven to this hunting.
Very early we began making this kind of impact on the earth.
I want to ask you if you believe the distinction between appropriate use of these drugs then and now between men and women.
You mean a different way to do it?
Yeah, appropriate use.
Nobody's ever asked me that question before.
And addiction concerns.
You mean?
Yeah, what was the question?
The question over here was, is there a different protocol, or should there be a different protocol for men and women using mushrooms or using psychedelics? And the question over here was?
Just adding to that, in present day and addiction concerns, because we seem to have such a problem with addiction in terms of, abusing all these drugs that can really help us. So how do we?
Well, I think what we have to do is we have to bring this issue into consciousness, which is never done in a cultural context. I mean, why do we take drugs is the real question. And I think that, the answer, I mean, why do we take bad drugs? Let's ask that question. I think it's because we want to scratch a certain itch, and we can't figure out how to get at it. And so people, they addict to sex, to money, to drugs, to having the morning paper delivered on time. I mean, myself am threatened with falling into a hysterical rage if I get up and there are no eggs. So, I have to consciously take hold of myself and say, you're not going to die if you have to drive into town and buy a dozen eggs. So don't let it spoil your entire day, The question about a protocol for men and women, I think it is true that men have more of a problem with drugs than women, and more of a problem, it's because they have more of a problem with the surrender issue. Women, by virtue, and it's not so true of modern women, but modern women are a very recent phenomenon on the scene, women are biologically scripted for these boundary dissolving experiences because they will, in a traditional society, give birth, usually many, many times in their life. And every single time, it's a complete boundary dissolving tremendum. A man, if he's careful, can go from birth to the grave without ever getting into a tight spot like that. And
what you say is that these drugs help to balance this male-dominating tendency for quite a while, and certainly now, in this resurgence, it seems to be a real wonderful way to explore a much greater harmony. So you're talking about letting go of the ego, especially the male ego. So I wondered, is there not a place there for the woman or the female of the species to explore that, or a need? No need, no obligation,
No, there's a need, because you see, nothing on earth is as much like a man as a woman. We tend to forget this. And ego is not now a male problem. We are all completely infected by ego because it's a tradition. I mean, even the rhetoric of feminism in some cases is a rhetoric of ego strengthening. They say, be assertive. Don't take this stuff anymore. Stand up for what you are. Well, that's all very good, except that it isn't the feminine that you are always standing up for. Sometimes it's just sheer assertiveness, which is an ego kind of thing. I think that women have a slight jump on men, but at this late stage in the game, everybody has to do work on this problem because we have made ego such a cultural value. Now, the reason men may have stronger egos generally than women goes back, I think, to that hunting-gathering dichotomy again. Women, when they went gathering, would go 2 or 3 women with their babies on their backs, and while they were gathering, in all primitive societies, you always hear about the chatter of the women. Women do chatter. As the masters of language, they exist in a sea of this kind of communication. Guys don't talk to each other. It's very rare. And if in your life you were repeatedly, over and over again, told, okay, you stay here on this point and you watch all day long and we will drive the game by at evening and then you make the kill. I've been in that situation because I was forced through these male initiations in the meathead society I grew up in. And if you're a 10-year-old, 14-year-old kid and they set you up on what they call a point, a hunting point, they give you a gun and they set you up on a point and they say, wait here 5 hours. The major struggle is to not be dissolved into the environment, to not become frightened, or it's called Wendigo psychosis, it's to hold the wilderness at bay. And so you have to have rituals of ego empowerment to do that. And the hunter is the exemplar of ego personified. So I think just these different cultural styles made men more egotistical, and also they didn't have, women are naturally hormonally scripted to transfer loyalty and self-identification to their children. It's a much more abstract thing for a male to put his child first. For a woman, it's unthinkable that it could be any other way. For a man, it's a consciously argued decision. Ego is our problem. I mean, you can talk about nuclear waste or nuclear proliferation, but it all gets back to we are not willing to set aside our desires for big houses and many cars and tremendous comfort. And we do not have group values. The reason the planet is dying is because we cannot place the good of the group above our own desires consistently. We know the earth is dying, and yet, who recently has made a voluntary act of simplification of their life or something like that? We're aware of the problem, but we can't. Some do, but a vanishingly small amount compared to the people who are just out there striving like crazy to get theirs. And sadly, the dissolution of communism, which certainly had its problems, they're there for everybody to see, but the rhetoric of communism was collectivism, care for the collectivity. In the absence of anybody saying that, now we just have a dog-eat-dog world, and the devil take the hindmost, and it looks like the devil will take the hindmost. Vegetatively propagating itself the way a houseplant is vegetatively propagated. No sexual reproduction involved there, just an individual getting bigger and bigger. Last year, you may recall, they reported some of these mushroom clones that were acres in size and weighed more than a sperm whale, and were in fact the world's largest organisms, were these enormous fungal individuals sleeping in the Oregon forest for uncounted eons, dreaming, nightmarish dreams that were, no, I'm sorry. What? I know, the mind boggles to the point where I lost my thread in the thing. Oh, the natural history of the mushroom. So then, what I was saying, the mushroom is like something that happens when this fungal mass, this mycelial network, gets in the mood for sunbathing and sexual thrills. And so then it undergoes dikaryotic self-expression. The genetics of fungi are somewhat complex to the point where I never really have understood it myself. They're not like you and me, let's just put it like that. And then it fruits. It fruits. That's what the carpophore is, or it's also called a fruiting body. And in a Stropharia cubensis mushroom, a single mushroom can shed up to 3 million spores a minute for 6 weeks. And so, it's a truly astonishing deal. And they're at the bottom of the food chain. They're primary decomposers. If you were a Buddhist with a hyper degree in molecular biology, you were trying to design a karma-free body, you would have to become a fungus, because they are the only blameless members of the food chain, because they exist on dead matter. They don't destroy anything. They don't live off living material. And the spore is this tiny microscopic capsule of genetic material that is surrounded by an organic layer of material that's as electron-dense as many metals. And I maintain that these spores, in fact, percolate through space, that they can survive the conditions of extraterrestrial environments. if you want to store mushroom spores, you essentially store them in liquid nitrogen. It's about as outer space-ish as it gets. And you can calculate, if a single mushroom sheds 3 million spores a minute for 6 weeks, I'm telling you, there are a lot of spores being shed into the terrestrial environment, and then they percolate, and some percolate out into the outer atmosphere where they become involved in highly energetic events that actually detach them from the terrestrial environment. And I think one of the easy predictions you can make, it's like a knockoff, and yet it would be at the cover of Time magazine. It's perfectly obvious that space is no barrier to certain viruses and spores, and that one of the future revolutions of biology will be this will somehow be proven. It's always puzzled me, and some of you have heard me talk about it, that psilocybin is an indole which is phosphorylated in the 4 position. This is chemist talk, but the important thing for our discussion is it is the only 4-substituted phosphorylation of an indole on this planet. And that's very weird. Why? The way I would expect chemical evolution to work is if you have molecule A, then you should find molecule sort of A, and nearly A, and A plus 1, and A plus 2. But here's a molecule just boing. It has no near relative. I think, one kind of mentality looks for extraterrestrial life by sifting for radio signals with the telescope. I think one way to look for an extraterrestrial thumbprint would be to make a thorough molecular category of categorizing of the molecules on this planet to see if there's anything that looks like it blew in from somewhere else. And psilocybin would be a strong candidate. What is it doing in some 40 species of mushrooms? There are hundreds of species of mushrooms which do not contain psilocybin, proving, therefore, that psilocybin is not somehow a necessity for fungal existence. Well, then if you believe that evolution operates with a certain economy, then why do these 40 species furiously dedicate a major portion of their metabolic budget to making a metabolite that seems to have no purpose? I think when we finally if we ever tease apart this psychedelic thing, what we'll discover is it's an interspecies communication system, that life is a seamless web of signal transduction, and that we somehow have become isolated from this process by our historical pathology. And so for us, the voices have grown mute. We can't get the signal. And consequently, it's a pretty grim row to hoe. There's a curve with the introduction of every drug of great expectation. I mean, once it was Milltown, and then, Valium, and then something else. And usually once as your data sample swells, you begin to see the negative effects of these things. I'm sort of not the person to ask this because I'm very, some people have said, blindly prejudiced in favor of plants. But I just think human beings have evolved in the presence of living systems, and that's a very good filter to pass drugs through. The question, do they occur in living systems? I mean, God knows there's enough stress built into modern life. It's like a stress production machine. I'm constantly trying to tell myself that, we're having a good time now, and that this is what it's all about. If I may go off on a tear here, I followed with interest the crop circle phenomenon in England. And recently a book has been written by an American called Around in Circles. And it basically, it buries the crop circle phenomenon. If your metaphysic was hanging on this, you better head for cover in a hurry. But the most interesting figure to me in the controversy was this British meteorologist, Terence McKenna, who at the beginning, his position was, this is the wind. These things are vortices caused by heat convection, and they are capable of swirling the wheat into these patterns. He was, you see, a reductionist. He was saying there's nothing unusual going on here, so forth and so on. Well then, as the phenomenon got rolling, the circles became more and more elaborate. And Meaton, always being asked by the media to explain these things, came to insist that once he eventually electrified his vortices, and they became plasma vortices, a rare natural phenomenon disputed by some whether it even exists or not. And once he had in place the concept of the plasma vortex, no matter how elaborate the crop circles became, straight lines, triangles, triangles in triangles, Meaton could always explain that if you were cognizant of the higher mathematics which ruled the world of plasma physics, this was all perfectly straightforward and in fact predictable from theory. And this went on until the BBC made a crop circle and then took him out to it and got him to certify it as genuine and to lecture on the various features which made it impossible for human beings to create such a structure, and then revealed to him that it was in fact artificial. Now, if you'll repeat your question, I'll connect this up to it. Well, that's an interesting question. So far, we've had this cheerful little scenario where the monkey descends to the bottom of the tree empty of tummy, and lo and behold, here is this mushroom. And I called it, I think, an extraordinary confluence of events, or some weasel term like that. What I was skirting around is the issue of, was this simply a wonderfully fortuitous confluence of events, or was this a thickening of the plot? Was this a bringing together of two elements that had been designed to meet each other in the councils of the Galactarians eons before, somewhere else? I don't know. It does appear to be a viral catalyst for technological civilization. You know, you give it to a monkey, and 15,000 years later, they're landing instruments on their nearest planetary neighbor. I had a professor in college who said what he thought it was all about was that someday flying saucers would visit the Earth, and they would take all the fissionable material away, and they would just then explain that human history was a project to concentrate fissionable material for their purposes. And now, thank you very much, and you people can go back to, picking fleas and beating each other's brains out as far as we're concerned. We do that. There's a technique for extracting gold out of very low-grade gold ore, where what you do is you crush the gold into a watery slurry, and then you infect this muddy gold-laden water with a kind of bacterium that concentrates gold in its body tissue. And then you stir this up and cook it up, and then you just skim off the bacteria and harvest the gold out of their body tissue. So, I actually lost the thread of that. My point was that if you're committed enough to a hypothesis, no matter how the data can twist and turn, you can fit it to the hypothesis. I find it possible to entertain the idea that the mushroom actually is some kind of extraterrestrial thing. I mean, after all, we don't really know what the nature of the cosmic situation is. We don't know whether life arises wherever conditions are okay. We don't know how chaotic the universe is. Like, do most planets get 100 million year shots at stability where they can get higher animals together before some comet or geomagnetic reversal or something flips it over? I do think that if if you were an extraterrestrial and you had an ethos of non-invasiveness and you wanted to have a very low-key interaction with an intelligent species, the way to do it would be to come at it through an intoxication. You don't appear with trillion-ton beryllium ships over major cities. We have been studying you for 50,000 years. I don't think it's done like that. I think it's more like you find a dimension in the cultural world of the species you're trying to study where weirdness is sanctioned. And then you set up your lemonade stand in that world. In this case, the world of psychedelic intoxication. Yeah. Well, I'm not sure it's all about their purpose. Like everybody assumes their purpose is to communicate with us. It seems to me if their purpose is to communicate with us, they could have just communicated with us. Their purpose appears to be to influence or to observe. My purpose is to tell all secrets. I'm at war with the keepers of the secrets. It's one way of looking at it. I don't think they've done it to another species. It seems that, what they are is they're mean traders on one level. And they've blown in here and they have this intentionality to communicate. The content of the DMT experience is where this contact becomes much more explicit, more puzzling, more alien, and more strange. What's happening with psilocybin usually is a voice. And a voice you can handle, because if it doesn't speak in English, you can't understand it. So it must operate within a certain narrow band of rational apprehendability, or you lose it and it makes no sense. On the other hand, a visual input can go off the beam of rational apprehendability and you're still looking at it, as it loses coherency and tentacles sprout and chelicerae snap and hexagonal eyeballs roll by, and then it gets its fix back on. Oh, excuse me, for a moment I nearly lost my face, as it were. The content of the DMT thing is really puzzling. I mean, one of the motivations for my career is to get other people to check it out, because here is truly confounding data that you don't have to make an expedition to the heart of the Amazon or battle your way through hours of waves of nausea in dark spaces chanting your mantra obsessively. I mean, when you smoke DMT, 30 seconds later, you're in the presence of the unspeakable and the show is going full blast. I mean, these tyke-like, self-transforming machine elf things that rush forward to exhibit their rhetorical skills in a three-dimensional language that you look at rather than hear. And they offer you, the technological artifactory of another dimension. Fabergé eggs and Ming Dynasty orreries and just the most amazing fabricated objects which they make out of language. They demonstrate language in another dimension. That's why I really think that part of what we're moving toward is technological only in the most fundamental sense. It's going to arise out of the body. the project of language in human beings is only partially completed. It doesn't have to stop at little mouth noises. There's a way to pass over into something more grandiose, more enclosing, more boundary dissolving, more emotionally intense. Well, what I always tell to people who are really dedicates, and it's deep advice, is, go to the Amazon. And the mere act of placing yourself in the Amazon is pretty psychedelic in and of itself. And then, as you make your way through these colorful personalities that are the Peruvian people and their medical practitioners, all kinds of adventures happen. And then eventually, if you're lucky, you actually get to the good brew, and it will sweep you, just knock your pins right out from under you, sweep you screaming into the cataracts of perturbability. Well, it may be. I mean, you have to take a number if you want to accuse me. You just don't elbow your way to the front of the line like that. I don't have any problem with the idea that dance is a primary language. Cognitive activity is the term that I prefer. Clearly, we had an animal existence of a very limited number of concerns, not to be killed, to feed our children, to get sufficient sex, and like that. And then we broke through to something else, and self-expression. And I think people danced for each other, did glossolalia for each other, body painted, made faces, did all of these things, and for a long, long time before meaning was invented. And the reason language got a special position in all this is that it's easier to make small mouth noises than it is to dance. It's easier to make small mouth noises than it is to make faces or gestures. So it was an energy economy thing. But self-expression comes out of the body. And dance, you're probably right, very well was primary. I think where my fetish lies, if there's a genuine accusation in all of this, but as like any fetishist, I will defend it, is for the visual. People say, why do you always insist that you have to have hallucinations? Why are you so bent about the visual connection? Well, the answer is a voice in the head or a funny bunch of thoughts. Like for me, that's what LSD was. It was for very odd kinds of thinking. But all of these things could be generated out of my own psyche. But I am pretty familiar with the inventory of my psyche as far as its image bank is concerned. And because it's drawn like yours is from the culture, It only stretches so far, from Hieronymus Bosch to Andy Warhol and all the themes in between. Well, so then when you turn on psilocybin and you get these bursts of I've never seen anything like that before, then that convinces me that this is the real McCoy. So the fetish for the visual is pretty real, I think. The object fetishism, these things aren't exactly objects. You have to understand that we download through many levels of compression in order to sit in this room and talk about such outlandish things. I mean, I describe them as objects like Fabergé eggs made of agate, chalcedony, and ivory, but I could just as easily have described them as puns, interlocking in a dance of casuistry, reflexive meaning, and teleological entendre of great satisfying depth. Something like that. You see, I mean, because they're both and. I mean, these things exist in another dimension. And if I don't do the best job, I mean, if I could make it weirder for you, I would. People say, you evoke images very well. Sometimes that's the defeat of rhetoric, because what we're really talking about is, in fact, so hard to invoke. We're really pushing the envelope of language. It really frustrates me when people have psychedelic experiences and don't talk about them, because to me, that's what they're for. They're to fertilize the enterprise of communication. It's to be talked about. And if it's not talked about, it's sort of like seeds which fall on sterile ground. Yeah. Well, I've heard it. This is also said about the Maya. It was said even about the dinosaurs, which doesn't mean it can't happen. I don't know if I believe it ever has happened. Obviously, I believe in principle it can happen. I believe, it has always seemed to me that this used to be the motivation for my LSD taking. It seemed to me that you could sit down in a room with someone and this is maybe what I'm trying to do with you, but we never get there. Sit down in a room with someone and begin to have a conversation that would take it apart. Take it apart and leave nothing there. At the end, no guru, no method, no teacher, and nothing else either. I think that the world is held together by a misunderstanding. And that if you could overcome that misunderstanding, it would just fold up and deconstruct. And that in a sense, this is what the concept of enlightenment is. I think it's a series of insights or thoughts or revelations, one which projects forward into another, which leads you to just say, oh, it's not this, and it's not that, and it's not this, and then, yeah. Well, I guess the mundane plane is the misunderstanding. And I guess then if we analyze the mundane plane, we see what constitutes the misunderstanding. A belief in three-dimensional space and time, a belief in the finite life of the organism, and then the rupture of the mundane plane leads to this kind of Platonic superspace where there seems then to rest incontrovertible truths. They are not truths approached by logic and argument. They are self-evidently true. So they're either true for you or they're not true. And shamanism then sort of views all this very optimistically, takes the existence of this transmundane world as a higher world, a world in which healing can be done and the community can be made to cohere. And the shaman is essentially a technician wiring and repairing and moving behind the board of culture, keeping all these lines open and together. Is that where your interest lies? Well, yes, I see. So apparently, it seems to me that it looks like mind is something that, if we were to make an analogy, it's somewhat like sulfur, in that sulfur has this weird quality of having two melting points. You have solid yellow sulfur and you heat it and it melts. But then you keep heating it and it turns back into a solid. And you continue heating it and it melts again. This is a curious property of sulfur, but not magical. The human mind seems to me to be like that. It's something that in the mundane plane, it has collapsed down into a tool for threat detection and social account keeping, basically. But when you go alone or with your nearest and dearest to wilderness or places where you feel secure, and you perturb the chemical foundations of consciousness, then this is the equivalent of heating the sulfur. And lo and behold, a new geometry is cast out of the fluid mercury of the psychedelicized mind. And I think I said this morning, I really favor a geometric model. I think that the shaman's power comes from the fact that the shamans really are seeing things from a higher dimensional perspective. That that's not a metaphor or an analogy, that that's the voice of mathematics speaking. And because as I analyze, the history of biology and higher animals and culture and so forth, what I see as a continuous theme from the very beginning is the conquest of dimensionality. Life conquers dimension. Life begins as a fixed slime in one place with no eyes, no ears, no nothing, and it evolves tactile awareness. Then it slowly becomes, through the sequestering of pigment-sensitive cells onto its surface, it acquires the notion of a gradient of light and darkness, and then through the formation of lenses, it's able to stabilize an impression of the exterior world. It evolves progressively more advanced forms of locomotion. Eventually it evolves memory and complex cognitive interior maps for anticipating the future. This is a description of a strategy for the conquest of dimensionality. And I think really the shamans are the people among us who represent the next evolutionary level. They're people who have learned to do what we can't do, to come and go from hyperspace, whatever it is, an informational superspace that exists inside the psychology of the individual and the group that we can't even see, because we're materialists, fixated on the topological surfaces of the three-dimensional manifold, which is only one level in the onion of reality. These shamans have moved over to another level, but I think they are the paradigm for a new authentication of the human experience. And it's all about experience. This is what we clearly have wandered too far from. We are too in our heads. The consequences of a phonetic alphabet, monotheism, modern science, Greek aesthetics, yada, 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 is just to move us too far from experience. And so then this compensating thing is coming back in, and the shaman is the paradigmatic figure. And when you analyze what shamanism is, the psychedelic experience is revealed to be the sine qua non of this lifestyle. I fiddled with screenplays. My objection to most visions of extraterrestrials is people don't understand. Extraterrestrials are not mundane. They don't want our beautiful women. And they don't have a fascination with our gross industrial output. The real trick with an extraterrestrial is to know when you're in the presence of one, because it is going to be so strange and of such a different order of magnitude in many parameters that the trick is recognition, I think. I mean, eventually we may come to see that many life forms that we are not all to be traced back to one blob of germplasm, that, the warm pond theory. I think the warm pond theory is in for serious revision. I think interesting genes have blown in here every once in a while over over the millennia as the Earth has ground forward. And of course, those genes get embedded in living systems. The mitochondria, which power the animal cell, were originally free-swimming bacteria that got into a symbiotic relationship with some kind of membrane-like matrix, and before they knew it, they had been incorporated as subcellular organelles of a larger system. Mind that this doesn't happen to you. Yeah. Well, isn't it? It's the role of the artist. It's to stretch the envelope, it's to bring the news from the edge. I mean, the musician, the shaman, the smith, the physician, these were all originally combined, because the mystery of creation and the mystery of the human body, this was all spun together. That's why when people say, what is the proper response to the culture crisis, I think the response is to shamanize. And that means, to help with the healing, to explore the invisible world, and to make art, to try to make art, to try and anticipate the revelatory process by which the transcendental other is drawing the historical matrix into an ever clearer reflection of its identity, whatever it is. I mean, it's going to come through us somehow. We invoke it. We're boring toward it through the mountain of human history. It's boring toward us. We can anticipate it. It senses us. This is a real relationship here, but it's a relationship where illusion must be shared and shared and shared about what the other is. Well, it's not clear. As I say, it's not clear what the intent is. After all, what we now take to be the great canon of Western art were basically a fairly self-indulgent bunch of courtly types spiraling around producing public relations flackery for royal families. I mean, there are different ways of looking at the artistic enterprise in each time and place. Well, I maintain history as a self-limiting process, and that you can see the end from here. You have to have a pretty complicated rap to deny that we are in some kind of unusual situation here, folks. Well, that suggests to me that this is awfully close to the surface of ordinary metabolism, considering what a shocking shift of consciousness it is. I mean, millions of people go to the grave without ever having a DMT trip unless they have it at the brink of the grave. That we don't know about. But the idea that in a dream such a shockingly extreme physiological response could be elicited means I'll bet if we could do human work with DMT unfettered in an environment of biofeedback and that sort of thing, that you could teach people to have this experience. Well, that may be what it's all about. A non-invasive, non-drug technique for just opening up a portion of your brain that somehow cultural abuse has closed off to us, and that if we could access it, that would be the dream time, and that would be the entry into the domain outside of history. The Seth material. Well, I used to say if you can do this without drugs, you're probably mentally ill. I tend to take a hard view of it. I don't exactly understand the razzmatazz that surrounds it. I mean, I've talked with many entities. I've never felt the need to establish the spelling of their English name, or, this wish to name the entity puzzles me, or whatever. But I didn't then write a book and go on opera and say that I was channeling Dorothy and that the world should pay attention. It seems to me a curious relationship to your own mental life that you would say you were a channeler. I mean, it's just, these are the things we think, and it's a way of casting it. For instance, it never occurs to me, or it doesn't seem to me a very interesting question to say of the mushroom, is it the same person each time? I mean, what a joke. It's some kind of enormous intellectual agency. It's not a human being. That's the thing. The channeling, I guess my take on channeling is, and it will come out maybe tonight when we talk about the time wave, is that the real skinny is that you have a connection to everybody who ever lived. And there's a way of tuning your internal machinery in such a way that, you know, here comes Marie Antoinette, or here comes Beethoven. But it isn't that Beethoven is a relative of yours, or still less that you were Beethoven. I mean, how likely is that, for crying out loud? It's simply that they're all there in some cultural superspace and can be reached and called down. I mean, they're an idea. Beethoven is an idea. You know, his grumpiness, the hands behind the back, the da-da-da-da, we know Beethoven. And so he lives in some kind of superspace. And I think people are just much too literal. I have this trouble with channeling and with flying saucer people and with the fans of Great Atlantis and the people who believe that, you know, lantern-jawed Neanderthal visages 10 miles high are gracing the deserts of Mars. All of this, the attraction of this kind of thing completely puzzles me because it's so hokey. And if you want the real thing, you know, it's just 5 dried grams away. The real thing. I mean, so that, you know, you will have done with anecdotes by the denizens of trailer camps in Florida about, or all of this other stuff. I mean, it's not that the woo-woo isn't out there. It's that it's so much more woo-woo than the beady-eyed peddlers of it assume that they just have no idea of what they're playing with. The New Age generally, I find, somewhat obnoxious because it's a flight from the psychedelic experience. I mean, what you can safely say about the New Age is if a technique doesn't work, they'll proclaim it. And it's certain, and I'm very much in favor of anything which breaks down the conceptions of ordinary medical practice. That's the most important part of the New Age. The attack on the medical fascism of the hierarchy. But people confuse science with reason and think that if you're anti-science, then you're somehow just permitted to go bananas. No. You can be anti-science, but nobody gets released from stuff like the rules of evidence. You have to make sense. Your position, whatever it is, just can't be sky blue. And you should then expect to be treated with the same respect as somebody who's gotten themselves epistemologically together and ontologically oriented. I mean, there are flaky ideas in this world, and that people associate me with the New Age because that was the only place where I was originally tolerated. But I really want my ideas to be tested in the ordinary way, by the ordinary methods. I mean, I offer a mathematical formalism and then surrounding that a bunch of arm-waving verbal exegesis. The core thing is the mathematical algorithm to be tested by the ordinary rules of evidence and falsification, and you can read Karl Popper to figure out what all that's about. I love science. I just think it's incredibly pretentious and has claimed too much. Its methods are great. Its constipated conservatism is maddening, because what it deals with is the most interesting thing there is, nature. Nature is very, very interesting, complex, and permits all kinds of radical speculation about what has happened. It's just that science is also a business, and also a priesthood, and also a men's club, and also the plaything of certain classes. So all that has to be overcome. My method, I suppose, if method is the word which I would share with you, since this question about the New Age came up, is not to embrace things which are simply outrage bourgeois sensibilities, but to explore edges, to test edges yourself. That's the important, yourself. You don't learn about Tantra by reading about Tantra, or Ibogaine by reading about Ibogaine. You have to go and do these things. And what you will discover is, you will be fleeced a few times in your youth with this method. You'll get in with some flying saucer cult or some beady-eyed guru and his fanatical devotees, but eventually you'll learn the neighborhood, and you'll become street smart, and you won't be a mark. That's the goal of a real spiritual method, is to not be a mark. And then when you get that together, lo and behold, you would think this would lead to cynicism. Because you say, well, I went and I stayed with Babaji and he was a jackass, and then, I joined the Unitarian, Uniformitarian, Unifunctionalists, and that was just a scam, and so forth and so on. You would think it would lead to cynicism. Not if you keep to the edges. Because eventually you're going to come to psychedelics. And then, lo and behold, jackpot, the real thing, weirdness beyond all possibility to comprehend. You have just won the Publishers Clearing sweepstakes of peculiarity. Yeah. I had this happen in the 60s. I got into a place with LSD where I had this LSD, and I would give my friends one, and I would excuse myself, and I would take one, and then I would excuse myself to the bathroom and take 5 more. And then I would end up holding their hand all night long, and I felt weird about it. I felt like, where is all this stuff going? It's like it's not working. And when that happened to me, I just said, it's time to dry out for a while. And I did, and then everything worked normally later. One of the weirdest things I've encountered is about 1 in 20 people don't react to DMT. And it looks genetic to me. I mean, I can't believe you could resist that. If it's coming at them the way it comes at me, nothing could stop it. And yet they will do it and take, enormous inhalations and then say, is this it? Or, I don't know, it's kind of strange, but it doesn't seem, and you're just like, oh my God, what is this? So, and one thing to bear in mind in all of this is that we talk a lot about the mental effects of drugs, but these drugs are tiny objects. They are molecules, and they won't work unless they find their way to your synaptic cleft and find waiting for them there what are called drug receptors. Think of them as little outlet holes into which the drug can plug itself. And how many of these little receptors you have is part of your genetic inheritance. And so some people have a lot, and some people have a little, and some people have some for some, and some have some for others. And you have to learn what works for you and what the right tool is. Yeah. Yes, toad is 5-methoxy-DMT. It's an exudate of Bufo alvarius, a large southwestern toad.
So it is DMT.
No, it is not DMT. It's 5-methoxy-DMT, and it doesn't cause the same thing that DMT causes. It causes an intense, void-like emotion that is very dissolving, but it is not accompanied by the kind of visual activity that DMT. The visual activity on DMT is astonishing. I mean, it conveys you into a world more complex than the world we're living in, a world of brilliant colors and faceted surfaces. Yes, but on ayahuasca, unless it's really horrendously strong, you will never reach the kinds of places you reach on a DMT flash. Smoking it. No, there is nothing like that this side of the yawning grave, I hope. I mean, I don't know. Is everybody cognizant of what that's like, about how fast the world can be rearranged and how totally replaced it can be by something that you not only hadn't imagined until 30 seconds before that, you couldn't imagine. And now here it is. And you just you gape in slack-jawed disbelief at what has happened to reality. Oh no, it doesn't induce, somebody asked, is it dangerous? The danger with DMT is death by astonishment. This is an entirely possible outcome of your involvement with it, especially if you're intelligent. I think the more intelligent you are, the more at risk you are for death by astonishment, because you just say, good grief. But I see that it's 6:04 and time to knock off. We'll do the time wave tonight. It's a kind of indulgence of me because it's the only original idea I've ever had. So you're forewarned if you have something better to do. The hardcore will assemble here at 8. And will there be a technician to boot the disc? Or is there somebody here who's DOS? Cool. Good. Okay. Well, I'm pro virtual reality just in the sense that I don't think it should be made illegal and stamped out. I think it should be a legitimate area of research. I certainly don't think most people should plan on decamping to virtual reality land for the rest of much of their lives. That wouldn't be a good idea. I see it primarily as a tool for studying language and communication. You never know where a technology is going to lead. When Edison invented the phonograph record, his sincere belief was that its major application would be in the making of wills, because you would have an incontrovertible record of the person's voice speaking, and so it wouldn't be legally contestable in court. Well, I don't know if anybody has ever made a will on a phonograph record. It clearly had an entirely different use and application. So here we've arrived at Sunday morning. This is basically loose ends, complaints, resolution, that whole bit. So let's work our way into it, and then if need be, I'll harangue. So anybody have anything they want to, yeah. I like understanding. I think, Whitehead said that understanding is the apperception of pattern as such. That's all, as such. And so you can look at any situation and see different patterns. I mean, like in this room, if we were sociologists, we could analyze where the women are and where the men are. And that would be a pattern, and we could talk about that. Then we could switch our field of interest and talk about where the men and women over 40 are and the men and women under 40, an entirely different pattern. where the people wearing socks are and the barefoot people. And you realize that in any assemblage of objects, there's an infinite number of patterns of connection. And the more of them you see, the more you have this feeling which we call understanding. And it's a feeling of having assimilated the object to yourself. And the great mysterious assemblage, the mother of all weird assemblages is history. You know, the peregrinations of our species through time, and the detritus of that journey. I have a friend in London who's a rare book dealer, and when I'm in London, I'm usually able to contrive a situation where he has to have some errand out. And so then I'm left alone for hours with the books inside these multiple concentric circles of security. And I can open up all the cases and pour through this stuff. And it's astonishing. I mean, the cul-de-sacs into which the human mind has wandered, you know, phlogiston theory, the Chaldean oracles, the Wunderkammer, the hollow earth thing, and then all this literature of exploration. I mean, the stratigraphy of the human experience is maps and machines and diaries and blueprints, and out of all this, if there can be a pattern, then there's a kind of an epiphany, a kind of a sense of order, of, aha, it does make sense. It isn't simply a chaos. Well, that's a Hindu notion of this same thing, essentially, this Platonic superdimension where all and everything is suspended and in place. If you ever want to have a very bizarre sub-psychedelic experience when you're in Oxford, go to the Pitt Rivers Museum. Everybody goes to the Ashmolean, and of course you should, to see the cellos and all that. But on the kinkier side, the Pitt Rivers Museum. Pitt Rivers was an early ethnographer in England, and into one of those Victorian cast metal and glass-ceilinged buildings, he gathered hundreds of millions of objects classified by category. So, you know, there are like 50,000 needles from all over the world in drawers, 10,000 pairs of pliers from all over the world, from all times and places, and on, and they're in drawers which you can open, and the stuff is stacked up 20 feet high, and you realize that it's a concentration of manas, it's a concrescence. There's one section where there are over 200 drawers labeled magical amulets. And you open these drawers and look, magical amulets, southern Iraq, magical amulets, Syria, and on and on. Very bizarre. That to me is, searching for pattern through the detritus of human history, because I really think that we are caught up in a relationship with something very, very mysterious. I don't like religious vocabulary, but an epiphany is taking place. Consciousness is really important, and it is using the stuff of biology to create some kind of new order in nature. And technology, I'm convinced, has something to do with it. That, you know, machines are more than they appear to be, and the machine, as we have known it, is to modern technology, is to a possible technology what the chipped flint is to the technology that we possess today. In the concept of a machine, which is downloading of a function into matter, is a concept of immense profundity. life may be able to extend its career by orders of magnitude through this means. And life is now seen to be, I think, clearly central in the evolution of and the career of the universe. Most stars gutter out of existence after 500, 600 million years. That's the average lifetime of a star. We happen to be on a planet around an extraordinarily slow-burning and smooth-burning star that has lasted a long time. But life on this planet has been here for at least 2 billion years. That's 3 times the life of the average star. Biology is persistent. Biology is a major player. And biology is not entropic. You know, a star, no matter how smooth burning and self-sustaining, is on a downward energy curve toward heat, death, and extinction. Biology, on the other hand, it pumps itself to higher and higher levels of complexity, faster and faster. And it uses the dying stars as stepping stones from one to another. The way, you know, for instance, in the Hawaiian Islands, there's 30 million years of evolution visible, but no island out there has been above water more than 6 million years. The islands keep slipping beneath the sea and rising at the western edge of the complex, and the life keeps stepping from island to island and perpetuating itself. Hans Moravec has done calculations of the kinds of computational simulations that could be carried out if you had a computer where every atom was a switch and the computer was the size of the solar system. With a computer of that size, you could resurrect every DNA sequence that has ever existed on this planet. And he feels that you would feel a moral obligation so to do, and that the resurrection of the dead would become a social project pursued with government funding. Yeah. Well, I don't think Rupert would agree that biology is entropic. The way biology works is by being what's called an open system far from equilibrium. You see, a closed system, like a star or a fire, will always drift toward equilibrium, which is entropic. But the miracle of biology is that by taking in matter, by being an open system and allowing matter to come into the system and then breaking down that matter and extracting energy from it, the biological organism achieves the miracle of evading equilibrium. It hovers off the main curve of equilibrium. So people who talk about the third, what? Well, this is debatable at the highest level. There's a problem there because for some weird reason, the identifiable amount of matter in the universe falls so close to the cusp of whether of either it is open or it's closed that they can't tell. And why this is probably means there's something wrong with the theory. You know, Bridgman said a coincidence is what you have left over when you apply a bad theory. But I want to go back for a moment to this question of the open system far from equilibrium. The second law of thermodynamics, which was thought to be inviolate, states that all systems run down into entropy. But in practical terms, given the facts I just stated about how life is 3 times as persistent than the average star, and that if you view life on this planet as a single unified system of genes, then we have to say that there has been a dissipative structure, far from equilibrium, for 2 billion years it's been able to maintain itself well off the entropic curve. So I think the second law of thermodynamics looks much more provisional from that light. Well, but see, it's been the third law that has been the downer. I mean the second law, because it seems to dictate some existential terminus to everything. But see, that's when you view the universe as matter. Here's another thing you have to lay over this. That all comes out of a materialistic view of the universe. If you view the universe as information, the picture becomes much more complicated. We don't really understand what this process is of symbolic signification, of arbitrary assignment of significant association. And it's not simply something done in human language. The codons of the DNA that code, the 3 nucleotide codons that code for amino acids that build proteins, are arbitrarily assigned at the molecular level. There is no inherent logic that says that guanine, that codon, should code for what it does. It's entirely arbitrary, and yet out of that leap to arbitrary signification comes life itself. So we shouldn't assume, and it's a natural tendency to fall back into it, that we know what we're talking about. You know, that our intellectual journey through time has taken us to the level where we can actually glimpse what the basic ordering principle is. It may lie in language, not matter, yeah.
I keep waiting for you to get to the political implications of all this.
Oh, well, I think I passed through it lightly, but let me take another stab at it. If my picture of things is correct, or even close, then the future is going to become considerably more dramatic from the middle 90s on. What we have directly in front of us is sort of the long golden garden party afternoon before the news arrives. And as the world gets more and more peculiar and improbable, and given the kind of things going on out at Jupiter that I talked about, this seems to be arriving on schedule, all this chaotic activity. There's going to be various political stances arise in relation to all of this stuff. For instance, one faction will say that nothing at all is wrong. This is, I think, what we see going on now, that there's a kind of collusion by governments and institutions to manage apocalyptic awareness, and to say, well, you don't need to worry about the fact that ozone is disappearing from the atmosphere, because by 2000 we will have a 7% reduction in output of CFCs. And by 2050, we're planning a further 7%. And you say, no, these are crazy people, obviously. There's a lot of arranging the deck chairs on the Titanic going on. But I think eventually that as the fluctuations become more violent, they will burst through, and political dialogues will start on various fronts. It's hard to say where it will come. For instance, historians of the breakup of the Soviet Union can reasonably argue that what actually the hole in the dike there was the Chernobyl explosion, and that actually set off a series of thought, of awareness. People's minds changed. It was like a psychedelic drug, this radiation spreading through Soviet society, because they realized, my God, this was a power plant. It was at ground level. It wasn't even a designed explosion. And 8 days after it happened, above Auckland, New Zealand, you could sample the radiation in the air. So there was a whole crisis of faith in the command economy, in everything. And this could happen. This will happen. The one thing you can be sure of is that the 90s will be shaped by the unexpected. Could be anything. A hot day in August in Mexico City and 1 million people die when finally all of these toxic levels come together as they potentially could. Or it could be a nuclear failure. Or it could be an assassination. Or it could be the outbreak of a synthetic disease. Or anything. And what this will bring home to people is that the metastable nature of society is beginning to break down, that the shock waves of the future are building up. And what in engineering an airfoil, engineers have to take account of what is called Q forces, vibration. If you don't design the airfoil correctly, as you approach the speed of sound, the wings of the airplane will be torn off. And so you have to redesign the airplane to move through this barrier. What we have to do is redesign the cultural airfoil so that we slip, what? What, you mean that it shouldn't support wrecking the third world? Pardon? No, see, I think that kind of thing is like talking about closing air bases near Sacramento and whether Western civilization can survive the shock of this loss of jobs. We're turning into an information society, and managers are trying to meet the crisis. That if my faith rested with human managers, I'd be frantic. The main thing is that the design process is being imposed by nature itself, just in the way that a supersonic aircraft has its design imposed by nature itself. The nature of the medium is dictating the shape of the society that is coming into being. The main thing is to try to make this through with as little bloodshed and hysteria as possible. It's a very hard call. I mean, looking at something like Bosnia, the impulse to use F-18s to correct the problem is very great. And yet, in the past, this has not brought joy and thanksgiving where it was used. And also the hubris of thinking that your job is to separate these people. On the other hand, we can't have people running around trading nuclear weapons in the red light district of Frankfurt, which is going on. This is actually going on. There is a great potential for chaos on the Eurasian landmass right now. How should that be managed? And, a lot of people have nuclear weapons who have no business having nuclear weapons. I think we need to disarm from the top. That's a political agenda. And one thing that has to be understood is that what is going on is a process of fragmentation. And that is what is supposed to happen at this cultural stage, I think. McLuhan talked about what he called electronic feudalism. Wherever fragmentation is resisted, violence and war and horror will break out. For instance, 5 years ago, there was great anticipation of a federal Europe. That ran against the current of dissolution. And now we see there won't be any federal Europe. I mean, there'll be something on paper in Brussels to keep the diplomats shuttling back and forth. And there'll be no unified psychology. They're going tribal. The great political force shaping the 90s on one level is ethnicity and turf battles. As these huge ideologies withdraw their imperium, all these local satrapies and warlords begin to exercise their historical claims. Islam is set to make enormous gains. This has to be accepted in the West. It shouldn't be resisted. The historical momentum is too great, and it's 700 million people, and it represents the only reservoir of tradition of significance left on the planet. In terms of a political agenda, I mean, it's pretty clear. The psychedelic thing speaks to freedom, and so you can shine that on a number of issues: women's rights, abortion, legalization of drugs, but not absolute libertarian anarchy, because I don't think we want to get rid of the Food and Drug Administration. We may want to execute the top echelon and replace it, but the concept of, I've lived in a country without a pure drug act, and it's a nightmare. In India, you can't buy pepper without being afraid that it's been contaminated with lead flakes to make it weigh more when you buy it in the market. Well, but we've all had, none of us ever had the psychedelic experience in a safe environment. I mean, we come out of the nightmare ages. I took psychedelic drugs under the aegis of Richard Milhouse Nixon. I mean, I stared the archetypal danger in the face. I took psychedelics under Indira Gandhi. That was well, see, here's the bottom line on this. It's exactly, and I've said this ad nauseum, but I can't think of another metaphor for it. It's exactly like a birth. And so what you have when you have a birth is it's going to happen. And then the only option you have is, is it going to happen smoothly and with skillful pain management and quickly brought to a conclusion? Or is it just going to be an opera of agony and hysteria and pleading and so forth and so on? And the way to ease the historical crisis is by spreading awareness. And you're right, the psychedelic is the primary catalyst, and then what follows along is this vocabulary of relax, for crying out loud. And if hearing the word relax is enough, then so be it. If you have to have the time wave and, all this mathematics to prove to yourself that you should relax, then that's fine too. But the bottom line is that we're in the roller coaster. The little pipe has now been dropped into your lap. Please do not stand up. Scream if you want. Hang on, and we'll come through it. But we have to reassure people, and the way you reassure people is by getting them to transcend the systems which are spreading the anxiety. I mean, if you're a fascist, if you're a capitalist, if you have some vested interest in the system, then you're going to be sweating blood. And you have to divest yourself of a commitment to the system because it's in a process of transformation. Everything, dig what the fact, here's this hard psychedelic truth, actually. You want to boil it down to the bottom line. This is the one thing I've learned, maybe, from psychedelics, which is, and this is the message of the time wave, and this is the message of your life and my life, it's that nothing lasts. Heraclitus said it, pantit rea, all flows, nothing lasts. Not your enemies, not your fortune, not who you sleep with at night, not the books, not the house in Saint-Tropez, not even the children. Nothing lasts. And to the degree that you avert your gaze from this truth, you build the potential for pain into your life. And everything is this act of embracing the present moment, the felt presence of experience, and then moving on to the next felt moment of experience. It's literally psychological nomadism. is what it is. And that's what we evolved to do, and that's what we're happiest doing. But we've fallen into this object fetishism, sedentary, agriculture-based style, and then we're frustrated. So a recovering of this ability to surrender and release. And it's very hard for me, and it's very hard for anybody who has an ego, and it's why the psychedelic experience is so challenging. The Maya established their own civilization in a not very interesting part of their own calendar. Not at the beginning, but sort of 2/3 of the way through. So it looks as though they counted forward to an end date rather than just had an establishment date. And how they were able to count forward that many thousands of years to a solstice without losing any time or being off even by a day is hard to figure. I made a sort of interesting discovery just a few weeks ago with a program called Voyager. I don't think we discussed this, did we? There's a program called Voyager which lets you view anywhere in the solar system from 10,000 years in the past to 10,000 years in the future. So I typed in the longitude and latitude of La Chorrera, December 21st, 2012 AD. I knew that the solstice, the exact moment of the solstice is 11:18 a.m. Greenwich. So I knew then that that was 6:18 a.m. local time at La Chorrera. I put in all these coordinates and saw that the sun, if you turn and look east along the equator, the sun has risen just about 12 minutes before. And I went up to the menu and chose the ecliptic, and it slashed down through it as it would, because the sun defines the ecliptic. The ecliptic is the path the sun follows. But then I went up and chose define the galactic ecliptic, and it drew a line which made crosshairs that exactly caught the sun in the crosshairs. Now, this is very interesting. Those of you who aren't astrologers or astronomers, let me explain what's going on. This is what's called a heliacal rising. And what is happening is that the galactic center, which is where the plane of the ecliptic and the plane of the galactic ecliptic cross each other at 28 degrees Sagittarius on the cusp of Capricorn, there, that point, the galactic center, is rising at the exact moment of the rising of the sun. That's called a heliacal rising. And this heliacal rising is, in this case, occurring on the winter solstice. And so then you ask yourself, as you do with any such astrological configuration, how often does this occur? Using Newtonian mechanics, where you simply propagate Newtonian laws backward through time infinitely, the answer is it happens once every 26,000 years, because it's a phenomenon that depends on the equinoctial great year of precession. You all know that this happens? Okay. Now, if you use modern mathematics to calculate how often this happens, where you put in the chaotic factor into these orbits, you discover that this doesn't happen once every 26,000 years. It happens once only in all eternity, because in orbital calculation back beyond about 20,000 years, uncertainty accumulates in these calculations, and they are not reliable. The solar system itself is chaotic. I think someone is processing, as they say. No, wait, let me see if I want to say, oh, I know. So, just the last thing on that, if any of you are interested in that, and it's an area that I'm interested in because I don't quite understand what all this means, but there's a book called Hamlet's Mill, which deals with this old myth of galactic, worldwide myths of the galaxy in the Paleolithic era. And there's a lot about this notion in many cultures that there are these gates, that, conceptually gates, which need to all align themselves. And then there's some kind of straight shot.
And you felt they made that Mayan calendar out of that lineup so accurately?
Well, they end their calendar on this particular solstice. Oh, I know what I wanted to say about this, because I don't want it to leave it. It's a real question, because the galactic center as a concept was not defined for Western science until the early 1960s. So how could the Maya have locked in on a concept so abstruse as it means you would have to know there is a galaxy and so forth and so on? The only explanation I can come up with for that, which maybe shows my ability to explain everything by one hypothesis, is that perhaps there is a drug which allows you to see at the far infrared end of the spectrum, so that instead of hypothesizing that the Maya had a super advanced mathematics and a radio telescope and all this fancy equipment, maybe it was simply that they had a drug that when you look at the night sky in the direction of Sagittarius, there's an enormous pulsing thing in the sky, which you then could, because you can see it in this drug state, calculate when it would be eclipsed by certain bodies. Seems to me a more economical, because it's a real thing to explain how they could have known this. And then the question, what does it mean? There are in many cultures, the Norse culture and the Hindu and so forth, this idea that the world exists for a finite time, and then the stars return to like an original setting. And it's sort of like an alarm clock. After it has gone through one complete cycle and it returns to the original setting, then the world disappears or is destroyed, or the gods come, or anyway, it points the end of the cosmic cycle. And I find that this whole thing is, you haven't known me my whole life, so it's hard for you to deconstruct it, but this is not my style of thinking. I mean, I'm repelled by the particularity and the messianism and the counter-logical nature of it, and yet attempting to objectively describe the content of the psychedelic experience and the map of the human mind that it makes visible, this is the message that I get. It's as general or as specific as you want. I mean, it's as general as everything is going to change soon, and it's as specific as, these computer programs that show you not only the exact moment when it's going to change, but the exact numerical valuation of every moment in the entire history of the cosmos back 1 trillion years preceding it. So it's as though in the plan, or in nature, or in the human mind, depending just on where your depth of focus is this pattern, which is, can be as generally stated as I said, everything is in the process of transforming, or is specifically stated as a mathematical formalism. And we've lost it. History has been the pursuit of a false god, the god of stability, the god of permanence, the god of the unchanging. And we've become just neurotic on this subject. Yeah.
You mentioned last night, one of the big things is we sort of understand the whole process of our thinking process is off. It's like wrong. And then this morning you have nothing left. And that's a basic truth, but we all cling to building visions or projects and ideas that we can cling to and hold on to. We try to make reality more structured and solid, and what's happening all around us is like falling down in a way. Like the structured society is saying in the next, I think 1996, will start crumbling. It is crumbling now.
and all that solidness everyone built is right. Security, in a way, is, and then all you realize is nothing does last. So you're experiencing life.
Well, in a sense, the bottom line of this, from a feeling and a heart place, is that what's being said here is reclaim experience. Do not dwell in the mistakes of the past. Do not lose yourself in the castles of the future. And do not give your authenticity away to experts, gurus, government commissions, bosses, wives, mates. Take back your mind and your body and begin to engage with the fact that you are alive, you are going to die. Nobody knows what being alive is. Nobody knows what dying is. You're involved in a mysterious engagement where every living moment presents you with mystery, opportunity, and wonder. There is no mundane dimension, really. If you have the eyes to see it, it's all transcendental. And every object, a leaf, a bird, a pebble, everything leads back to the basic questions. Everything is the stone. I mean, the stone is present. It's a matter of you being present for the stone. Yeah.
I'm not a great spiritual searcher, but I did a vision quest once. Where you traumatize yourself to get into vision. And one of the things that I realized that hit me home was that life is chaos, and in the human mind, even our walls are built to give ourselves a sense of stability, to protect ourselves, that our foundation. We created a sense of stability that really doesn't exist in our need.
Well, the quest for permanence, And by having children, this is a pretty good way to do it, because you've actually got a shot at 1 billion years with a lot of luck. But building houses on the slopes of Hawaiian volcanoes is probably not something. Yeah.
I mean, it's a whole different dimension. It's not, that's how you imagine it.
Well, yes. I mean, I've imagined it many different ways, and according to how recently I've been loaded, I take different positions. People are pushing me, I think because they don't want me to disgrace myself, toward a soft version. Something like that we all make nice and clean up the earth. No. It's something, because see, I'm convinced, and I think the time wave argues for this, and like looking at the prediction of the cometary impact on Jupiter next July, how can you argue then that this wave is generated out of human biology or culture? It's not. It's not even generated out of biology if it's predicting a cometary impact on the Jovian surface. Presumably no biology is involved. We're talking about what we're seeing is the laws of physics themselves beginning to go into some kind of crisis. It's no blame for human beings. We are the witnesses, and we were somehow called forth by this, but the laws of physics are going into crisis. This is why I urge people to look at Alfred North Whitehead, who was a very scientific and mathematically grounded thinker, and who talked about what he called sudden shifts of epochs. His philosophy made a place for sudden shifts of epochs. And what that means is, the speed of light drops by half over 24 hours, or the charge of the electron is rearranged, because even though, one of the peculiar properties of a fractal universe is almost all the transitions are very smooth. But every once in a while you come around the corner and there's a transition that just sidewinds you because you're crossing over one of these nodes at the highest level of the structure. And then profound things occur, yeah.
So
The shamanic ethos that you talked about in the description of this weekend, is that what you mean by the commitment to direct experience?
Yeah, the commitment to direct experience, and then the commitment to build a language for this, to build a culture. The suppression of psychedelics has had the unfortunate effect of making it impossible for us to build a linguistically coherent community and have a shared body of experience, because, you can't just say this stuff to everybody. So, to put it in very simple, understandable terms, coming out of the closet on psychedelics should be part of the political agenda. Psychedelics should not be classed with other drugs, and certainly the Schedule I category, which seems to be reserved only for very hard narcotics and all psychedelics. That's just a cockamamie categorization, and it's the whole society is phobic of the mind, terrified of the unconscious, terrified of dissolving the ego, very anxious if you dissolve your ego. It's a real issue. It's a taboo. It's very thoroughly a taboo. Yeah.
Does a commitment to direct experience preclude metaphysical perspective for you?
No, but the direct datum for metaphysical speculation should be one's own experience. If you've studied modern philosophy, I think you discovered that it's very clear that all you can rely on is your senses. You can't rely on what anybody tells you. You can't rely on anything that the real laboratory bench for philosophy is you looking at your mind and examining it and trying to make judgments about it, reclaiming experience. And the political consequences of reclaiming experience are that far more than we realize, we're embedded in a hierarchy of declension where information is distributed over McNeil-Lehrer and Time Magazine and CNN, and we, the serfs down in the valleys, are the grateful recipients of the news. Okay? And now, for all you jerks out there, the news. And so we don't believe anything of our own experience. We wait to be told, that a White House commission or a blue ribbon group. Yeah, they're... Well, I think of history as this prison. I mean, I would go with Stephen Dedalus, who said history is the nightmare from which I'm trying to awaken. That's the consequence of bad metaphysics.
You call it a misunderstanding, and I'm saying that you have to deal with, in this sense, it is all about metaphysics.
Well, but that works. I mean, if you think of it as a misunderstanding, then the dissolving of the prison of Gnostic confinement was an act of contact with the higher hidden order of things behind appearances. I mean, that was the Gnostic epiphany. And I would say if history is the prison, then the psychedelic experience is the epiphany of dissolution that frees. And then you see eternity. You see the Platonic, time as the moving image of eternity. The mystery is revealed. That's this whole thing about how a shaman is somebody who has seen the end. That's all. And that's what confers this wisdom, is having seen the end. It's kind of ultimate experience. And then you take your place. You go back to your group and take your place and perform your function. Yeah.
I'm wondering if you've had experiences of talking with other shamanic teachers who also talk about this. I know Henry Tyler, who is a Arapaho medicine man, has that 2,000-year-old shamanic tradition. He says that there's a time coming. He doesn't say 2012, but he says soon, within the next decade or so, when life will not be as we know it at all. We won't eat the same food at all. So I've heard that from him, and I'm wondering if you've
There are about, I made a list of them once. There are about 5 or 6 different sources of this 2012 thing. There are some Hasids in Israel who have decided that July 2012 something is going to happen. The Mayan calendar, my thing, something else, some of these Indian prophecies. Of course, you see, my theory would explain this, because what's happening, it would say, is that as we get closer and closer to the transcendental object, it gives off what I call scintilla. They're like sparks or little reflections that ricochet backward through time. And so you take a psychedelic or you have a dream, and then you say, I had this dream and there were flying saucers and it was the end of the world and they were taking millions of people off the planet while there was some kind of an adjustment. Well, I would call that a typical transcendental object anticipation dream, where your dream is not true. That isn't how it's going to happen. The human mind cannot encompass how it's going to happen. But that's a little fable about how it's going to happen. Some of you may know Arthur C. Clarke's wonderful book, Childhood's End. If you've never read this, it's wonderful. And it's about the end of the world. It's a believable scenario for how it could, in fact, be transformed. And it's just spine-chilling. It's wonderful. Childhood's End by Arthur C. Clarke. And yet, I think it too is simply a fable. The real thing will be beyond your wildest imaginings, literally. I mean, it's messianic return, it's flying saucer invasion, it's Gaian revelation, it's all that and more and more and more, because eventually, the machinery of anticipation fails. And you just say, it's more than we bargained for. It's the jackpot. Yes, you wanted to say something.
I'm interested in your thoughts on psychedelic drugs and levels of maturity in children, for example. In your knowledge, are there cultures where at a particular age, not 3, maybe it's 5, maybe 15, when are humans who are allowed to be exposed to these chemicals and indoctrinated?
Well, among the Aguaruna Jibaro in Ecuador, they put ayahuasca on the mother's nipples the 3rd day after birth. So they quickly establish at least a chemical recognition, in the immune system. It's an important question. What do you tell your kids about drugs? And I thrashed around about this. I have 2 kids, a 15-year-old boy and a 12-year-old girl, and this question comes up in the family and at these groups a lot. I think all you can do is you have to tell the truth. You have to just lay it out and educate them. It's, the one place where you can actually function as a parent, because the schools are lying, and you just say, this is part of life. You're going to have to make choices. There are dozens of drugs. They are associated with different lifestyles, risk levels, sensations, kinds of people. And the main thing I think to avoid is hypocrisy. I mean, I think it's really weird people who say, oh, we can't smoke dope till the children go to bed. This is weird. First of all, the children know, and what they know is that you're conflicted and giving off different signals about it. And, if there are drugs you do that you wouldn't want your children to see you doing, you shouldn't be doing those drugs. That's a perfect litmus test, When do they get to?
Is age 12?
Well, what drug are we talking about? Well, the first thing to recognize is that it's not up to you. That if you wait too long, then they'll just present you with fait accompli. So if you say, I think it would really be good if you'd wait till you're 15 to do and say, you're right, okay, and then you find out that it was done. Sometime between 13 and 16, they're going to sort it out. It's right up there with sex. And the thing to do, I think, is to really say, this is a very adult business, and you can get into trouble of all different kinds, and here's the kinds of trouble you can get into. I mean, my son is surrounded by cautionary tales, and, try to warn him that the great age of hashish smuggling lies in the 14th century and shouldn't be duplicated. Oh, I say we're pretty tight. We're pretty tight. We live together as sort of bachelor roommates and try to not get into conflicts over women. But we like the same kind of music, and, it's done me no harm with my son to get into this rave club, staying up all night, London, New York, Frankfurt theme, because he just loves that. And it amazes me. When I was a kid, I was socially terrified, and I remember I used to never go to the canteen dances because I knew there were these enormous guys who would just stomp me. I used to lurk in the park across the street and watch them going to and from the canteen because I couldn't socially show my face. So it's a late flowering adolescence that is perfectly in synchrony with my son.
Do you believe that theory that some people in the 60s will tell you that because they were ahead, that their children have more of a chance to be ahead, or do you think it's all approaching?
Well, to me, that's this issue. This is a real hard issue, I think, for parents, and to some degree deeper even and harder than the drug issue. And that is, I think I can speak for most people here and say, we are alienated intellectuals of some sort. And alienation is ipso facto not such a cool thing to be. It means that you're, constantly aware of the failings and the betrayals and it's alienation. And we're alienated intellectuals. Well, so then you have kids and you see, well, there seem to be only two paths open. They can become nitwits, or they can become alienated intellectuals. And which do you want for your children? Do you want them to be perfectly satisfied with a house on the cliffs and 2 cars in the garage and their position at the advertising agency? Or do you want them to be like you, haunted and always in conflict and never able to come to terms with what? That's a big problem. And
I want to come clean and say I have a 15-year-old daughter who hears all the respect about it, and I've had to come to terms with that. And it's like I said this to her, and probably alienated. You want to be, when she's totally uninformed. You want to be another stupid American? Or you want to be alienated like your father?
And she says, I'll take stupid. Well, my daughter is very, not conservative exactly, but she looks upon me differently than Finn does, I think, although she's only 12. We'll see what it does to her to go through all that. But that's a real problem. I don't regret my alienation. It's hard for people sometimes to understand where I'm coming from. Like a lot of people will go through a weekend like this, and one of the rare resistances as I get is people say, your vision is so dark, which is completely puzzling to me because it's the most optimistic vision conceivable by not only by me but by anybody. I mean, I say that heaven is 18 years away, and they accuse me of pessimism. I mean, so what that tells me is that the word transformation is so threatening to some people that no matter change, that no matter how much you talk about how great it's going to be, all they come away with is, oh boy, big change.
The way you sort of describe certain analogies, I mean, you're talking about some guys falling through a hole to eternity. It sounds like shit.
No, it's the Silver Surfer. Well, this is the question that gets down to in all Catholic catechism classes. Sister, will there be sex in heaven? Yes.
I think the end is going to be an individual thing, whether it's 2012 or, say, the end of Pompeii. For everybody for whom it was the end in Pompeii, for some it may have been ecstatic, and for others it may be terrible. We'll all face it individually. You can't predict.
Mm-hmm. So what you're saying is that it's the accumulation of fate. It's really your what you did before that ultimate moment.
I mean to say that it doesn't matter whether it's the end in the way that 2012 will come about, or the way it came about in Pompeii, or any other ending. It's all going to be individually, and it depends on what your situation is at the moment, because there'll be a grand moment. You know, you may have a beautiful eye. Somebody else may be in the depths of depression, that sort of thing.
Well, so what you're saying is it will come like a thief in the night, unannounced. This is what Christ told Nicodemus. He said, I will come like a thief in the night. No man will know the moment of my coming. Blake talks about this. He says, though Satan's watch fiends shall search through all eternity for the moment, they will never find the moment. Apparently the moment is a very big deal. That's why it's interesting that this all devolves down to a moment. If you're interested in this kind of thing and want to keep your psychological wits about you, read When Prophecy Failed. It's a wonderful book about a flying saucer cult that comes to expect the end of the world and has been infiltrated by two Stanford sociologists who then observe what it is like for this very, very devoted, cultish group of people to be disappointed, to have an extraordinary disconfirmation of their theology and what they do about that and how they react to it.
In 2012, December 23rd.
Well, people ask me, what will you do if nothing happens? I am not a believer. I want to keep this tar baby definitely at arm's length. I think it's very interesting that I have this idea, very interesting that the wave conforms to history. It's all weird, I grant you. It's like being trapped inside a science fiction novel. But I could go through December 21st, 2012, have absolutely nothing happen and say, well, that blows it off. Let's go have some coffee. And my 65th birthday will occur 30 days in front of the date. So I will just gracefully retire. I think that would be the decent thing to do at that moment. Just say, it's been nice. Surely you didn't take it serious. Yeah.
One of the things that really this weekend has been your kind of encyclopedic knowledge. And one of the things I'd like to ask you is, what do you read to get the news?
Oh, what do I read to get the news?
What do you read? How do you get all this news?
Well, for instance, the best thing to read to keep abreast of science is science news. It's totally unpretentious. It's nuts to subscribe to Nature or Science. They cost $100 a year, and you cannot understand a word of it. And so you read Science News, which comes out once a week and tells you things months in front of everybody else. I subscribe to Archaeology Magazine, Astronomy Magazine, On Our Backs, just to keep in touch with the lesbian erotic literature front. Very important. Yeah, sure. Yeah. And let me see, what else? I've for 20 years been a member of the Society for the Study of Alchemy and the History of Chemistry, so I get ambics. I don't know, a lot of information flows through my scene. People send me stuff. There's a very lively underground press, you know, Psychedelic Illuminations, Reactor out of Chicago, Talking Raven out of Seattle, a very lively English press, music press, and psychedelic press. There's a very, you know, you shouldn't read mainstream media particularly because there's a much more interesting strata of information under the surface. Yeah.
This question of practicality, how reliable or unreliable is street psychedelics?
As reliable or unreliable as the street chemist who made them. That's the problem, you know, when you're confronted with an off-color powder, all bets are off. Because the motivation for making this powder in 99 times out of 10 was to make money. And corners can be cut. That's why if you really want to liberate yourself from the illegal and toxic cycle of drug production, you should grow mushrooms. My brother and I wrote a book called Psilocybin Magic Mushroom Grower's Guide. If you want to get into alchemy, this is real alchemy. The formula is rye to mold, mold to gold. You can take a 25-pound sack of rye, which costs $19.99, and you can turn it into $22,000 worth of mushrooms. Not that you would want to do that, of course. You would want to turn it into an enormous number of mushrooms that you would give to everybody in your apartment building and neighborhood. But it was one of the most satisfying things about my career. It doesn't happen that much anymore because that book is long in the past. But when I first started public speaking, people would come up to me and say, "We just want to thank you for writing the mushroom book. You kept a family of 6 off welfare for 8 years." And, you know, so growing the mushroom is a wonderful, satisfying thing. I mean, the mushroom is an incredible workhorse organism. I mean, it will take dry weight of rye and transform it into dry weight of mushroom at 12% efficiency. That's just amazing. And, you know, it's short supply in these days, like cleanliness, punctuality, attention to detail, responsibility, sensitivity to small shifts of parameters. It literally teaches you to be the kind of person that it wants to take the mushroom. And
it's out of print and can't be found?
No, it isn't out of print. It can be found. It can be ordered from a place in San Francisco called Quick Trade, and they'll even take a credit card number. So Quick Trade has it too. Yeah, some very hit bookstores. San Francisco, yeah. The Invisible Landscape, which has been very hard to get for 10 years or so, will be reprinted next year from Harper on the 15th of April with considerable new material and revision. When that's done, when True Hallucinations, Invisible Landscape, Archaic Revival, the Time Wave software in the Mac and MS-DOS version, when all that's out there, that's essentially the bit. And I may be considerably less in evidence because I don't see myself as it is, I've given every one of these raps 60 times, and Paul has archived it. And I would like to go off to some jungle or island somewhere and get back into stretching the envelope with these plants and substances.
I wonder if you just come back from somewhere, you could give us a sense of what's going on in Europe with this, so we can compare notes.
Well, what's going on in Europe is that this very large, intelligent, postmodern youth culture is sustaining itself and growing, and it has more than the dimensions of a fad. The house music scene has been around since '88, and it's growing still and innovating still, and it's a very tribal, positive message, and it's very critical of establishmentarian values. It started out as an MDMA-based club thing, and it's turned much deeper, much more towards psychedelics. I've given talks like this in Megatripolis, which is a London nightclub in Charing Cross. We turned out 300 people. I talked from 10 to midnight, and then we danced till 4:30. And this kind of thing, Sasha and Anne Shulgin took London by storm. There's really a fertilization going on. There's a similar scene in Berlin, a similar scene in Frankfurt, and I think common cause can be made. The Europeans have a different attitude toward all this drug problem. They see it as a social problem to somehow be studied and solved, not that you have embraced Satanism if you smoke a joint. It seems to be the American attitude. And eventually, European attitudes will just shame us into changing our... Pardon me? No, there is not a drug hysteria there. You can, in a very good Berlin restaurant after dinner, make a spliff and pass it around, and the waiters bring you a silver ashtray as they're clearing the table.
I thought that the legal punishment for illicit drugs like that used a lot more intensive.
No, I mean, the Swiss are talking about giving heroin to 700 addicts, and they just concluded this free needle thing. They're open to experiment, both social experiments with large numbers of drug users and clinical medical work is being done there, being done in Switzerland. Hans-Karl Leuner is doing work. Yeah.
Oh, they have one they've been doing in Amsterdam where they take about 200 people. Some are inmates, some are college students, some are working class people, some are hippies, various groups of people, and they give them all ecstasy, and somebody will talk and sort of work the whole program or the whole communication into a oneness where everyone experiences that together, and they say profound things happen in the psyches of all those people.
Yeah, a lot of things are happening. The hemp movement is very strong in Germany and getting stronger in England. So, but I believe that the boundary dissolving quality of these psychedelics makes them social dynamite, and that the policymakers figured this out long ago, and that this is not a simple, straightforward issue like it's trying to be presented. That they just can't allow these drugs to be legal. They will shift social values too much. They know that alcohol, tobacco, and sugar are much more detrimental than, let's say, mescaline, psilocybin, and cannabis. But this is not an argument about detriment. This is an argument about what social values shall be affirmed and what suppressed. And alcohol keeps dominance in place. A very rote-like, machine-like, assembly line society can be maintained based on alcohol, red meat, tobacco, caffeine. They don't want people philosophizing and kicking back and getting in touch with their feelings about the system. So I predict that at the very best there will be a kind of permissiveness but no legal revolution is in sight, I think, unless it comes through the hemp argument, simply that we can't afford to let the tax revenue go by and the resource base that hemp would represent, and so we have to change our attitudes on this. We didn't talk too much about women this time. Sometimes we talk a lot about all that. The major difference between historical society and this archaic thing that I'm so enthusiastic for, I think, was the position of women. That women were, that nature is imaged as feminine, and that in the partnership society there was role-appropriate behavior. Obviously, women represent the unconscious and the untamed and the wild side of things, and that's why the control of women is so high up on the agenda of everybody who's trying to hold the line on what's happening. The more rapidly that women can find their place, the better it's going to be. Then the question is, what is their place? I think feminism, understandably, but nevertheless, did itself no good by deciding that what liberation meant was that 50% of the country's CEOs should be women. I mean, it meant nobody examined the system into which all these people were going to be liberated and noticed that it was a horrible, repressive system itself deserving of radical reformation. So, but I think the agenda of women seems to be now being re-examined and thought about. I'm amazed at how powerful misogyny is and how politically incorrect the 90s are from the vantage point of, say, the mid-70s. I mean, like in media, women have clearly lost ground. The bimbo is back big. How this is to be addressed, I don't know. I think it's all related to, well, here this opens up a big issue, but let me just mention it. Esalen is one of the places which promoted the idea that you can heal various conditions through visualization and imaging, But one of the consequences of that has never really been dealt with anywhere is if there are images that can heal, then there are images that can sicken. There are images that can make ill. And our terror of psychedelics and anxiety over sex have led us to substitute for those legitimate domains of human experience an incredible plethora of images of violence. And I am a very, very strong First Amendment person. I don't think anybody should really be restricted in anything. But I'm troubled by the obvious effect of images of violence on society and women. The woman question is right in there. As long as we tolerate an unrestrained outpouring of violent images, we're undercutting any chance women have of moving their agenda forward. And I don't know how you do anything about this. It's a very difficult problem. Plato, violence without violence to women is like a circus without lions. Violence is code word for violence against women. It doesn't say particularly. The number of images, we try to pretend that we're not being shaped by our technology, but an average evening of TV brings you 350 images of violence, death and dismemberment. Well, in a lifetime of hunting people down and hacking their heads off, you wouldn't see that much violence if you were in a media-free world. So what is the hell is going on here, It's that somehow we're anxious about sexuality, so no, there can't be any of that. And we're anxious about drugs. That's not even on the agenda. So then the only pizzazz is left in this violence thing, and it's like a drug in that you build up very rapid tolerance, and so then there has to be just more and more of it piled on. And it's amazing to me that this is all done in the service of the ideals of the marketplace. This is all done so people can make lots of money. It's an extraordinary abdication of responsibility on the part of all members of society that we tolerate this kind of iconoclastic behavior. Anyway, that's why I think of television as a drug, and a very insidious drug, a drug you can program. A drug you can buy time on for your message. And yet, millions of people are being warehoused in larval states of mind for years and years out there in the flats, just getting those 60 channels 9 hours a day pouring into the...
No, it's not.
No, there are so many levels of programming. You see, what happened is, this is just my take on it, but it was a very traumatic thing for my parents' generation to go through the Depression and then the defeat of Hitler in Europe and all that science fiction stuff about eugenics and what was done to the Jews and all that. And people were just fed up with the 20th century by the time the atom bomb arrived. And what they wanted and what they had been promised by the New Deal Democrats was a paradise. Well, the only way you could deliver paradise in that political context was it had to be an ersatz paradise, a paradise of stucco and TV dinners and tube furniture. And that's what they got. They got an ersatz paradise. And then out of that come the discontent of their children, who see that howdy-doody and a water sprinkler on the front lawn doesn't feel like paradise, And that is what has driven American society deeper and deeper into artificiality, is the need to supply this synthetic manufactured paradise. That's why the cult of the celebrity and the intense media saturation and all of this is divertisement, substitute for a life. That's why what get a life means is go get stoned, go get laid, go climb a mountain or kayak a river, but somehow take back your own authenticity from the people who are peddling you canned experience with laugh tracks, with caffeine augmentation and so forth and so on. And the real message of psychedelics, I think, is to reclaim experience and to trust yourself. Your perceptions are primary. Your feelings are correct. Everything must constellate out and make sense and parse with what you know. If you don't start from that assumption, then you are off-center to begin with. And the psychedelics will dissolve the cultural programming that has potentially made you a mark and restore your authenticity. And, that's what it's all about. Whether the only transformation in life is the personal dying that awaits each of us, or whether there is a grand opening and opportunity just ahead at the end of history. That's all, folks.